We'll change to kick off a brand new week here as we get set for the Big Apple event to start about 1 p.m. market time today. They'll kick things off with the keynote address. Remember, the WWDC conference runs throughout the entire week, so we'll get updates not only today, but every single day this week. So Apple in focus to kick things off. We also have the Fed in focus and the overall market. Now that this debt ceiling issue seems to be behind us, all eyes turn to what's to come on the 14th. Remember, the next two-day meeting for the Fed going to be the 13th and the 14th. We also get CPI, the latest reading on inflation, the 13th, and then the very next day. What is going to happen? Are they going to go ahead with a quarter-point hike? About 72% right now suggesting they're actually going to pause coming up in June. We'll talk about that coming up. Ton of things moving around. Some Chinese delivery data out for Tesla. Tesla looking great so far here in the pre-market. A couple of additions announced over the weekend for the S&P 500 in the next index change. Palo Alto going to go into the S&P. Dish Network, Dish, D-I-S-H, going to come out. It is Monday, June 5th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, bit of a choppy start to the morning here. 0.15 for the NASDAQ downside, 0.01, 0.03. Meanwhile, for the Dow and S&P, basically flat. To kick things off for a brand new week, 2.5% meanwhile down here for crude oil. Big move on an OPEC headline. Saudi Arabia as well going to cut production further, not only in June, but further out into July as well. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the energy stocks getting a nice boost. Yeah, a bit of a red start here for both Bitcoin and Ethereum to kick off the brand new week. Going to be an interesting one here as we await, Tree Fear as always, as we await what is to come next week with the Fed on the 14th. Obviously, that's kind of the next benchmark or the next pit stop for the overall market. Yeah, and we have CPI and then we have Fed back to back. So that's always interesting. Yeah, market's now pricing in that we're going to maintain our current rate. We were pricing in a quarter point rate hike as late as last week, so we'll see what the rest of this week brings. Yeah. Going to be a bit of a wait and see maybe until we get to not only the end of this week, but into next week. All eyes, meanwhile, on Apple. If you've been around and have been trading while these events are taking place, not necessarily a tradable event, but something that we have to keep in mind, something that we have to monitor in the sense that if something happens that's not expected, guys, we could see big volatility in Apple shares. Going to get a VR headset, going to get possibly a new laptop. We'll see what else to come from Apple today.
Yeah, and as always, when this event happens, like at 1 o'clock, you get some movement in the stock. It's already, it just passed an all-time high. All-time closing high, I should say. And should be interesting. And maybe you can see a little bit of Meta. That might move around depending on how the reception is with the headset. But that's all stuff that we'll wait around to 1 o'clock. That said, Meta's already down 1%. To Apple up 1%. So a little bit of that feels like it's already playing out, and there might be a buying opportunity if Meta gets dumped on that VR headset. I could see a bit of a dip buy situation at 1 o'clock. But hey, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I think we have a good week coming up for us. It's not a big earnings week, but that doesn't matter when big tech's flying, Tesla breaking out, Pan W coming into the S&P 500, that stock's breaking out on the daily. So a couple of places that I'm looking for some longs, and Coinbase with Bitcoin, with crypto looking a little bit weak-ish. Coinbase kind of in sights as well for some shorting opportunities. I guess Denver's not going to really, if I think Denver's winning in 5, then they shouldn't be losing game 2 at home. So anyone that wanted a good series or 6 or 7 games, I feel like you're going to get it now. As the Miami Heat buck all the trends, no 8 seed has ever won the NBA title.
Right, we were talking about that.
Long shot might come in here. I don't know.
Should be good. It should be a good rest of the series. It's nice that they finally won one game. Not finally, but they won game 2, and that should spark a good little series here. My throat's still bad.
You already elbowed this guy.
Oh, I already hit that guy down. Sorry about that. But anyways, yeah, Apple's going to be a good one today. Google's going to be on our mind as well. I mean, we talked about Pan W and Dish going in opposite ways here as one enters the S&P 500. Amazon, Square, GameStop, Ford, some of the banks coming into play again here today. So it should be an exciting one as we're getting ready to rock and roll here on a busy week believe it or not. Like we mentioned there, as we head into next week's Fed announcement, and that should be a fun one. More Fed speak coming, and just should be good. A couple of small earnings plays. Palantir's on our mind today, as is DraftKings.
Military contract coming through for PLTR. So a little bit of positivity to kick things off. Just having a look at this. That's the dollar right now. Back to the upside once again, 104.3. Here's the 2-year. Back to the upside around that 4.5 area that we saw last week. And then 3.75 for the 10-year. But 2 days in a row here with big green candles for yields across the board. Yeah, Sean, you mentioned the banks there. Interesting note from the Wall Street Journal here suggesting that U.S. regulators are preparing to tighten rules on big banks in addition to the regional banks as well, suggesting that capital requirements could increase by 20% on average. So BAC on here, Citigroup as well, moving around a little bit on that in the pre-market. But yeah, subdued, a good word to kick things off here.
Yeah, it's an interesting look because we knew that regulations came in after the financial crisis with respect to capital requirements. What I was expecting this time around was with regulations with respect to accounting practices. We saw the debacle at SVB and how they were holding long-dated assets and not revaluing them at mark-to-market, and that was one of the sources of the issues when they came to liquidate. So I didn't think that there were capital requirement issues. I don't know if that's kind of a red herring here, Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of volatility to speak of as far as the banks are concerned when it comes to this note this morning. JP Morgan, 10,000 shares. Citigroup really hasn't done much as of yet. But worth a note across the board. Meanwhile, oil up here big time as well. 2.5% for crude. OPEC coming out saying they're going to cut their forecast going into July as far as output is concerned. Saudi Arabia going to do the same in June, coming through with more production cuts. So XOM, CVX, SLB, all higher to kick things off here.
Yeah, I mean, oil. Look, the last time they made those cuts, we didn't really sustain things very well. But maybe this will be a little bit different. It's been pretty range bound for the majority of the individual names in here. We've talked a little bit about CVX and. Every time it dips too far beneath the 50, Uncle Warren buying this one up. And XOM is headed to what had been previously like a resistance up here, and it's gotten to 109 like 3 times in the last month or so, and then reverse course when it gets to the 50 period, which is $110. I think it's an earshot of that today. So if we see a 110 on this move, I mean, it's already up from 101. It's up like 5% in the last couple sessions. Check that, maybe a little bit more than that by a few points. So if we see that 110, I think that can be resistance on XOM. I don't know about buying anything off this top. Maybe looking for those little dips. And I mentioned Oxy there. Speaking of Oxy, well, that's interesting. There's a bit of a seller on Oxy at $60.98 for like 150,000 shares, which is weird in the pre-market, especially at this time to see it. And it's pretty much, it's on the line at the 50 period trying to make its bit of a breakout. I was going to pivot to this saying, oh, it gets above that 50 where Uncle Warren buys underneath, and it could be a bit of a breakout. But yeah, the big seller is sitting at 61 on Occidental. Maybe that one isn't worth necessarily a break at the open. It looks pretty solid to me above that 61 if it can start to hold. Obviously, it's going to have some trouble breaking through. So, both of them gapping up, both of them having, I'm talking about XOM and Oxy here, both of them having decent moves in the last couple of sessions off the bottoms. You get an increase in oil prices. Just one is heading into resistance, that 109, 110 at XOM, whereas Oxy above 61 takes out that 50 period and looks a little bit stronger of the two. It's just that big seller likely means that has to clear before the open. And then Oxy, if we hold 61 today, I think you're looking long on the week. As always, if you're trading any of these names, you've got to be keeping an eye on spot prices. A lot of times, it's got to be your focus. You get into one of those, make sure you're watching the oil futures contract very closely to ensure you don't get caught off guard with the move. But it's nice to see these guys pick up. I mean, everything picked up. It was a pretty broad move on Friday, but you also have some individual moves happening and some reasons behind it to give it some punch with the Saudi move.
Yeah, we talked about oil last week and how it was bouncing off some pretty key levels here of $67, $68, back to the 200 period right here. And, now it's up. It's up today. It's up 3%. If you come over to the chart, you'll be able to see this right here. Fabian, if you get a second. Yeah, so I mean, this is the 200 period for weekly crude oil, right? So here it is right here. Nice little bounce off that level. We talked about buying some. Goes all the way back to April of 2021, where we had that bottom of $67, $62. There's where we went red. We went negative on that. That was hilarious. There's the zero number right there. So, but anyways, yeah, wish we had some extra, storage there. Wouldn't be able to get paid to hold on to some of that. That was wild. But right there, 65 bucks. I mean, great bottom if it ever dips down there again. We talked about buying some XLE, buying some dividend ETFs, things like that. I think it makes a little bit of sense down there to pick up some oil right now. I mean, you're down at some key levels. And if you ever break through 60, then you can get out. I mean, I think it's risk to reward right now. Back up to the upside on a possible warm summer, possible Ukraine, Russia, still, obviously issues with that as well. And then the China worries. So we'll see. But if you're into a recession, then obviously oil probably continues its march to the downside. Are we going to get a recession or not? We're going to find out about that. I don't know when, but at some point, I guess someone will declare something a recession, and then we'll see from there. But right now, I like the bounce up. We definitely coiled up a little bit here in oil over the last couple months between 80 and 70, dipped down, supported it. Now I think the next move is a break. I think we break this $81, $82 mark and head straight to $100 on oil. I mean, some key levels want to get tested. Let's see. I don't know if we're going to get back to the Ukraine-Russia high here of 130 made back last. Well, I guess it seems like a long time now. Wow, February of 2022. But there it is right here. I think oil's coiling up, and I like it for a long, and we've been talking about that for a bit. So oil long down here makes sense to me. I mean, here's the daily. It's just bouncing off these levels. We just made that bottom of 63 a couple weeks ago, and now you're back to 75. That's a nice return in 2 weeks. So let's see if oil can keep the momentum going. Obviously, like Neil said, names like Exxon, Chevron that pay the dividend and have the big buybacks underneath. You can't really go wrong with those names. And then you have the buyback of Occidental as well. And what that buyback is Warren Buffett and Berkshire. So they're going to keep buying that name as, they have ability to take over 51% or whatever it was of that company. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But for me, I like crude oil and I like some of the names in this space. What's up to Lone Sophos there in the chat? I wasn't able to find anything. And I know Brendan's has Michael Noss coming up. But yeah, Ford just popped here from 1240 all the way to 1270, pretty much in a straight line, not too much volume following this. So we're going to find out what's up with that. I'll look for that as well, but I don't really see it on the imbalance locator. We have Palantir, some AI names, AMC, pretty dull right now on that front, but there's a nice little pop up there for Ford. Ford's still looking to get above 13 though, right? That's sort of the key level, but right now Ford just looks like this chart. I don't know, man. Maybe I have to ask Michael Noss about this chart. Look at this Ford daily chart. How do you make a decision on this? You're you're in between the 50 and the 200, and you're just hovering here. Not really too much resistance. I mean, support is down here at 11. We know that. We recently picked some up at 1150, but for right now, Ford is stuck in a range. But interesting pop, and look, it still wants to go here. So Ford on the way up.
There's a UK headline there, but it was just registrations in general. Yeah, I'll keep looking on that. But looks like a Citigroup upgrade as well today to a buy. So we'll touch on Ford. Let's bring in Michael Noss here to kick things off on a Monday. CMT over at Trade Ideas. We'll give you a little bit of a rundown on what is happening right now over at Trade Ideas, because a great opportunity to get your hands on the platform in general and take it for, this is going to sound like a very terrible pun, but test drive, Michael Noss, over the next 2 weeks. Right. Let's kick things off with that, and then we'll get into a few trade ideas here.
Yeah, sure thing. So this is something we do maybe twice a year, maybe a little bit more if things get a little bit smoother. But what we do is we open up the product to absolutely everybody for $11.11. And that gets you access to the back tester, all of the scans that you've seen me throughout the years, I guess at this point, show off, our automated anchored VWAP drawing tool, our artificial intelligence engine that suggests trades all day long, all of that for $11.11. And again, that's for 2 weeks. We also offer a whole bunch of support at that time. So we'll have, emails, and you can come into live streams and we can show our screens and get you guys up and running. So if you're interested in a charting, scanning tool at all for the markets, the ones that you see on the show all the time that the guys use here, go to tradeideas.com/tradertv. and you can sign up for the test drive there. It's starting actually right now.
And a great opportunity to lead us into our next topic, Mr. Noss. Shout out to Brian Shannon. If you haven't seen the conversation that we had with Brian, go back a couple weeks and have a look at that video. It was very in-depth, ton of ideas, ton of trade ideas. Go check out his book. But you're going to give us a rundown on what you're looking at when it comes to anchored VWAP right now.
Yeah, so I've known Brian now for maybe 10 years. And actually was studying his work even before then. He was one of the OGs of trading YouTube, and I watched him when I was in the prop firm. So we've actually been working very closely, and we've been building this automated anchored VWAP tool that not only scans the market for some of the anchored VWAP settings that he talks about in his book, but will actually draw them on the chart for you. So you don't need to, bring up the chart, try to figure out where to anchor the VWAP, click, an anchor and all that. You just click on the symbol, it brings it up for it, it anchors. This is part of the test drive as well. And I was telling Brendan, I went through my my holdings as of Friday, and I just said, okay, what am I in, doing my research on my stocks? And I found about 90% of them are coming from this one anchored VWAP scan, which is the anchored VWAP from a large gap. So what it does, the algorithm looks for a large gap. You can see, actually, I showed you guys this one on ARLO last time I talked about this, and it just says, okay, let's anchor the VWAP before the gap, because when you had Brian Shannon on, he was talking about, hey, institutions use these to fill orders. So what they'll do is, instead of chasing the gap, they'll wait for a pullback to this VWAP, and they use it as a tool to say, okay, am I getting a fair price on this stock? So you can see how on ARLO, every time it came to this anchored VWAP, after or from this large gap, it found support there. So there's obviously some underlying bids and some buyers in that area. If we go to the next chart, this is ARLO as of Friday. So the original price was, I believe, $6 a share. And as of yesterday, it was up to 10, and it never broke that anchored VWAP. And it's actually doing the same thing again. So I drew a new VWAP from the new gap, and that's acting as support as well. So the thing I love about this scan, and you guys have talked, I've talked about before, how I love stocks that gap up, hold that gap for a period of time, and then start a new uptrend. This, to me, is a way to refine that to say, okay, I want stocks to gap up. I want them to hold their anchored VWAP from before that gap. And I use that. And if I see that buying in that area, I can buy these names, and I know exactly where I'm wrong. If we lose that anchored VWAP, it's time to get out. And for me, this has become quickly my swing trading bread and butter strategy, both on the long and the short side. So I pulled a couple names from the scan as of Friday, and we'll go through them. We'll see what I think of these ones. The first one is ACVA. This one, you can see, anytime you see this yellow vertical line on the chart, that's earnings. So you can see right after earnings, you had a big gap up and a big run in this stock. So really, really strong push after this name. And now twice it's come down and it's hold that anchored VWAP, and that's about $17 or so a share. Friday put in this nice looking hammer candle. So if we can break the high and hold a little bit this morning on ACVA, I'm going to buy some. My stop goes right below that anchored VWAP, and hopefully we're going to make another leg higher like ARLO. Next one is TTWO, Take-Two Interactive. They're a video game company. Again, you can see that vertical line is our earnings day. We gap up after earnings, so show there's some sort of strong shift in fundamentals after earnings. And every time we come down to that anchored VWAP, we seem to find buyers. So for now, at least, it looks like there is some hedge fund or institution or something filling orders around this VWAP. So also seems to have problems getting over 140. So I want to see it break, and I want to see a hold, maybe even a close over 140. Then I get involved in that, and I'm wrong again if that anchored VWAP breaks. It makes the risk management on these so easy. Next one is CRNX. Again, this wasn't an earnings gap. This just must have been some sort of a news, but it gapped up. This thing's been as low as 15. It gapped up and it ran all the way to 25, and now it's pulled back. And ever since May or mid-May, every time it's if you zoom into this chart, it's crazy. Every time it hits that anchored VWAP on an intraday basis, it bounces. So there's something that's going on every time. There's, I think, 7 candles where it traded slightly below the anchored VWAP from this gap. and then rallies and closes at the high of the day or near the high of the day. And it's done that so many times that if I see a push off of this, that makes me think that these buyers are now getting more aggressive and stepping up in price. The last one I want to talk about, this one I don't think may not be ready yet, but NVIDIA, right? Everyone's talking about AI, everyone's talking about NVIDIA and how crazy this is. And I've noticed that we had another earnings gap up. We all know this thing's absolutely on fire. And this one's actually selling off a little bit off of the open. So I charted out the anchored view app the same way. Again, you can have it drawn for you, or you can draw them yourself if you want to know where the view app is. And that's sitting about $377 a share, give or take. So with this one, for an intraday trade, I've actually just set an alert at that price, because if this starts to act like those other names that we saw, even maybe for an intraday trade, as this pulls back to that anchored view app, if I see some support in that area, I may just buy this for a little bit of a day trade to see if I can get a scalp kind of revision there. And hey, if it closes strong, maybe I hold it for another leg higher. And again, in the last slide here, all these scans are available for a test drive. So again, go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv. You can sign up there. Again, 2 weeks for $11. My wife went to Tim Hortons this morning and we spent way more than that. Come give it a shot. If you have any questions, you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com or reach out to me on Twitter. We'll get you set up.
Michael, good to see you again. Sharif with you here. Quick question with respect to the strategy for swing trading on this anchored VWAP system. So with respect to stops, are you looking for a close below the anchored VWAP, or are you looking for a certain amount of days to close before? What stop system are you using for this system?
So for me, I always want to have a worst case stop in case some sort of, catastrophe event or earning or news event or something. So I always have to have a stop in place anytime I leave my screen. That's just kind of a rule I have to keep myself safe. But you're right. I like to do most of my swing trading on a closing basis, because Charles Dow taught us, nearly 100 years ago, the closing price is the most important price. And whether that's an intraday candle or a daily candle, depending on your time frame, I want to see a close, because you notice there, especially with that CRNX chart, there was like 6 days where it drops below that anchored VWAP, and then some buyers come in and push it back up. So I want to see a close either in the direction for me to get into the trade, or if it breaks and closes below that anchored VWAP, that's where I want to get out. Because again, a lot of these intraday, you can see these fluctuations, because if I'm an institution and I want to get a price better than VWAP, I'm going to let it pull down and maybe break that a little bit and then start buying it up.
Great stuff. Mr. Noss, we know you're, or have been, under the weather. I hope you're feeling a little bit better this morning, but we appreciate you getting up early for us. Great information as always. We'll see you on Friday.
Thank you. Talk to you then.
Great question by Sharif, by the way, because that's an important thing. It's not just about having an indicator that you can trust or that shows you something. It's about how do you want to utilize it there. So when talking about swing trading and day trading, two different worlds for us. The risk management around the anchored VWAP is pretty cool. As everybody looking at Tesla is probably not Tesla, NVIDIA is probably interested in that 377 line. It's like, oh my goodness, does that mean you just automatically buy the dip at 377? No, I think what Michael's telling us is that if we close beneath that, and if you look at the gap up, it's it's a pretty it's support kind of anyways. If you're looking at this gap, it's gap support. But if you close underneath that, yeah, a lot of times you'd be thinking intuitively fill in the gap, and that just gives you a little bit of substance as to why you might already have that thesis. So I know NVIDIA is a name we'll be looking at today. Maybe we even see a test of that 377, or well, I think we could see it this week, but close beneath it, I would think would signal weakness, even if I wasn't looking at that. I think it does give you a little something to watch. You were mentioning Ford. There's just an offshoot there, because I know Sean mentioned Ford, and a couple of people were looking at it in the chat. I mean, all I saw as well was just that they caught a bit of an upgrade from Citigroup, and there was some chatter with them hours ago. But yeah, nothing really came out that I saw. But Ford is at a pretty good price level, man. It's going to be at its 200 period moving average pretty much in 8 cents or so. And the last time it closed above that, you did have you did have a nice little test high. We ended up rejecting that move, but it's been a while since it closed above. And that lasted for a few days, got back under, rejected again, and that was the start of a downtrend. So this holding above that 200 period would be the real break that the stock is looking for. So it's going to get, well, I shouldn't say it's going to get there today because that's like jinxing it, but it looks like it wants to get there by the open. It's only 8 cents away, and that has been an absolute brick wall that's only been breached once and did not last more than a couple of sessions. So got to have eyeballs on Ford above 1280. If it closes above this, creaks above that 13, you could see a really nice rally because it's just been condensing, waiting for a move like this to happen. And I think we could see the break start today. Hopefully it gets through that. I'd love to see it. I have some at 11 as well. Like, I mean, a lot of people, this 11 level has been just gorgeous. It's just the moves have been so much tinier each time it's bounced off. It would be good to see it break that 200.
All right, yeah, I always like to have Michael Noss on with some new ideas, so make sure you guys check out that test drive today, man. $11. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. So I would say check it out, test all the functions, all the features of trade ideas, and find out what's right for you, including anchored VWAP. I mean, pretty interesting stuff there. We had that Brian Shannon book. I don't have much to talk about here on the charts. We've already looked at Ford there. I'm just getting the sticky note out, and it should be out in just a couple minutes.
Right, Spotify just popping up there. 200 jobs going to be cut from their podcasting division. Note from the Wall Street Journal for SPOT. No volume though. Here's a quick look at some analyst moves to kick off brand new week, upgrades and downgrades for you. Nothing super exciting on this. We mentioned Ford there. A little bit of a late note from Citigroup. It looks like coming through to the upside. Price target increase as well. Speaking of Target, KeyBank Capital downside on TGT this morning. Most of the retailers I saw this morning, including Dollar General, DLTR as well, all downside. A few more downgrades in that group as well.
Oh, Target. So, I mean, everything bounced on Friday. So it had a good day on Friday. Well, let's get that one out of the way. So it was a pretty strong move that retail was a part of it. I mean, it didn't matter where you looked. I mean, energy, industrials. Like, I remember Brennan brought up Sector Watch, and there was nothing red in there. There was like one or two individual names that you could even point to. Every sector was green. So a sustained rally for 2 days on Target, and you could be right back into the trend. I hesitate to say that. Look, I mean, the trend is your friend on a stock, and when it broke the flat bottom on this one, it was about $6 ago at 138. So it didn't even get back. It got halfway to that support level, and now suddenly that pop faded out here, 133, 134. Usually when you see a secondary bottom, I would say give that like as a resistance level into it. A lot of other names to look at today. I mean, Palantir is going to be in play. I think that's interesting. I'm looking at some SoFi. I don't know that Target gets in there, but if I'm looking for short opportunities, Target at the Friday close area does set up as one, just given that the trend has been put in for the stock for a while and the entire space has been weak. So, this could be something if we end up having a pullback in the retail space. This is under a resistance level that makes sense, and it's been trending to the downside. I suppose it could always break out through that top, but I'm a little bit skeptical with this one. When you have a strong trend, you should need definitive proof or something really convincing to tell you it's over.
So I'm going to personally upgrade to Disney today because I just feel like it's just bouncing off some good levels here. I feel like it could have cracked lower last week if it wanted to. Let's see if Disney can continue to work here. Travel's been super hot. I mean, everything I'm hearing about right now is, we bought some Disney, some Airbnb. I just, hopefully can get back to the upside here. I mean, we bought some at 98. They bought some again here at like 87 or 88 and change. Up here to $91 right now, looking like it wants to try to get back to the 50 period and then break out from there. They had some issues. I mean, we all know about some of the whole go woke, go broke stuff, and that's even with Target as well. So at some point, all that's going to come out of the stock. So let's just see what happens here from 88, 87 up to 92, 93, 94, and then so on and so forth. Let's see if Disney can continue to work. I like this stock down here. I'm just upgrading it against this bottom of $84. More technically speaking, and then also I feel like it's going to be a good summer. I think it's going to be a good travel. And I think Disney's going to, their worst quarters are behind them. They took a big L on some of those streaming services. I think they're going to continue to do that, but I don't want to underpin Hulu or ESPN and some of the properties that they have, ABC and things like that. I don't want to discount those against, sort of their main streaming services they have right now. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Disney. I know a lot of you aren't going to like it, but I think I like the name here and a big cash generation machine. Let's see what happens with Disney moving forward, minus the streaming aspect. So I think Disney's a positive move here today, and let's just see if it gets going. It's up 0.35, NASDAQ is down, and ES is flat. So far, so good here for the day on Disney. We'll be watching this one.
Well, market here, Shree's going to have a look at the futures to kick things off.
Yeah, Brendo, we closed at 42.87 on Friday. We're dancing right there. We're at that level, 42.89. Currently, let's go to the chart, guys. 4,300 is a level that we haven't broken. It's been the level that, I think going back to June 2022, we still haven't taken out. To the downside, though, you're looking at 42.50, the first area I see support. So I'll be looking to see, can we break 4,300? And if we do we stay above it? To the downside, I'll be looking for support at 42.50.
A great picture of what happened to end last week. I mean, constructive, even though we're not doing much, constructive here, hanging out at the top end of the range. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here this morning. If you haven't, make sure you go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that every single morning. Comes right to your inbox, absolutely free. Top of the list this morning going to be Apple on watch, not only today, but all week long, with the WWDC set to kick off at 1 p.m. this afternoon. We'll get the keynote address. I'm sure we'll get the VR headset possibly right away in that keynote address, and then remains to be seen what else is to come.
Yeah, so many questions to be asked here. The first new product launch in 10 years since the Apple Watch. It'll be big. Now, here's the thing. Analysts are talking about how they're going to play this. Are they going to have a very expensive $4,000 product that they sell $350,000 or $500,000, or do they try to target a more, a reachable price point and sell 1 million, 2 million of these? By comparison, Brendo, they sell 250 million iPhones a year.
Also interesting, coming at a time when Meta seems to have, gone away from that angle and moved more towards the AI hot topic, obviously for Meta. So we'll see how that is received. For Apple, it's worth noting as well, years past, the first day is always the most active, and then, day 2, day 3, day 4, throughout the remainder of the week, kind of a non-event. So we'll see how this week plays out. But 1 p.m. this afternoon, guys.
And we already said this. I mean, you're already past like the all-time high, close. So I mean, Apple is in. Like they've already bought into the news, right? So that's what's going to happen a lot of times. Buy the news, buy the rumor, sell the news. I guess that's where we are. So they bought the rumor going in. This is not going to be the iPhone. I don't think anybody is expecting it to be the iPhone. The price point is likely to come out a little bit higher, but it's going to drive people into the ecosystem, man. It's just the way I see it. It's like does it have to make money? No, it just has to convert anybody who isn't in the Apple ecosystem saying, "Oh, I'm interested in virtual reality and this is cool." They find it cool, and then maybe they make a transition from Android over because once they suck you in, that's what they do. All that said, when you get to levels like this, now this stock was at 183. It just the previous high close was at 181, or 180.95. So that's what we mean about the all-time high close. But this was at 83. That is the current resistance. I think that's pretty much the line to watch at the open here. You're seeing it kind of reject and resist that 183. I don't love breaks at the open. I think it should be strong today. I love that 180.95 area. The previous all-time high close. I like it. Just you break above that, you have the round number of 181. I think you just come right back in there and say, okay, that's first level. 179.25, which was the dip off 180. That held on Friday. That should have been where it was bought. I did not. I bought it up in here around 180 and didn't give it enough room. So I like those two levels for some dip buys on Apple. At 1 o'clock, I will be looking at Meta. And Meta, I think Meta might be weak today off the 275 after failing there. But I think if there's a big dip on that VR story at 1 o'clock and Apple starts running, I might be looking to Meta at a couple levels if things were to get out of hand downside there, 265 or I don't think we go to 260, but those are two levels I'll be looking for around 1 o'clock, just in case Meta starts tanking on any kind of positivity out of that VR headset. I think that could be a little bit of a dip buy opportunity on Meta.
All right. Yeah, we'll wait for Meta. I don't know if that's gonna. This is just one of those things, and we had Parses coming on hopefully later this afternoon as we're going to try a couple new hosts. So stay tuned for that with Sharif today. Parsa will be in the building, the guy that gave us those SVB hats.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to wear one in
Still
his
got-
honor.
still got
soon.
it.
Yeah, I still got mine right here as well. I'm waiting to trade Silicon Valley Bank, but
Which
now
has
it's
been
like
a while.
50 cents. And it's not doing anything. I shouldn't quote that. I should look it up in a minute. But we have it right here. We have Apple talking about that on the sticky note, of course. We have it written down at 181. We talked all about this at WWDC conference today. I mean, we're going to be all over that. It happens at 1 p.m. I just want to stay long as we're above 180. I don't want to go over like, oh, this is going to bring people into the ecosystem. I mean, we know all of that. I don't know how that's going to affect the price of the stock. So I'm just going to trade what we see, man. I mean, in 182 right now seems like a good bottom. So if we can get anything around that, that'd be pretty sweet here off the open. But ultimately, 181. I mean, Michael Noss nailed it. Talked about what's the best price to look at, closing price. So we closed at 181. So let's just see if we come back to 181, and then that will be long, this name Apple. Also probably going to be long through the top. But remember, like, as we talk about buy the news, sell the rumor, buy the rumor, sell the news, that's what's happening today. Buy the rumor, sell the news. So I wouldn't be surprised if around 1:30, 2 o'clock or so, once they sort of get the announcement out of the way, then it starts to head to the downside. But ultimately, it doesn't matter what price they come out at. People are going to buy this headset. The Oculus is super cool. My kids love it. Even over the weekend, my son was like, oh, you know, there's a new Meta Quest or whatever there is. And you know, we need to get that. So it's just like, it's that simple. That's how it happens. Apple makes really, I mean, obviously, you know, most of us, well, I guess it's me and Sharif are the Apple product holders right now. But they make solid products, and they're only going to come out with better ones. So as Apple continues to make money, so does the stock, so does trading it, and we're just going to stay long on Apple. I don't want to go short until we break 180. This is going to be a high-quality piece that they're going to sell. They're going to bring people more into the ecosystem, like Neil said. So I'm just going to let the price dictate what we're going to do, and as long as Apple moves to the upside, I want to stay long. So we're going to stay long Apple, and that's that. Hoping to get a dip near 182. We could get that real early, but if we can get 181, that's even better. So we're going to be on Apple here today all day and probably every day.
All right, let's talk Pan W. Palo Alto back to the upside in a big way here this morning. What a move this thing's had since that earnings report came out. I mean, 4.8% right now. Not a heck of a lot of volume. We were higher than this early on, but if you missed it, yeah, Dish coming out of the S&P, going to be replaced by Pan W. Typically, this turns out to be a pretty good catalyst for stocks.
Yeah, this is, to me, the epitome of new replaces old. You have the old legacy TV network being taken out of the S&P in favor of the new cybersecurity cloud player. I like the move, obviously, and we'll see what the stocks do on the day.
Obviously, a monster run over the past couple of weeks here for Pan W, guys. More to come.
Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, like you said, volume, it's pretty weak. I like the long here today. It's just a matter of if it starts filling in the gap, like where do you want to pick it up? Because the breakout on the dailies past 220, and you're going to be trading a relatively tight range. I mean, this is like since, I mean, it did break 30s and very briefly on really light volume was up there, but it's been like this $1 range in here ever since on light volume. So were it to pull back, I'm looking at 225, 226. As sort of like natural dip buy areas in the midst of this breakout. I think this is a kind of stock where if it starts dipping, you really, really want to be patient. It's typically relatively thinly traded even since the split. So I'd be looking for it to make a consolidation bottom. Really important to be on the back end of the trade, allowing it to bounce somewhere first, show signs of an upward trend. The breakout through 30 already happened, but remember that was in the pre-market on light volume. So you could still say, okay, our previous resistance was 220, we gapped up 225, it could break out at 230 and make fresh highs. Like that's, the 230 to me is still pretty valid. I just think you might go dip buying the way that it's been selling off here. It's still relatively expensive on a price to earnings basis, but the entire space has been, and it's that growth, man. Everyone understands the importance of cybersecurity going forward, and as long as they continue to meet that meet those growth targets, which they've been doing, the stock is going to stay strong. I mean, you can't, the trend is your friend. All it's doing is breaking out. Maybe it needs a consolidation phase. That's what I'll be looking for after this gap, looking at that 225 here. Probably something that I don't see having at 930. However, this is definitely a stock that I would not be trying to trade exactly at 930. Just couldn't see enough volume to warrant that.
Yeah, I mean, the question was, is this a catalyst to continue forward? I think it is. I mean, we've been liking PanW for a hell of a long time. We talked about buying this. We've been buying, I mean, this has been just one of those names that we always talk about here on the show. Like, since we've been doing the show, I've always talked about liking PanW because we always get questions about CrowdStrike. And, you know, obviously with some of this recent movement here with talk, I mean, the more AI comes into play, the more you are going to need some security, because the more people that start putting stuff into the internet, you know, you're going to need to protect some of this data and some of the cloud. So I just feel like PanW, I mean, I don't know what the solution is. There's Cisco, there's CrowdStrike. I've always thought, and I got to say, honestly, a shout out to Jim Cramer for this one, because, you know, I didn't know anything. This has been a big favorite of his for a very, very long time. So I just kept on buying. This is, again, another one of his words, and I don't care, best of breed. And I always thought PanW was that, looking at all their numbers. So yeah, this is a big sort of pat on the back to anybody that's been long this name. I'm not adding to the position, but look at this. It's all-time highs. We're just keeps on going. PanW, Palo Alto. Let's just see it continue to work. It's a huge break from 200. Now you're going to take this level out. We've already done that. Now you're up here today at 230, right? So there it is right here. So you're already all the way up here. I still stay long. I don't worry about this stock at all. I don't get in and out of it. I just get in it and stay in it. So that's PanW. It's not really a good day trading stock. We've talked about that. The spread can get pretty ridiculous. But if you want to play a break, I think 230 is available today, and I think it just continues to go higher. Remember, when a stock is being added to an index, this is a NASDAQ stock, so we're not going to get imbalances or anything like that today on this until 925. But when it's added to an index, what winds up happening is a lot of these markets makers, funds and whatnot that are tracking an S&P 500 that may not have PanW in it right now, now they're going to have to put it in, right? So as soon as that comes out, then that's what's happening. So you're going to have to put it into indexes. It's enough of a rally to get this going. Obviously, there's been some volume done today, but I don't know how many millions of shares are going to have to get rebalanced, but it's not 289,000. So this, I feel like, gets bought up for the next couple weeks. And then if there's a market downturn, yeah, this is going to get hit because it's overextended. But at the same time, I like the name, and I still stay long, best of breed, and now you have a reason.
All right, Tesla next up here. What a move already so far today for this. I mean, 1.7 off the highs a little bit, but showing all kinds of relative strength. Obviously, the market not doing a heck of a lot. This comes out very, very early on this morning from the Chinese Passenger Car Association, suggesting 77,695 Teslas were delivered in China. 2.4% jump over April was, however, 142% year over year. So, I mean, triple-digit percent gain still in China.
Big, but we should, caveat that by saying last year we had the zero COVID policy and multiple shutdowns of the Shanghai facility. Yeah, but Brother Ma was there. He was pounding the table last week. He was meeting everybody he could high up in the government in China, and he secured some EV tax credits continue. So that's going to spur demand for his product. Doing well over there.
Yeah, and we got that announcement at the end of his trip conveniently last week. So more positivity to come, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, you're finally starting to see it break back out. It had a great run to start the year, and then things kind of tapered off for Tesla. But you're back up at the year's high. So in 218, this is an obvious top here in February. I think that's what we need to clear. Ignore the 200 period on that chart because, quite frankly, our charts don't take the split adjust on it. So you're past the major moving averages anyways, but that 218 into 220, that's our breakout zone for Tesla. Technically, it's going to be at a resistance level here at the open. So we just got finished talking about, like, this is now the second time closing price is going to come into play. So if you were to reject this 218 right away, that high on the year, then I look back at where we closed was at 214. There was a bit of a dip a little further than that in the aftermarket, so down just underneath that 214. I'd look for that area to try to hold. That means it could break 215, that nice easy round number that we like. and still, to me, be in the dip buy zone. So I like that 14 a little bit better for Tesla. And just one other EV name, because I've been watching a little bit of, I always do this. I always type in New York for Rivian. I don't know why. But Rivian last week kind of gave us a different zone to short. It was at $15 level, 1580. If you go to the, oh goodness, you go to the daily chart here, we go enter twice. 1580 has been like a triple top on Rivian. Now it's really condensing here, but 15 was a great short on Friday. If we get a pop into the 15 level, I'd look for a short off that price. Once again, I'd rather catch it on the back end, break 15, fail 15, short it back through would be a play for Rivian. And were it to break out at 15 even, I think up at 1580, that level from the daily also worth a short. So those are the two EV names I'll be watching all day today, not just at the open.
All right, just getting some stuff organized here. Yeah, but we have Tesla right here, 215, incredible growth for Tesla's Chinese EV market. We talked about that. We wrote it down here, all on our sticky note today. 2.4% increase. It's all right here. 78,000 vehicles, basically year-over-year sales. I mean, it's just, it's monstrous. No point in shorting this name right now. I mean, that's what I wrote down here, and I don't, you know, what is the point? Last week we got a question about, like, will Tesla get to 200 last week? What? I mean, that was pretty easy to answer that one. We got there, no problem. Now you're up to 220. I called this move. This is actually happening a lot faster than I thought. I called this move when we were down here at 160, 165. We're talking about this thing looping up. And then the minute we took this 180 level, I said 220's next to come. So there it is right now, 220 coming in. I think you want to stay long Tesla, and that's all that matters. So forget about whatever level you want to look at. Just trade the stock that you see. I feel like you're going to miss this breakout anyways at 218. I think this is a break long here in the morning, and we'll probably look back and miss that. So for me, I wrote down 215 again, just coming into play. It's not the closing price down here at 213, but it's, well, actually that's afterward. The closing price is at, yeah, 214. I was looking at some of this consolidation right here. I don't think we bumped that much lower. You're up 1.8% right now, and this 215 area looks pretty juicy to me. So if you can get along at 215 and hold it against 213, I think you're doing fine. So we'll look to see that 215 long here on Tesla. I still think you got to stay long this name. We talked about buying best of breed with PanW. Why not do it again with Tesla? Stay long the best stocks, and everything's going to be fine. It's like if I just avoided all these pay safes of the world, the marijuana stocks and all that, man, I would have so much more money, it would be ridiculous. But for day trading, you know, I still think you want to stay long these names for now. But as far as an investment, I definitely think you want to be long all these names. I don't know about buying anything right now. The move seems to be, you know, well treated. I mean, we were just at 180 on May 26th. It's June 5th right now. So, I mean, you're up almost 20% from that one, well, more than 20% from that 180 bottom. And that's in like eight trading days. So I don't know. I think it's extended for now, but I don't want to short this name. I don't see any reason to do that. Even if we get to 220, I still think that's a break long. So for me, staying long Tesla, unless this market absolutely pukes. And I mean, that's a different beast altogether. But right now you're only down 0.09. Let's just wait. The Fed has already sort of indicated what they're planning on doing, and so is Tesla, and that is sell more damn cars. So I like Tesla up here. I don't see any reason to short this name. Short it at your peril, in my opinion.
All right, Palantir next up here. Yet another day, another contract for Palantir. This one a multi-year contract worth $463 million with U.S. Special Ops for PLTR. So more positivity here.
Yeah, $500 million is nothing to sneeze at, but we've been hearing a lot more from this company with respect to commercial contracts that they've been securing. But back to their old ways with the government, they're still negative on the day, though, Brendo. 1.65% to the downside. That break-even level comes vis-a-vis a 1450 break.
Yeah, held that low from Friday, 1420 or so off the bat there in the pre-market for Palantir. I mean, it's getting to a point where it almost seems like such a regular occurrence, a contract for Palantir, that the market kind of shrugs it off.
Shrug these things off for Palantir. And that's been true for a while. So I don't think that's anything new, and we shouldn't overreact to those types of headlines. You know, what drove things on the earnings was, you know, some actual like material strong guidance, and the numbers starting to come through, and talking about sustained profitability, looking for profitability for consecutive quarters, and throughout the entire year, the next 4 quarters are looking to be profitable. So on Friday, it was about the 1420, almost at 420. but the $14.20 level. It bounced off that on Friday. It bounced off that on Thursday. Look, it did open the week on Tuesday, bouncing off the same level. It was just on Wednesday that it got underneath. So I would have at least a little bit of caution through this dip buy. It looks like it's going to get tested at the open. The trade was not to be sitting in front of the level. It has been really to allow it to bounce off that level, look for the next close above and some strength, buy it up. That happened to be like 14.40 on Thursday. You ended up getting 14.25 to 30 on Friday. So let's let that happen before even thinking about this one alongside. It has rejected 15 and then has a lower high at this range. So it might test that absolute bottom from last week. I wouldn't be surprised if you did see a test of that 1380. But in that zone, I'm looking for dip buy. I mean, you can draw the line in here too and just say, in this price zone, I'm looking for it to consolidate anywhere. Show me that wick dip, and then give me a little bit of strength after that. Then I want to go long in front and give the stop into the bottom, or it could just be that 1380 level on Palantir. This is as weak as it's looked in the morning since we sat down past this last breakout, so always have yourself a little bit of an out. But yeah, it's been a good one off this price level, so you go to the well until it runs dry.
You were asking, Neil, about PACW there. There was a note from Fairfax Financial. Looks like they're going to pick up more of the company's loan portfolio. So Fairfax going, and Kennedy Wilson, I'm going to look into who that is, but they're going to acquire more of PACW's loan portfolio. So a nice move here for PACW, now up 8% at this point. Speaking of being up on the morning, oil up about 2.6, 2.7 at the highs here. All of the energy stocks to the upside at this point this morning. XOM, CVX, right across the board, showing all kinds of strength once again on not only Saudi Arabia coming out saying they're going to cut production once again for June, but OPEC in general then releasing their forecast for July, pointing to further cuts to come as well.
Yeah, and just last week we were talking about $67 on WTI. Now we were talking about 75 this morning as I see the chart here. But I can't talk about this issue without putting a tin hat on, guys, because it seems that Saudi Arabia is going at it on its own, doing independent cuts. Something seems afoot here. We shall see if their conflicts remain their interests remain the same. I'm talking about the OPEC members here because I think some of them want to maintain production levels where they are, but Saudi Arabia seems to have different intentions.
Yeah, and coming off this recent move from the U.S. to restock their supplies going back a couple of weeks. So the U.S. definitely bought the dip on oil there, so a nice move back higher right now. Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show, and a lot of people out there on the floor as well. See what's moving in the moment. Remember, the test drive on right now, guys. Check out tradertv.live promo code, 20% off as always. Shout out to our friends over at Trade Ideas.
Yes, sir, as always.
Trade Ideas.
Just want to jump back to that PACW for a second.
A shout out to Alfredo. Cheers.
Well, we're not going to drink this, obviously.
No, but this is apparently an interesting story. We talked about salsa on Friday, but this is what was meant by salsa, sauce. Hot sauce. So we're going to have to find some product to put this on later on. There was some of those little
It smells delicious.
Yeah. So
are they there yet?
They're there, yeah. This is called Valentina. So apparently that's the daughter of the owner of this, and this is the province of Mexico. And Alfredo, what's the name of the province? This says Guadalajara on here on Mexico. So there it is right here. We're very, very excited for this one. Should be an exciting. We'll try this maybe.
I just want something to put it on.
I know. We'll have to find something.
What?
Well, we do? That's what I mean. We have the eggs with, we have the huevos rancheros. We could try that, but anyways, very excited. You want to see this, Rob?
I'll try.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, if we can bring one of those egg things over here each,
Rob's going to go get them.
That was a good idea because I saw it there and I was like, yeah, we should be doing this. And then I was, okay.
Looks tasty.
Let's try it. So what are we talking about? Oil. We talked about oil before. I just feel like oil's already bouncing off some key levels there. I even talked about it last week about the strategic oil reserve there by the U.S. and that they had to buy some back, and they claimed that they were doing that, 3 million barrels, something like that. But there's oil. This is just a weekly chart. We've already looked at this today. bouncing off. This is a 200 period. We've already sort of respected that once back in February, March, down here at 67. Then we just respected it again down there at 66, 67. We did dip down. We made the 52-week low of 63, 64 down there. Now I just feel like we want to test this $81, which is the 50 period coming through.
We need a plate or something, though.
Here comes the egg. So I think you buy it and you go from there. So I have a napkin right here, Rob. We'll get this going and we'll put some hot sauce on there. Thank you so much for that. Wow, these things are thick.
We get these little like omelet things with like our catered breakfast every single day. So that's what it is. I already opened this one.
Okay, did you already open it? Okay, let's do that. And then we can put this one in the fridge for later.
Exactly.
Or something.
So I'll just, I don't know. I like hot sauce. This is not supposed to be that hot.
I don't want to put this whole thing. This is a big.
This is a lot.
Yeah, but what does Alfredo just said that this is only a 1 out of 10.
Yeah. No, what I mean is like this is like
I hope it's a 1 out of 10.
These are kind of. I don't know. Like this is more than what usually.
Cheers to some early morning eggs.
Cheers.
See what happens here. My mouth is burning. No, it's fine. It's great.
No, that's tasty.
It does have that. He had mentioned to us a little acidic.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
It's like that. It's good though. Yeah,
now this is sort of how I roll. Now
I just reached over for more as well. But
I have a feel.
All right,
for
not bad. Good job there. Thank you. Well, shout out to Valentina. It's very, very tasty. It's good. I feel like it's just like a notch. Well, it's many notches above.
It's like Tabasco sauce.
I was gonna say what, but what is that? Frank's hot sauce, but it's more tasty.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely tasty.
It has more of a peppery taste.
Yeah, I would say so.
Than Frank's, but it's pretty good.
I just saw someone said try it on pizza. Yeah, I think it would go really good on pizza.
Yeah. Or I think if you drizzled it, if you had a thing of nachos and you kind of drizzled it on top, something like that, I think would be really great as well. But hey, what's up? Thank you, Alfredo. This Valentina sauce, or I guess it's a hot sauce. So thank you so much, Guadalajara, and represent in the house. So thank you so much for all that, and we'll be mowing this down as we throw back to Brendan and Sharif. More.
We got to the end there, guys, for the rundown. We're just reading a little bit more into this PACW note, however, as we get a bit of a pullback back to 820, still 7%. But if you remember going back to, I was trying to find the day, I think it was this day, that we bounced hard when they first started to announce some of these asset sales in the mortgage side of things and now in the loan portfolio side of things. So if you missed it again, Fairfax Financial with partner Kennedy Wilson going to pick up more of the loan portfolio from PACW. So a nice move here for PacWest.
Good level. It's at the, I mean, sometimes you care about the 50 period more than others. I think maybe you don't care about it too much today, but 825 is where it rests. This also happens to be a pretty decent breakout zone. It's had some trouble here in the past. You can higher lows all the way through. I could see a bit of a break. I don't want to break this one out at the open because you can see like it just made a 7% move into this at the open. So let's let it consolidate, hold at $8, and then go from there. Late addition to the list, wasn't really looking at it until just now when a couple people in the chat were yelling about it, and then I just asked Brendan what was going on here. So I will look to see if 8 can hold. If 8 holds, I'd just be looking for a break of the high of the day with a stop at 8, and then we'll see if that actually sets up for us in the first 10 minutes. In 2 minutes, we got the opening bell, but Pratt is already flossing. He's practicing. I guess he's going to do a little floss for us as he rings the bell. He's like 2 minutes early, and apparently that's yeah. You're going to just practice for 2 minutes there?
That's what all the kids do. That's for when my kid dummies him in that game. What's the game that does that? Not Valorant.
I saw my.
What is it called, that game? Fortnite.
I still have my money on Baron, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not even. It's easy. That's easy day right now. Well, I'm sure Prad can beat an 11-year-old at something.
Can he, though?
Anyways, but we want to give a big shout out to Prad. I know he hasn't been training the last couple of days. Thanks, Prad, for helping us out the last couple of days. And I know he's itching to get back to his trading desk. So
for sure,
thank you, Prad, for helping us out as we go through a few new talent and they're already sucking up by bringing us this hot sauce. So that is absolutely
and it's working.
Fantastic.
And it's
so thank you so much. Yeah, that was really great here. Okay, so PacWest will be interesting. Oh, let's just check out the imbalance locator quickly here as we get ready to open up the day. Nothing. It's really bad. There's absolutely nothing on here. I don't even see any names worthwhile. Well, we've already talked about Ford and Palantir.
FFIE, son.
Oh, yeah, FFIE.
Randy's hero call.
How dare I forget about
Faraday
FFIE as
future.
well. AI, I just saw in here for a second. I think that's a $30 level as well. That could come into play today. We talked about that over the week. Last week, we had I had a $7 winner off that. We didn't take it. We only took 4.5. But we had a 30-50 long last week in that as well. I'm going to be watching out for Apple, and for Tesla here right off the open, as these are two names that I'm interested in, as well as AMD in case we get a pop-up. I don't know why my chart's not loading there for Apple, but AMD as well. Come on, let's go charts here.
There we go.
There it is right now, looking for like some kind of a pop just to short this name. It's been pretty weak over the last couple of days. We'll look to see about AMD here on a daily as well, week under 120. So a couple good opportunities for us. I don't want to get too excited too early though.
Yeah, you want to be patient off those opens. That's how it's been, but it is coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Brad.
All right, let's go.
Ooh,
we like that. We like those beats. Okay, Apple going to the downside right now. Pretty good.
Okay.
Breaking down through 182. I do have a bid at 181 and change. So let's see what happens here for Apple. This kind of a move is just too random for me off the open, right? So making a move down here to 182 flat. I'm probably going to look back at this and figure out that it is a long at 182 at some point here today. It's just for me right now a little too early to step into this name. So we're just going to watch out for Apple and see if it just keeps on bouncing off this 182. If it breaks lower, I'm there at 181.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to be patient off these opens. And right now, you're not getting a crazy amount of action. The market is breaking higher,
Tesla
though.
is nice.
So Tesla broke 218. I mean, see, that's the thing. Like, if you don't take 918 breaks or 930 breaks, you kind of get punked. That's at 219. But I'm watching Coinbase here. Should have mentioned Coinbase. I like to short at 66 if it can get there. As the market heads up, I feel like Coinbase 66 is going to be in play for us. But Tesla waits for no man, and Tesla breaks that 218 instantaneously. As it tries to come back in, I always ask myself, can it hold the place that it broke out from? You had this range, 217.35 underneath. I think that'll be the first place to look for the dip buy. Obviously, that previous close we were talking about as well, down at 214. But first things first, has to get back down to where we open.
Yeah, the market's really taking off. I mean, we want to try to get some longs here. And I mean, Apple right there at that 182.50. We'll test something right now. We'll get a little bit long as we have bounced off 182. Let's just play off that bottom. That bottom was exactly 182. If we break it, we break it, and then we can get out. This is just a small tester in case we rip up. Like, we could absolutely moon from here. The market is taking off. It was red. Now there we go again for this high in the NASDAQ. And if you're going to look at it, the NASDAQ right now is starting to go higher and higher and higher and trying to break out. Right now, what we're looking at is 14,600. Then we level up to 14,625. So we're not far away from that level at all right now. Continuing the movement to the north side here with Apple. So let's watch out as the market continuing to go. We're going to see Apple right here at 183. And there it is right now. Let's go, man. We're already 35 cents. We'll take it here. 45-cent winner right now to start the day on Apple. We said this is what we're going to do, man. And there it is. Quick. Oh, animation's not working. That's probably my stream deck.
Actually, I don't know.
There we go.
So, yeah, okay. Yeah, he's
You have to
probably
open
just
up the stream deck.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
keep forgetting to do
exactly
that.
what it is.
Yeah.
Guess what's already through 220, so you can like the long, you want the long, but you got to grab the long. One other name we did not mention, which I kind of said I was watching this morning to a couple people in the chat and looking for the longs. This one's gotten away from me. It's SoFi. SoFi finally making that breakout on the daily. You can see it just got to that 725 mark. I was looking to grab that long before it got to 725. Maybe we can play that dip in. Now, SoFi has been gradually moving up past here. I might have to wet the beak if it comes back and gives us 25. There's a bit of a seller there at 30, which could give us an entry. Palantir also, no dip on Palantir. It is only the rip for PLTR. As it looked like that was going to head back into that 1420 at the open, that's continuing a push to the upside here. So more strength to be seen in Palantir here. I don't want to be chasing SoFi.
Palantir's not open yet.
What?
Is it?
Is it not?
Maybe it
You
is.
sure?
No, I'm not sure. Why is it trading like that?
Yeah, you know what? Oh, I have stuck orders on it.
That's what I'm saying. It just looks
think
really
you're right.
weird here, Palantir. But
Oh,
it
I
is
was-
open. It is open.
open.
It is open.
It
But
is open. You're
we're
right.
not.
I have
There's something
stickies on
going
it.
on here with Palantir in our quote
I'm
right
gonna
now.
report
So yeah, just watch out for that because you can't get long here 48 as far as I know on Palantir. So we'll just try
Oh,
that.
it might not be the only symbol.
Yeah, so there
look
are
out
some
for New
problems.
York.
But you know what? No woman, no cry, no problem. Look at this one. Look at Apple right now. 80 cents in the money. We take one trade. We got it. It's a barbecue kind of a trade. We cooking right now. That's 90 cents in the money on Apple. And hey, welcome, Sticky Note Nation. Stand the hell up. It's the #1 name on here. It's a long. Those of you that you knew this was going to happen. So there it is. It's a nice move up there for Apple. We'll go 1 for 1 today and get this party started. So that's going to be a nice trade for us. I'm going to have to wait for Palantir. Obviously, something's wrong with it and not moving. Like, sure. Why do I see some 64, 65 prints and then immediately down to 50 again? I'm going to cancel. I did have an offer on Palantir up here near 1480, but I'm not touching it until it makes sense. Do we have any reports on any of this? Because maybe if someone could put something in our chat here, because I don't know.
I've already messaged Brankles back there.
Yeah, so if Brankles, if someone can know, we'll find out.
There's a Day Trade of the World. There's like a nice little IRC chat that you can go through.
I mean, look at Tesla.
Issues. So I mean, Tesla's already through 220.
We knew that was going to happen.
It's just I say it every single day that I'm not taking 930 breakouts, and then it's like the 930 breakouts just happen to be back, and it is what it is. But Tesla's already through 18 and already through that 220 mark. Nvidia's back up. I'm a little bit more skeptical about this one, as it's been on a bit of a downward trend here. So if you look at, on Friday, it got up to that 400 mark or close to that 400 reverse. The close was at 93, I think 93, 94. That's where it was a good short in the afternoon. I would play that one to the south side. And looking for Coin. Coin's the other one we like that short. Remember Palo Alto? That dips. Where does it go? Seriously, PanW? I'm sitting there looking for Apple and Tesla, for dip buys and breaks, but Palo Alto goes right to that 225 and bounces. I'm now into SoFi. I didn't chase it. I got that quarter on the pullback, so we got some SoFi here. But PanW already bouncing off 225 and heading back into the upside.
Yeah, easy day here on Apple. Again, another just sometimes it's just easy, and we just tweet that out. We'll say let's go on this one. Is now Apple's $1.20 in the money, and still rallying. No need to get this out. I mean, sure, we've already gotten out of 40% of it, 20, 40. We'll see if we can get out of some more. We just touched 183.75. Let's put something right at that level again as well. Why not, man? My best out is in the 30s, so we'll get something out in the 70s if it continues to work. I wish I had an answer here for New York stocks.
It's not all, but it's some.
Okay, that's the problem, yeah. So we'll have to wait to see again. Well, it's definitely happening on Alibaba as well. So
what it basically means is for us, you could get bad executions if you hit an order at the current market price, because it won't be the actual market price.
Is that happening to everybody else as well? Because
it might just be us. I don't know.
No, because e-signal's showing it bouncing around as well. So I don't know, man.
Sign up to the watch list.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the with New York or some of these prints today. I'm just here to tell you that. Like this, look how it's bouncing up and down. The same thing is happening right now. Like here's my e-signal chart. Look at this. The same thing's happening. It's bouncing down, up, down, up. You can't get long at 60s.
Just to maybe.
Hopefully, Brendan has the news here on what's going on with the quotes. What's up, Brendan? I know.
Nice move for Moderna out of the gate here, 2.5% straight to the upside since the open, guys. There was a positive note on a combination with a Merck drug on a skin cancer vaccine for Moderna this morning.
Anything about this, because there is something wrong with quotes on all over the place.
The good news is at least the NASDAQ is leading things. So the NASDAQ's providing you with opportunities. By the way, NASDAQ just got to Friday's high and tagged that 1462 area. Now, SoFi's rocketing. You're up at like 740. So this is on one. If you go to just come to the daily chart here for a second on SoFi, up at 760 to $8. I think you could run into some resistance. So just took the first exit there as we breached 40. I think 50 is the next logical target out. So I'm going to try and get some out in front of it. Tesla just pulled back in a big way, though. Well, okay, I guess it wasn't that big. Realistically speaking, when it breaks out and goes $3.50, it's still above that breakout price. But Tesla tagged 220, got to 221, and starting to come back in. Can it hold 218 is going to be the question for me. If I like a short, as I was saying before, it's Coinbase. It's up around 66. Nvidia's challenging that 393. That's a stock that you want to be very sure of. If you're playing the short side of it. But this is where it got to last time on Friday, I should say 393, and then into 394 was a good short in the afternoon. That's where I'd like to see a curl. Coinbase, not quite far enough. I guess it's $2 away from where I like resistance.
So AI is taking over the NYSE right now. Like there's definitely something wrong with quotes, and I probably won't even. I'm just going to say
C3 AI looks fine.
I don't know. I don't trust any of these quotes. So I'm just looking at Palantir. I'm looking at Ford. I'm looking at Alibaba. All these names. Like, look, Ford's crossed.
Oh, Ford's
Sana,
ugly.
it's not right. I'll probably just sit in Apple. So there's that. All right, we can look at Microsoft right now as well. I don't want to trade if the quotes are all messed up. So we'll wait to see. And I think that's a reason enough to do that. The NASDAQ names look to be fine, but again, if all these New York names are all quoted all wrong, then the index is going to be wrong as well. So I'm going to wait out on this. Like, what's the ES actually doing if we don't have right quotes on a lot of these names? So let's just stay with it. But there's Microsoft, a nice move up to 3. Yep, for sure. 337.50 right now. Greg just reporting it that there are some problems. So that's 337.50 on Microsoft. Looking to come back here. I even think there was a problem with this too. Right back to 335 right there. An obvious long. We're going to stay here. We're still $1 in the money on this one, so we're going to hit some bangs right now as Tesla does pull back down to 219. So that could be something as well. But yeah, 99 problems and quotes are one right now on that. Here comes AMD again. Again, NASDAQ names look fine, but AMD coming back up to 118. I wrote down here that I'd like to short maybe 119, sort of where we got to before we dropped out there on Friday. Let's go over to Brendo.
NanoX Imaging, huge day on Friday, if you remember. NNOX up another 5% here. Just took out 22 at day highs on heavy volume. This thing's been on an absolute tear since it reported a smaller than expected loss back in May in its latest quarter.
So, just a couple of things here. Alphabet just went green. I think NVIDIA just got to that 94 level, so I'll get back there in a quick second. But Alphabet on Friday rejected 126. That was a pretty big high. I would have loved to see 122. I don't think we're going to. I think that 126 is going to have to be like the Alamo there. SoFi did get up to 750, so we just tagged out there at 747. Creative numbers as always. If we break 750, $8 could be a zone. Let's see how far this one wants to go. I mean, it's been consolidating. It's a gap up, consolidation, breakout style play. NVIDIA just got to that 94 level as we speak. So it's still on the front end, as you can obviously see. It's still screaming to the upside. Want to see a sign of weakness before I would even attempt to get into a short here. I mean, the longs have not been proven wrong at any point so far this morning. I mean, if you want to be patient here, a lot of times you don't want to force trades, but I'm looking at something which, and this is like the umpteenth time in a row, the market is screaming at the open, and Intel again looks a little bit weak. Now, the last time this happened, it was on Friday actually, it broke 31, and I looked to short it on relative weakness down here, stopped out the bottom. I think I would look back to the same kind of idea. If it breaks this and follows through, it's got $1 worth of downside. Down 0.5% into a strong market here. So once again, Intel lagging.
All right, I'm just going to take another piece out. Like I said, I'm not looking at any New York stocks because the quotes are not right, and it's too bad because Palantir is making a real nice move. But right there, Apple just keeps on bouncing here off 60s. We'll take a piece out here at 50 again. So we take one piece at 40, one piece at 50. Now we'll just hold the rest for the rest of the day, honestly, until we see something else here on Apple as we go. So I'm just going to continue to watch this. I'm looking at Tesla as well, but it's again not moving at all. So I don't know. I feel like there's... I don't like this.
My Tesla quote looks messed up, by the way. So
my Tesla quote looks fine. It's just I don't feel like it's trading fine.
I see stickies every now and then on Tesla.
Do you? Okay. I see Tesla fine, but just to go, I agree with you, Neil. I feel like there are some quoting issues, but let's go to Brendan.
NASDAQ as well here, guys. On another platform, I'm actually showing the Qs up only 0.15. Our system showing 0.4. So just be careful. It might be NASDAQ as well. It looks like there are other people on social media reporting the same.
Yeah. I mean, I can see Signal is messing up.
I mean, Sharif just sort of saying there's an issue with Meta as he's watching. So the way I would look at it is when you're in the money in a situation like this, just ride that trade because you don't have to worry about any execution issues. But everything seems fine. When I look at SoFi, that looks okay. Apple looks fine. Meta, I don't know, Meta looks okay to me, but Tesla has been giving me some issues. As I say that, like, do you want to get caught on the front end of something? I probably, you're not even curling anyways on NVIDIA at 394, so it's not as if I would have been shorting it here. You're now blowing through 395. Shorting into a move like this to the upside when you're not really sure about the quotes being good is a bad idea. Because if you watch the quote levitation that's happening on Palantir, it almost feels like it's part of the fuel to the fire, these issues. So I don't know that I'd be stepping in front of anything at this particular moment just yet, unless it's at a great level and things look absolutely fine. Now, that's been true so far of Coinbase. It's a little more thinly traded, but this is starting to slow up. It's gapped down, so the move up still not positive just yet. It can't seem to get to 65 here on Coin. I do like the 66 better, but if we don't get to that 65, I think the short's going to be pretty much on the next dollar. That CJET, I see a few people talking about this one. It is currently halted at 709. Not the time, that's the price, with a 730 indicated open price on CJET. I'll just call it CJET from now on. Yeah, so I mean, it's going to open up in about 3 or 4 minutes or so with a slight move to the upside indicated here at the open. Not a name I was really looking to trade, but certainly on our radars. Now, SoFi having some trouble with 750 is its obvious round number. No size on the offer. I guess it's just stalling out at the next even level.
So we're in a new position here. Again, I'm not trading anything New York until we get that all figured out. So yeah, Palantir might be smoking some crack for sure, but right now there's nothing I can do right now with that. Other than maybe if I was smoking crack, it would look normal. But right now the quotes do not to me. So we are now 40 cents in the money on Tesla trade. We're $1.30 in the money on Apple. So we're just going to go 2 for 2 and say, Sticky Note Nation, the top 2 names on here is the top 2 names that were long, and they're the top 2 names right now. So there goes Apple, nice upside move, still $1.20 in the money on that. And then Tesla, I just want to buy Tesla against this 219. So we know we've fallen back in there a little bit here today. I'm trying to get longer on this. VWAP is right here at 219.50. I feel like Tesla, like I said, all these NASDAQ names to me look fine. Doesn't mean that they are, but you know, right now they're looking fine to me. So right there, 221.30 is the high. I don't even want to take that out. I think as long as the market keeps on ripping up here, we want to stay long Tesla. So we're long Tesla. We're 50 cents in the money there, $1.30 in the money on Apple, and we're just going to stay the course. What's up, Brendan?
An early release here on this, but market higher anyway. U.S. S&P Composite PMI final 54.3 versus 54.5 expected. So coming in a little bit downside at 10, we get the ISM number, guys.
Yes, sir. That's right. Remember, we got that ISM coming through. So a couple of names that just went green on the day, at least one of them. Amazon just went green, rejecting shy of 125. That was Friday resistance in the afternoon. I like the idea of a higher low here getting put in. And then you watch out for yesterday's close, which is coming in pretty quickly. So VWAP, 124.25 is going to be a nice little level if it can catch a bit of a bid. SoFi is through 750, so that's starting to make another push into the upside. And watch out for C3AI. I mean, if you think it bounced off 30.50 again, you'd be right, because it just keeps bouncing off 30.50 over and over and over. It had a reject of 33. I think 35 to 36 is still kind of where you'd start looking for a bit of a fade in a short trade on C3I. But once again, 30.50 on a dime. The quotes are looking okay here, but kind of with Sean, I would hesitate to trade anything. If it's fine for you, that's okay, but I don't want to be shorting anything, especially if the quotes have an issue.
Yeah, we're already up against a higher high right now for Apple. So Apple's already taken out its all-time high here today, and we're in it. So that's going to be pretty good, man. Here it is on the daily for Apple. So it's been obviously a great trade here. There it goes. If I switch over to a weekly chart, here's the Apple high. I mean, this is about as easy as it goes, man. You buy Apple on dips, you buy Microsoft on dips. I actually think you can add Tesla to that as well. And there it is right there. I'm talking about portfolio management here, not even day trading. There's Apple taking out its high right there, 182.72, 183. We're well above that right now. So there we go again, man. We're just going to go 2 for 2 today. We've really changed up our style of trading over the last little while. We're not panicking. We're not getting in and out of stock. We're making sure that we buy the best names. And that's why here on Sticky Note, we have Apple, Tesla, AMD, and Palantir. Unfortunately, Palantir has to go to sleep for me until that quote starts to get a little bit better. But here we go. Let's just wait to see what happens with Tesla. We're now long at 25. We did get a reload, so I feel like we should be getting something out up here if we do come up to 221 again, because 119.50 is where I want to get out. That's VWAP. If we take that teal, then let's get out of that one. The market is trying to pull down a little bit right now, so let's just see if Tesla wants to hold the bid. If it doesn't, that's fine. We can get out of the way of this. Just again, trying to trade the best names, trying to trade the longs here as the market continues its march higher. But we did just bounce off that 14,650 level that we talked about. We sort of looked at a longer time frame there. We are breaking above on the NASDAQ, but there is a lot of room to the downside here as well. So, yeah, let's go.
Speaking of downside,
go ahead, yeah.
The only thing I can find that's breaking low of the day is the one thing. I was just talking about looking for that Coinbase short off of that high, but forget about it. It doesn't want to test it. My quote looks okay on Coinbase, but it just broke the low of the day. So you got relative weakness on coin again. The 50 period, it's not the Alamo for me, but that $60 level has generally been good. A lot of times when it's been on pullbacks, this is the last time we're above, and it kept pulling back into 60 and started holding. So 60 could be a nice little level for it to hold, probably 62 first. I'm going to be looking for short the pop situation there. You're back above 750 SoFi, looking okay. I elected not to grab the NVIDIA short, and NVIDIA got to 395. Almost on a dime and then curled, but it was a little too fast on the way back in, and I wasn't going to cross down to try to go against the grain on this one over in NVIDIA. Intel still hanging in the pocket in terms of its breakdown. Doesn't seem to want to break 31 to the downside just yet, and C3AI is now through 33. I'll double check. I think I paid for locates, but once we get up close to 35 is where I would like to fade it. Starting to look, I don't know, my quotes are starting to look a little bit better. Like Tesla actually looks normal for me right now, so I don't know if they fixed something. But at least Tesla looks okay. It's Palantir that's untradeable. That's the one name that you call it up, you can't even trade that stock as far as I'm concerned. But C3I looks okay. If we get to 35, I'll start looking for that fade trade.
Yeah, the only problem with Tesla is it doesn't want to go up. So, yeah, right now we just keep on bouncing at this 220. Keep on going to 220. Like 220.50. Looks like it's going to break lower here. The market's breaking. See that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's jumping a little bit too much right now. But again, let's just wait to see.
It's still a little funky.
No, so what I think is, I think the quotes are fine on the NASDAQ, but I think because there's so many issues at the NYSE, it seems like that they're not.
You know what it might be?
There's some like index rebalancing and stuff like that that's just not hitting these stocks. So I don't know. There we go. We're just going to get out. So there, Tesla just breaks lower. Obviously, the NASDAQ is breaking. So yeah, this is the problem for me right now. I waited for AMD to get to 119. It got pretty close, man. It got to 118.60 there before eventually failing out. So I'm going to try to go short a little bit here on AMD ahead of 118, giving the idea that we like the 119 short. But let's just start it right now, just in case this continues to make a move down. We want to be short this name as we do take an L. No problem talking about this, man. There's the L in Tesla. It's a 50-cent hit. We were long at 2.0. I'll tell you exactly how much of a hit it was. No, sorry, 70 cents hit there on 70 cents. So 70-cent hit there on Tesla, but there it goes. I'm glad we got out as there it goes, breaking 219. We're going to try to make that back here with this AMD short.
Yeah, so I'm now short. Well, you short AMD. Intel broke 31. So this is almost going to be a rinse and repeat of what happened on Friday, where it had relative weakness all morning long, and it held the bottom. I was short into that low, and then seeing if it could make that break. A bit of a gap fill, I think, could put into play. If we end up getting a downward day, I can't see any way that we don't fill the gap on Intel. So short here, I got 97s. I will look to add to it if we get a retest of the previous pre-market low at 31.10. Otherwise, we're just going to ride this one into the downside. Palantir, sorry, not Palantir. SoFi is still holding up, but it's back beneath that 750 area. So SoFi off that quarter, we took profit in front of 750, it rejected 60s. I'm looking for a higher low here, and then we can try to rinse and repeat that one to set upside. Neil, hang in there with NVIDIA. Well, I'm not in NVIDIA, but I'm not sure what you mean by that because I'm not in position in NVIDIA. Obviously, I was looking for it to be a short. But then decided not to pull the trigger when we had those court issues. And it was screaming through that 95 area. But now seems like it is a decent one. We're into Intel, though. We like that one to the south side. Tesla could still hold the breakout price at 218, but I'll let it get there first. Tesla's at 219, $1 above. I'll let it retest that before I look for another long, look for a long in Tesla. So Intel's a new entry. Wow, it's already starting to make that move into the downside. So pretty big move here on the market on a dip. Going to be patient with dip buys. Same word, patient, looking for the shorts. Going to be patient, looking for some dip buys.
Yeah. Although I know Intel's just that 5 cents right now, but I feel like Intel did good move off that 31, and same way in AMD. We just take 50 cents right there. We'll see if it wants to flush down to the downside. So I think we're both thinking the same thing here, trying to get short some of these chip names. And we just covered twice on AMD. Once at 80 there for 20 cents, and then once at 60, which we're at right now for 40 cents. And then we have lower bids. We also did take another fill here on Apple, just ahead of some key numbers right there. If we take down 182.75, kind of where we started this whole day off at, then we'll get out. So let's just wait to see if Apple wants to hold some of these bottoms right now. If it doesn't, then we're going to get out at 182.50 and then just regroup. We have Apple written down here at 181. So if this move happens to the downside, trust me, we're going to be fine. We're killing AMD right now to the downside. So this is going to be a good trade, hopefully, to the downside. We talked about holding out for a short. We picked on AMD, and that's what it is right now. We spend the money, do the money dance right now on AMD. Hey, man, it's 50 cents in the money. Hopefully you guys have this with me, and if you don't, that's all good. There's going to be lots of opportunities here today. It's a good job that we got out of Tesla, though. I mean, why not, instead of getting out of it, should just punch the short. We always do that. We get out, and then we sort of think about, why didn't we go short? But you have to love that short. So yeah, I don't know.
Guys, in the chat,
trying to be careful with this.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are like, oh, is AI short? Is AI halted? What's going on with the NYSE? It looks like all NYSE stocks that I look at now are messed up. C3 AI was okay 2 minutes ago. Now the quote is, now the level 2 is completely messed up on C3 AI.
Like Palantir is like halted.
Yeah, like it's basically looking like a halt state. So my guess is, now that every stock is kind of looking like it's halted, maybe they're doing some kind of a restart and things will be normal in a second. So you'll probably only see us trading NASDAQ names. I think that's what you want to do in a situation like this. Just be a little bit cautious when trading it. I'm not trading any New York stocks, so I'd be cautious if you happen to be in one. There is a bounce at that 218 on Tesla. That's the problem with trying to catch the back end of it. Sometimes it bounces and it's a little bit too much. So I don't want to chase it a full dollar here, but there's a bounce off that breakout price at 218. I'll look for a retracement to jump back into this one as well. So kind of stuck to the NASDAQ ones is frustrating because you have some big movers on the New York side, but Tesla bouncing nicely off 18s here.
Okay, we're also back. We talked about getting into Apple off that bottom, so let's just see if it wants to work. Obviously, we have a good trade here in Apple. We just bought that 75. We talked about getting out 50s. So now that it's 1-to-1 at least, we're going to take a piece out here on Apple. Just keep getting it out. It's 1-to-1 now. We talked about having quote issues. I do have another fill here at VWAP, which is at VWAP's at 10. We'll take it right now then. You know, just to get a piece out at 05, 06, if we can do that. Actually, we'll put it at 10 right there right away. Then we have another one at 15. So here we go, man. Oh yeah, Stream Deck not working again. So shout out to everybody there who's working on Stream Deck for us.
Mine is
not working. We did get another piece out of AMD as well as that started to make a move up because you know what? We have way more shares in Apple than we do in AMD right now. So let's just continue to work out that Apple trade. We'll get another piece out on AMD. I mean, if AMD wants to continue to fall down, fine. We'll sit on some more bids here at 70 and whatnot, but definitely making that money right now on Apple. Long 77 and just took some more pieces out right there. So hopefully we can get it out. So there it is right now. Nope. We'll keep going. But right now, Apple upside, AMD downside is what I'm rocking with.
Yeah, and I'm still with the same two. With SoFi Intel, obviously Tesla made that bit of a bounce. I'll look for it to come back in here. But watch out this C-Jet. So, I mean, I don't know. So I just heard Sharif say something about it being back.
It looks better, much better.
It looks better, but this C-Jet, by the way, the one that halted, opened up, just rejected an $8 breakout and starting to come back in here. So you always want to see it hold that halt price. That's about 710. If it can hold the line there, I think it looks pretty juicy for a bit of a secondary bounce. Okay, I mean, C3i looks okay. Yeah,
it's much better now.
Yeah, I mean, C3i looks pretty good. So I think C3i, I was looking at that 33 and 35 zone. 35 could come into play. That should mean Palantir is tradable. Oh, yeah, Palantir is absolutely fine. Palantir back at $15. Oh, man, that's a chase. But you got the high of last week sitting at 15.20. Sorry, 15.23. So I think that quarter break is going to be in play. It's frustrating because you know we like this. Down around that 14.20 bid, and now we're looking at chasing a 15.20 break, $1 higher. That's Palantir for you.
Yeah, and here's AMD as well, man. Good short on that one as that's come way back in now into the 40s. So we're actually, I can't believe how right we are here. That doesn't happen often. Long Apple, which has been working like a charm, and then the short AMD. Like finally, I stick with this sticky note right here. Long Apple, short AMD, it's all over it, and it is absolutely working, like amazingly working actually right now. And I'm surprised at how well that is working as these names continue to make a move down. Hey guys, let's just take 70 damn cents right now on this one. Spin the money one more time. There's a 70-cent winner for you on AMD. Meanwhile, we're 70 cents in the money on Apple. So one long, one short, and Print City happening over here. So So, hey, man, so far so good. We really like this movement. Good out on AMD, good out on Apple. Let's just see if it continues to work. There's our AMD out right there at 35. Bouncing up to 55. Let's go Apple. Let's make this dream come true, baby. Let's go back up to 183.75 or 183.75. Wow, I can't believe I'm saying that. That would be fantastic if we can get that going. Another 70-cent winner for Apple. And now AMD, we just took 70 cents, but it's coming all the way back up. So let's just... We already have our trades, man. This is what it's all about. We did, obviously, Tesla's right back to where we got out, but this was a hit on Tesla. Hit. Made that move back down to 218. I wasn't thinking about buying it down there, but if you were, good job on that one. We're just going to stick with the Apple long, which is now 80 cents in the money and ripping, and AMD is tanking as well. So, man, this is a great day for trade here today.
Yeah, it's actually been... I mean, like, you can't really complain. The levels have been holding very nicely.
This has been the best.
Palantir, what the heck, Palantir? Okay. I have a bad wick on Palantir.
Look at AMD.
I don't know if I can trust that. But anyways, I'm going to go to Intel for a quick second because we just bounced off 3080. So 31, it just bounced 3079. That was Friday's low as well. So it's pretty much made the entire move. I did take some out in front of Friday's low. Now looking for a consolidation down here that breaks a flat bottom. Okay, now it's starting to break to the downside. There hasn't been a consolidation just yet. So we're in full gap fill mode. If we fill the gap, that's $30 even that we could see. But it was Palantir I was just mentioning. Okay, no, it's only on one of my charts. This one seems fine. Palantir now breaking out that 15.25 from last week. Oh my goodness, it's in squeeze zone. I didn't put an auto break in because I didn't have a stop order to go auto long. I'll try and grab it if it pulls back and gives me anything tight to that 15.25. I do not want to hold it past that 15 Friday high though if I get that long. So let's go to Brennan for happening now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They've just unveiled a cutting-edge trading suite, optimized, newly upgraded algorithms and unmatched market signal and pattern detection. Use a QR code below for a 35% discount. Shout out to Chart Prime, bringing you happening now. Let's get a quick look at how the futures are setting up. I was just waiting for this number to come through as well, but oh, there it is. Finally did populate. 50.3 versus 52.4. So a little bit late there, but 50.3 on the ISM number, but first 52.4, so two in a row downside. Market kind of chopping around here. We noticed a little bit of weakness right out of the gate from the Russell 2000 specifically, 0.75 to the downside. The composite 0.25, NASDAQ 100, 0.35 to the upside, 0.33. Meanwhile, for the S&P 500, a few things we were discussing if you joined us pre-market this morning. Yeah, Apple all-time highs ahead of WWDC going to kick off at 1 p.m. with the keynote coming through this afternoon. PanW and Palantir also on watch. The CJET, former SPAC, day one trading under its own or new symbol, China Auto, I think it was. I'll double check on that. But CJET, guys, a huge move to the upside, former SPAC on day one. And just read a note on AMC, heavier than usual volume to the upside. Not really doing much, but the new Spider-Man movie beating expectations over the weekend, guys.
Oh, I heard good things about that. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the Sony product, but yeah, I heard good things about that. I love that. I love the animated one. It was fantastic if you never got a chance to see the first. So the second one looking good. Tesla did come back into that 218, bounced off 218. I was able to get it on a bit of a bounce here at 49s. I don't know where the position board went. So anyways, I got it at 49s, took some out in front of 19s, 219 even. It's starting to get a bit of a rejection at that 220. If it can't hold that 220, we'll have to look to get some out on a lower high here. But strong move in Tesla. It did briefly hold above $1 in the money. I might look to exit this one. Tesla's not as strong as everything else here. So if it rejects 220 again, I might have to get out on this little bounce play on Tesla. PLTR, or Palantir, I should say, Palantir starting to come back in. It got that break of the high, that 15.25 from last week. As I was saying before, I do not want this getting back underneath that 15 area. Going to look for a dip, and if it can bounce off 15 even, that's the only place I would look to add, specifically that price. SoFi holding fort. And okay, well, I like to get out of Tesla because it shows weakness at that 220 level. and we'll just ring the register there. Again, just looking for that 218 dip buy, and we're saying, can it hold? Like when it was up here, 220, I like, can it hold that breakout price? It did once. We took the lower high bounce. Now we'll see if it can hold VWAP and start stair-stepping to the upside. So wait around for Tesla to come back in. It looks like it's going to be good for us there. And C3AI was the other name that we're looking for, and some weakness. Unfortunately, for me, the opportunity to short it, it hasn't really gotten back up to that 33 level to be available for a short. I mean, well, I can short it any price I want. It's just I'm only shorting it off that high currently. Brendo?
Or to upside, as we saw GM downside, not only are they investing heavily in EV currently, they just said they're going to invest $1 billion into their Flint, Michigan plant for the next generation of heavy-duty trucks, which everyone knows how popular those are in the U.S. But downside here, day lows, in fact, for GM.
All right. All right, we'll have to look at that story right there. I mean, we're just, as you noticed, we had one trade there on Tesla that was wrong. Other than that, man, like everything else is doing pretty darn well. We just took a big trade there on Apple. Apple went right back to day's high again there on that move. So I don't know, like we got out at 183.60, sorry, 183.66, 68, something like that, right there as we bought. Good buy, good dip buy there. Good opportunity to do that. And then we didn't get that ultimate flush on AMD, but we did get 117.10. It did go down to 116.80. I'm thinking about reloading it here, but I'd rather get closer to 118 where we are right now. I mean, if this market wants to go, then we don't want to be short AMD, but we do have that top there of 118 flat, and then we want to make sure that we watch out for 119. I mean, that's the ultimate area of concern for me there with Tesla, right? For AMD, of course. And then there's the Tesla trade. We got out once it broke out 119.50, which was a good trade because we would have had to hold that a lot more against us. But for right now, it is making that move down right now. Sorry, back up is Tesla, and that sucks that we got out of it. But I still do like that name coming through. Maybe we'll have to pick up something around the bottom, which we didn't do a very good job of the last time. So we got out of it there first time. That's Tesla. And then, of course, Palantir. I mean, I wanted the short early, but that didn't happen, so a good thing it didn't. But we would have been able to watch it, of course, as it went. But for right now, there goes Palantir, breaking up again through 1540. That's probably a great long if we take out 1540. So let's pay attention to Tesla on that level, or sorry, Palantir on that level, as it wants to just go higher and higher and higher. And for the long-term account, it's nice. We like that. We bought some at $7 and $8 to average into our 921 IPO, which it was not. It was a direct listed price there. Plus, we have bought some more at 14, 15 as well. So I'm going to find out what my average price is on Palantir, but so far so good here as it continues to rip up. And then I don't know what to say about Apple. I mean, it just keeps on bouncing here, so let's just keep reloading any kind of a dip. We got nervous there because, again, the number came out. We were near that 10 o'clock number. Then all of a sudden, nice little bounce up to the upside right there. We took a piece out, but I don't know. We still want to get short some of these names. Looking for more shorts. You just have Intel, but I feel like I want to get something else because we're bouncing off the 1640 level again.
I wanted Coin, but Coin it only cranked downside. I didn't want to short the bottom on that one. And I want C3AI, but that's a bit of a squeeze play, so you got to get the right price.
What's Meta doing?
I mean, Google is super strong here. It's like, I look for shorts, and then the first thing I'm going to talk about is a stock that's breaking out potentially. 127 was the high last week. It was a pre-market high. We're pretty much there right now. I could see Google making a run and a potential breakout there. Yes, I don't know if this is going to be the one, to be honest, that I want to short. You were just saying Meta. Well, I heard you say Meta. I know Meta. I know I like Meta off of Friday's tops. That 270, it was like 274.75 or something like that, up into 275. So that goes another $1, and that's a fadeable level, at least in my opinion. Turper in the chat
Google
just saying
right
short
there.
Affirm. Why are we short? Well, Affirm is having another squeeze type day. I'll just stay.
Do it.
No, but Affirm has been really strong lately. So I don't know that this is a pretty strong trending stock to the upside right now. And it's not at a level like, yes, I said this last week, if Affirm gets to $20 or close to $20, I think that's where you're looking for the short. It's above the 50, it's been trending higher. I don't think you just rush to short this name. I think that's a little bit crazy. Google's the one giving you a level right now. And every time we've seen a huge resistance level on one of these big cap names at an even dollar, when there's been size there, it's been an available short. So 127 on Alphabet with a really, really hard stop at the even kind of makes some sense to me. Palantir is about to get to that 1540 level. So I don't know, if it doesn't break 1540, I think taking some out's going to make some sense. Yeah, but this Google 127, I mean, if you're short 90, 95, it's really risk to reward not all that bad. It just has to get there first.
All right. Yeah, so I mean, I like that Google trade. We already talked about that. But the trade of the day has to be Apple as we just continue to break higher and higher and higher right now. Into the 90s again. So let's put an offer at 88. There it is. We get filled up on there. No problem at 88. So there's another one for us on Apple. Again, one in right here. I mean, you guys can see where we're in on Apple. We're in right here, and then we're in right here. So, you know, some good longs there for Apple on these dip buys. And there it goes. Right up to the upside as well there. So, you know, keep taking it, keep taking it, and keep taking it. And then there, look at that reload there. We talked about this again. I mean, I don't know what else we can do, but that's a pretty awesome trade there as we get our bear claws out for AMD. And again, just following the rules. It's really that simple. Had an epiphany over the weekend. If I'm going to do all this work on the sticky note, I might as well at least follow it, right? So right there, it's a nice move there for the sticky note. Nice move for everybody enjoying this AMD short. And it just, we liked it so much, we doubled it up right there. 2 shorts coming into play right there. So hopefully AMD can break lower, and that will be that. And then there's another out again for Apple at the high side. So yeah, it just keeps on. We talk about how much we love this job, and every day I just keep loving it more and more. So there's another move to the downside right now for this. I just feel like you can play like an educated game at the casino right now. You know, have your ins, have your outs, and just keep hitting them, man. And here it goes again. We're at the highest spot we're at all day right now, and it just continues to be that way. So let's see if we can't keep the momentum going here, just following our rules, man. AMD short, Apple long, and it's Bank City. And the bank is open. So I don't know if Wembanyama is going to be like Tim Duncan and hit some of those bank shots.
That's not his game.
I know that's not his game. His game is just everything else, apparently. And we'll wait to see here what's going on with the market. But right here, Apple and AMD, keep the party going, man. And Tesla, too. 220.40 right now for Tesla. That was a long that we got out of, but I still do like that. A little choppy right here for Tesla as I look at it. So although it's 10.10 right now, I'd like to get into something a little more serious. But we've already made our day already on Apple and AMD. So let's just make sure that we stay strong and get into some good positions. And I think we've got 2 great ones here.
Yeah, and one I might be getting out of. The short in Intel, you're now down 2.5% on the stock. However, pull up the daily, it's at the 50 period. So this is a pretty big zone for it. The last time it got here, to the upside, it rejected 30.50, now pulling back. If it makes a bounce, I'm going to trail out at this price. I think the gap can still fill in. I just finished that egg, and by the way, that hot sauce is delicious. So I look at that 30 level, and this 30.50 is the 50 period, and if we get a trail out there, fair enough. But once it broke 31, this is what we wanted on Friday. It didn't follow through. Now you're getting that follow through. So if we don't get a break of this 30.50, I'm going to trail out just above that 60 level. Otherwise, look for a re-entry point underneath and then play down into 30. It's been pretty clean so far. Palantir has been it's a chase above this breakout because you're through Friday's high. You're past that 14.20. You broke out. Like there's like multiple longs that were better while we were having those quote issues, unfortunately for Palantir. But it just made I'm going to take that bit. It just made another rejection of the high. It got another 5 cents and then pulls back. So holding a consolidation above 15, 10, that'll be the next step for me on Palantir. And then going back over to SoFi, sort of a similar story, although it's starting to form a nice level here at 740. So if it can continue to do that, we got that quarter break. I'll look for it to hold VWAP, and then we can start engaging back into some SoFi. It's been arrows up for a few names that are just going up and holding highs and all that good stuff. But if you pop over it, you got to have more. It's so good.
Well, I didn't finish the egg yet. So.
Yeah, that hot sauce is tasty. I'm going to be putting, I don't know what we have for lunch, but I'm going to steal something because I can't put that on the salad, obviously. But the NASDAQ here is right back to Friday's highs and trying to go, whereas the ES wicked the top and is showing a little bit more weakness. So you're right back into the consolidation on the ES. So we're seeing, once again, a little bit of a divergence between the two, a little relative strength over there in the NASDAQ compared to the ES. The quote issues, I think they've abated at this point, so I think you're safely trading just about anything. Man, there's no consolidation to be had on this Intel to be able to grab that short. And I was saying about Coinbase, I mean, Coinbase is trying to pop now, so I suppose I can start looking for a VWAP retracement, but you had to be short into the up move on that name. No end in sight to the fallen coin here. Down 4% already into an up market.
All right, so Apple's at 184. I mean, we're now $1.30 in the money, and we've reloaded this thing twice, 3 times, once, twice, 3 times. So we're getting pretty light right now. Let's just get it out again right here at 183, and then just see what happens. Hopefully it does. Well, you know what? I have 5% left. We just took out 3 times up here, twice, up here for everything. So we had about 30% left. We took it all out. Now we're just holding one last piece in Apple just to see. I actually want to take a 34 break as well. 184 break as well on Apple. That's what we want, and we're going to take that if it does come through. But right now, look at this. AMD starting to come back to the downside as well. This is all good, man. This has been this is one of my best trading days in a long time. We haven't been wrong on anything. Tesla hurt, but that didn't. Wrong on Tesla, but didn't hurt. We didn't have that many shares. We're trading less shares early, more shares late as our strategies start to develop in. And I mean, there it is right there. We'll sit here, we'll hold the trophy up, and hopefully we can continue to make good trades. And that's all that matters right now. It doesn't, you want to make good trades. Like, look at this, what's happening right now. Look at AMD just continuously falling again. We've only picked one name short today, AMD. We've only picked one name long, Apple. We only have one other trade other than that, and that's this, in and out quickly on Tesla. But look what's happening to Tesla right now. You're actually starting to break lower on this name as the market's pulling back quite aggressively. I actually like this short. If we can get a short into Tesla against that 220, I actually don't mind that. Let me try to get back into a short now for Tesla. AMD's been a great trade. Let's just see if Tesla comes back up into 119 or so. We'll get a short against this. Just too much barcoding up here at 220.50. Let's see if we can get that. Nice little retracement back up for AMD. I'm going to leave that. And then, of course, we've already talked about the damage that we've done on Apple. So, if there's something else, let's check out Disney quickly. We did talk about that earlier. Yeah, it's still bouncing off 90. It's down today. Again, a lot of quote issues early. You can see just restarted the quotes right there. And since then, it's been pretty smooth. So we can maybe watch for a 90 take there on Disney, but VWAP is a lot higher on that one. So, you're up here at 90.60. So that's probably not going to be a trade for me. A winner last week, there we go. AMD's finally retracing back down, which is great. We should have got SoFi.pk, not pink sheets yet. We're going to have to wait for that. But right now, I don't think SoFi is going anywhere near there.
No chance.
No chance.
Okay, well, I shouldn't say no chance.
Yeah. This is a $7 stock.
No.
Remember, SVB was 300. So we'll 730 right here. SoFi breaking lower. I actually don't mind a short off 750, 760 right now. The market's trying to break lower. I think I'm going to try a SoFi short right now. Tesla's tanking, by the way.
I've just trailed out of my intel, but let's go to Brendan here. We got a bit of a story from Brendan.
Still looking for any kind of catalyst on this, but nice day so far for Microvision, little LiDAR company. Basically day highs, back to 525 here, up 7. Look at the daily chart on this, just straight to the upside, 2 to 5.25 now for MVIS.
Actually, last week, I should give some shout-outs because a few people in the chat were talking about MVIS as a nice play there, so respect to that one. I got out of SoFi at that 750 last. I'm just looking for the pullback. Do we hold the breakout price? As far as the structure of the break, this was a 720 to 725 break. I ended up taking the 25 here, so can it start to hold back in there? And it's going to hold the break even or not? I did get trailed out of Intel when it hit the 50 period on the daily. I would like to see it bounce and make a bit of a fade trade on said bounce, if there even is one. And then Coinbase, my goodness, it might just only go down today. There hasn't been a green candle on my 15-minute, so the first 3 are going to be all red. I thought maybe you would bounce off Friday's low and then be able to short it back into 63, but this doesn't even seem to want to do anything. I'm glad we got in and out of Tesla pretty clean there. It bounced, and again, let it bounce and then take the long, but we scalped it to 220 when there was that lower high. You probably should have looked at that lower high and shorted it, but to me, it was an exit out of the long and not really a long level itself. By the way, Google, we're talking about that even 127. As I go over to Intel, what do you think Google did? Like right at the moment that I was moving over to Intel to make a cover and put a stop order in, it went to 127.00 and just pulled back. So 127 is good on Alphabet, but it is one of the stronger names there. It's still putting in higher lows as we speak.
I feel like AMD is definitely doing, oh, we just got stopped out on AMD as it's definitely doing something right here. Let's go over to AMD quickly. It is ripping right now like crazy. So I don't know what that's all about. I'm going to go try to, oh, don't tell me we got stopped out there. Well, we got stopped out, but let's just wait to see what happens now as we go back into this short. Look at this huge move up there for AMD. No idea what's up with that, but it feels like something. AMD, huge move. We're going to have to watch out for 119.50, I guess, at this point, because there it goes. We just got stopped out. Just going to wait. Whoops, we don't need the ellipse on. Just going to wait to see what's going on. There it goes. Still nice move upside. We're just going to wait for 120 now here. What is this level? 119.75. AMD, nice move up. Was not expecting that right there. But what? And also, huge, not huge move, but a nice move down on SoFi. Let's see if we can get some 30 prints. We just took 5 cents or so here at 34. Let's see if it continues to make a move down. We have double the short there. But yeah, that was a pretty nasty move there for AMD. Let's see what's up with that as it continues to make a higher high here on AMD. So yeah, we're short again this name, but in trouble if this doesn't hold. So I don't know what's going on right now. Short AMD 06s. So we can make it back, but that was a pretty aggressive move, giving it to about that 119.50 mark. I think that was about the high there on that move. So yeah, 119.40. We got out on a 119 break. So right there, 119.30 or so was the high. Interesting, pretty interesting move there, considering the market didn't do a whole heck of a lot on AMD, but maybe the short is wrong on this name. Let's give it to that high about 119.50 here for AMD.
I just quickly checked. I did a quick Twitter scan. I didn't see anything on it. Nvidia is still holding the bottom end of its channel, so it feels like it's just Nvidia that's going. Sorry, AMD that's going on its own. I was just in and out of Palantir on a bit of a dip, and I think too early. In terms of trying to buy a dip on Palantir. It's just when you're chasing it 15, 25 and it can't get past 50, I think letting it get back to the 15 area, show a consolidation, we'll be a little bit more patient with it there. Again, this is like on top of each other. I get a reload and I take it out for like a 2-cent hit because I think it's way too early to be buying the dip over in that name. As I was mentioning, Google's still looking pretty darn strong. Trying to hold VWAP here. That 127 is going to look pretty solid. For us to grab a little bit of a short, and Intel now consolidating as well.
Oh, AMD, like.
AMD was weird. I don't know what was up with that. Marvell was making moves as well, but I mean, like AMD seems to be on its own. Like Marvell's only going down, Intel's only going down, NVIDIA's at the bottom of the channel. So I'm not sure what's going on with AMD. Marvell's down 4%, by the way. So that's getting quadoomed.
Oh, yeah, we're going to make a lot of money back here on AMD. We're going to make it back more than we lost. So that's all good on that one. But there's Apple. Apple also having a little bit of a problem. We're going to hold it against this VWAP. We've just been getting some out. Excuse me. As we're long right now, 183.36 right now for the upside. So we're going to wait to see what does happen here with Apple. I don't know. It's getting close to me getting out. We do have a trigger out here at 183.20. If it does drop down too much lower than that, then we're going to get out of that. And here it is, man. This is what we're talking about. Let's go, AMD. You thought, well, you did get me, so there's no doubt about that. Ripped up through 119 there, but look what's happening now. AMD falling in again. We just got some 60s out, and there we go. Nice little move backside again here for Apple. So there goes Apple right back up through 183.50 on once again another reload. So hey, this can really work for us. Oh, we did get a nice, oops, SoFi. We did get a nice SoFi fill there at 30. So let's see if that wants to continue to work as now the future's starting to bump back up. So it'll hurt our AMD position, but be well for our Apple. Let's just wait to see. I'm going to get one more piece out here of AMD in the 80s. There it is. And now let's just wait out for a 119.50 for AMD. Definitely puzzling me on that move to the upside there. We're still going to stay net short on this and look for some more. I did. Are you still? Yeah, Palantir. Good trade.
I just jumped back into Palantir.
Oh, it's 15.06 now. Okay.
Yeah, I reloaded it, and then we're bouncing off that 15. So it's like the first trade good. The second time trying to catch the bounce, maybe not so much. We'll see. I mean, it bounced once off 15. If it holds a second time, I think we're okay. Meta is now churning. It's past 274, so that 275 looks like it might come into play. Just the same way Google went to 127. We'll look at Meta 275 as the same thing, looking for the short off of that top. And then it's going to be all about that top. I showed you guys what Marvell was doing. It's ridiculously weak, along with the other chip names. Coming back over to NVIDIA, still holding the bottom of the channel. I'll watch this for a breakout. If the market can if the NASDAQ can take the high and NVIDIA can try to go through VWAP breakout, that's at 391. I still want to be looking net short in Intel. It trailed me out when it broke the consolidation at the 50 period, but it's still holding the bottom end of the range. This might see me re-enter this trade with a stop at 60, where maybe it should have been in the first place.
All right. Thanks, Fabian. I'll get that going in a minute. All right, Apple, I mean, let's just take some more out here at 60s. If we can get it again, upside here at 60, 61, 62, 63. Let's see if we continue to make an upside move here for Apple on this play. So far, so good on that one. And by the way, so far we get another one right there at 30, and then there goes AMD. We have this one, bang out AMD right now, as there comes the tank. That's too bad that it just ran us, man. We got run there by about 20 cents, but we got back in and not understanding what was up with that play. So there it is, man. We're back into this name here. And let's check out what Tesla's doing. Wow, 217.30. Nice move down to 216. We definitely like all these plays, man. SoFi, AMD, Apple, they're all just making some more cash. So far, so good right now. And it's Brendan over at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, small cap brought to you by Hughes, stock ticker HUIZ. Smart insurance solutions for new generation consumers. Hughes improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20.2% year-over-year reduction in operating expenses and a healthy improvement in gross margin to almost 40%. Check out their 23 Q1 earnings report. Scan that QR code bottom right. Right now, let's go. Ton of little ones moving around right now. Forza, if you remember. Sharif and I were talking about this morning. I remember actually trading this IPO when it first came out. This is that electric boat maker that came out, I want to say the middle of last year, Forza X1. They had a couple of positive analyst notes on them this morning. The CFO also resigning, still up more than 100%. The bigger story, 1.5 million share float on FRZA. There is a short percent there as well. This one, CJet, was a former SPAC. First day trading under its new ticker for CJet this morning, getting all kinds of attention on a low float move as well. Timber Pharmaceuticals, nice move to the upside on positive data coming back from one of their treatments they released this morning. It has kind of faded that initially, just stalled out at 260 once again for Timber. And Evax teaming up with Merck. They announced that one of their treatments, along with Merck, going to be positive as far as results for phase 1 lung cancer trial for Evax, guys.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, just no. I was going to talk about SoFi is kind of bouncing around, but we did get a nice move down in AMD. So that's just another one there for us as we go. So that's so far so good there for AMD as it makes a move to the downside. Palantir, Disney, Q's, Microsoft, Win. I'm just trying to find some names that maybe Win's not doing much.
Oh, never. Okay.
It was.
I thought maybe it was
it broke through $100, so that was another one to the downside for Win today. It started off a little bit north of 100, and then nice little move down. Was just indicated because we broke through that level, but that's what I mean. It was an older name there for us. I still say we just watch out for AMD, and hopefully that comes down to the downside, and then we'll just work it from there. So right now, Win downside, AMD downside. I'm going to put some bids at 118 flat here for AMD. It's too bad, man. We could have made well, whatever. It's coulda, woulda, shoulda, as it always is. But here we go. Let's go. Why did that tank, man? We talked about that. No idea why that went ripped up like that there on AMD. It's a good thing we sort of looked for some news, didn't find anything, knew we wanted to stay net short this name. So we got right back into it, right at the spot that we got stopped out. But again, kind of hurt to give back some of that cash. So that sucks, but here we go. Nice downside move. Let's get out another one here on AMD and continue to make that money.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. As long as, look, if there had been news, something breaking the high and bucking the trend of every other name in its space, maybe it'll continue, but it has not. Unfortunately, Palantir is going to be the dog for me. We didn't have to chase a move, but given when the quotes started making sense, the only longs were a little bit high. I bounced off of 15 and VWAP once, was able to get some 10 to 20, and then just reloaded at the 5 mark. So can it hold underneath VWAP? At this point, it's giving the under 15. I'm going to give it to 95, and this is going to be like that last stand until it retests much lower. I'd be looking at 1450 for the next level down. Here comes Meta. We missed out on Google at 127. Don't want to miss a shot at the high on Meta here at 275. It did breach 275 on Friday very, very briefly at the open. So maybe that round number is going to matter a little bit instead of a lot, but I like that even dollar level the same way I like that 127 on Meta, and we're going to take our shot shorting it if it does get up there. We're still consolidating lower on Intel. I chuckle because I probably should just be back into this on this consolidation. 30.50 is a 50 period on the daily. It can't seem to get above 55. So if I want to risk that 5, I guess I have to get in anywhere like 48 to 49 on any kind of a push back into the upside there. Yeah, Palantir, it's a frustrating one because it didn't trade at the level we liked on Friday, and then we ended up chasing it anyways, and sometimes you don't want to do that. Tesla, I was one and done in Tesla. It just wicked the bottom, 217 here, and it's trying to hold up, but this is a pretty weak-looking chart right now. I mean, Tesla, I like the story on Tesla. I like what's been going on in the daily chart, but it's a rejective 220 and then a couple of lower highs and a breakdown. It's going to have to give me some more convincing that the long is going to be in. SoFi is doing a decent consolidation above the breakout price, but it's got to hold this and break higher. If it holds and breaks higher, that's where I'll look for the reload, but the play was a breakout that just failed at 750. So I'll hold on a piece for the dream because it's in the money, but no point reloading just yet.
I don't think it's been a slow day, but hit the like button if you can, 1.1K, because Kat's going to tell you to do it right now.
Like and subscribe today.
All right, plus, guys, we've got 8 cents in the money here on SoFi as that's continuing to go down. Plus, look at this AMD, guys.
Another one.
There it is. It's another one.
Another one.
So right there, DJ Collins in the building one more time. It's a little too long. It's too long. Why isn't it not stopping?
Why is it black and white?
Right now? So we'll slap a fail on that. It does not stop.
Because
right
he
there.
doesn't
So
stop.
there it is. Yeah, it's because we won't stop. That's why, man. There it is. So there's another one for us on AMD. And then just like DJ Collins said, it's another one right now with Apple because we just got out at 78. So let's see if it holds it now. Let's see. Another one. There we go. Let's see. Another one again. Nah, it doesn't keep going. All right, we'll slap a fail on that. Is it Brenda? What do we need?
Crypto
update. Let's go.
Interesting headline we're just reading through here as far as Binance is concerned, guys. Maybe in an effort to appease some regulators in the U.S., talking about a replacement for CEO at the company to maybe smooth over some waters that have been, as we've all heard, very, very choppy over the past couple of months. But that coming out this morning, this Richard Tang, who is actually a former regulator, being considered apparently for the CEO position at Binance. Overall, though, a little bit negative to the downside as far as crypto is concerned right now. 1.5, 1.6 for Bitcoin. I mean, we're just back to the support once again, 26.5 to 27. We've been stuck in this range between 28 at the top, 26.5 at the bottom for the past couple of weeks for BTC. As I mentioned, 1.6, 1.9 for Ethereum. Meanwhile, 1865 coming back into play. A little bit of a back and forth game on this board so far today, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, I mean, it's back and forth for crypto, but it's only down for Coinbase. So that tells you sometimes when things go sideways, Coinbase goes down, and then if things go up, then maybe Coinbase can find a benefit there. It's now into the break of Friday's low. There hasn't even been a bounce. I did want to short any pop in this name, but the longer it holds down here, even to any bounce in the market, the more I likely am just going to have to get a little bit more aggressive and just take a shot in the bottom end of the range and give it a relatively tight stop. So it just wicked 62.20. I think I'll look for a 62 entry with that quarter to 30 area as a bit of an out. That's be short in the bottom end of the range here, which usually means tight stop, and you need the gap fill for it to end up working out. But that's where we're sitting because the market does want to show. I mean, the Intel did the same thing. Like Intel kind of held the low and then eventually broke. I think the same thing could happen. But you're breaking highs in the overall market, and Coinbase is showing you the relative weakness. So that's the name that I want. If it's going to be relatively weak, we're going to go for that. I just got into it for the first time here today. But there's that NASDAQ making a bit of a break to set upside. I'm into the short at the even. As I said, I want to get out if it breaks this consolidation here at the bottom on coin. Palantir is still break even at this point. So we got that last dip buy off VWAP. It's trying to hold at 15 pretty decently. But until we get back past 15.20, it's hard to get terribly excited about this, this long. It's been a decent consolidation, but as the market goes, I want this breaking highs. There's still a lot of room to go on Palantir before I think it's on the daily is short. Oh, goodness. Let me just get my trade ideas out here because this daily chart doesn't want to load here. So Palantir in the midst of a pretty big break. You got to go all the way back to my weekly chart and then pull up like $19, $20 before you get a major resistance level. So I've been looking net longs in Palantir, despite the fact that that 1550 has held today.
All right. Yeah, we're just doing the same old dance, man. I mean, we can keep on doing this DJ Khaled thing. We're going to get that fixed out. But there it is right now. It's another one for AMD. It keeps on going to the downside. Cannot believe we got stopped out there, but we pushed it right back in. And now obviously positive there on AMD and hella positive on Apple. As look at this move. It just went to 184 again. I'm going to put an offer at 95 again for this. Look how many reloads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So again, we had that reloaded, but either way, man, we're cooking with the good shit right now on Apple. And so far, so good, man. We're pretty much at, well, we are at days high for myself right now after making that money back there on AMD and still going. Let's check out Shopify maybe. Is there any names that you guys want us to look at? I know, Neil, we've just sort of all trading all these big cap stocks now. All right, Shopify coming into play right now. Looking like, this is why, man, looking like it wants to break out again here for Shopify. 58.20, 58.50. Looking like it wants to take that out, especially if this market goes. So right now it's barcode central on the market, but look at Shopify looking to break this 58.50 level. It's broken it, but looking to hold the break and go a little bit further on this move. I mean, VWAP's all the way down at 58.20. That's was held, but not too smooth right down there. Nice little bottoms. This is just a 5-minute chart for Shopify. Would still like to see it go. Maybe it's too sleepy right now to do anything. So, we're on the right names here. Yeah, DJ Khaled right now to the downside. Yeah. We'll try not to get sued. Spies have been at this, I don't know, who knows, since major previous resistance. Yeah, we've sort of talked about that on the NASDAQ right now, right here. It's kind of like 186, 14,650 right here or so coming into play for NASDAQ. So we made that like wick high, 16,450. This is just a 30-minute chart, so we've already taken out this high that goes back to the second. And then now we're just trying to hold this basically 14,600 is what we're trying to hold right now on the NASDAQ. So, we're still above there. We're just kind of barcoding. That is that level right here, 14,600. So you see we've held it. It's right where VWAP is. So I like long here, which is why we're long Apple. And I actually want to break Apple long as well. So if Apple takes down 84, I want to be there for that break. So yeah, that's what I'm working with. AMD, obviously we just got some out there at 18 again, but this is a short that I like. Maybe we'll take another piece out. We do have a lot of shares on this name, so we'll take another piece out here at 15. There it is, just to make sure we capture some more profits on that one. And SoFi, of course, the other name that we're working with, looking to go lower. I'm going to wait for this 200 period. Let's put a bid at 20, and then that's 15, 16 where we really think it can go. So I'm going to put another bid around that 20 mark. AMD is getting out of that a bunch of times, and we'll just wait for lower lows there on AMD. Like, honestly, next out is VWAP down here. No more getting out of AMD, because if it goes lower, we want to make sure we have something on board. It's 10:36, so time's going on.
Time is flying when you're having fun. 3 things to get to. 1, down to Sky. Neil Roberts, how much you said your average in long-term account for Palantir? I don't own shares of Palantir in my personal account. I have been trading it the last couple of days. So just to, I mean, if I said that, then it was an accident. I don't think I did say that. I think I've made some trades on it as a day trade the last couple of days, and I'm in it right now, but I don't own it in my long term. So in breakdown just now in Intel, we grabbed the short, the reload underneath 50, got some 48s, it just broke down, got back into 35. So the second part of the gap fill is on, headed down toward that $30 level where it got last week. So 31 break, got halfway. Now we're looking for the other half of that move. The other one that we're getting, and we're going to ring register on once we get, oh my goodness, I should have. Well, whatever. It hasn't printed 61.50 just yet, but we got that short off the bottom in Coinbase and then reloaded that one. So let's see what happens. Well, not reload. What the heck was that? Jump into the sell. Okay, well, we sold Coinbase off that 62 level, but I didn't get the fill down there in front of 50, of course. Like, put the bid, don't get the fill. I was sitting there waiting at like 55, and it bounces right off of like 56. But that secondary push in Coinbase now happening as the market goes up, by the way. The market's going to the upside as we're getting these shorts paid.
Yeah, because Apple blasted right there. So we got 184. Our script failed, so I don't know. But I had just to punch long there at 12s. And there it goes, Apple mooning to the upside right now. We're long at 184.12. Yeah, all-time high was long time. Now we just continue to go upside here on Apple. Let's just see if it goes. I do expect a little bit of a pullback, to be honest with you. We saw this last week with NVIDIA taking down 400. We saw Apple taking down 180 and a similar pullback into that name as well. But here it comes. If it pulls back, fine. We don't have a heavy amount of shares because, look, fool me once, right? Okay, AMD is not fooling anybody right now, as that one just keeps getting woodshedded down to the downside right now after some kind of a move up. Like, I don't know what that was about, but let's just put a bid there. I was waiting at 80. Doesn't look like we wanted to get 80 because it went to 81, of course, and then bounced. So there we go. Give me those 85s. We missed those 85s. Let's see if we can get that. Here comes Apple on a pullback down. We've made so much money on this that this doesn't really matter right now. So let's just wait for it. I mean, it matters. We never want to lose. But I think Apple down here to 188.40 or so, kind of where we dip bought it last time, could be a dip buy opportunity. I'm going to hold out on this. Just hold what we have now and see if Apple wants to continue to work one way or the other. If it doesn't hold, then we get out, and that's fine. We wanted to definitely have something long 184. So once we missed the long, we just bought a little bit of it here at 12. So not a panic spot by any stretch of the imagination here for Apple. Let's just hold out and see where we go on this name. Apple right now, we're still long, looking to get longer, but just got to find out where. I'm thinking like first period right here, 183.70 or so for Apple, reload into the long.
Yes, sir. And Sharif might have been thinking about the all-time high, the one that it made in the pre-market that day, which was 83. It's well above that right now. Sometimes people look at that as a line on the chart, and it matters. So that's what I think it could be. It's definitely powering up more than Palantir. Palantir is just only giving you now that 15 to 15.20 level. So it's still strong. It needs to break this 15.20, get back to the high. But as long as it holds here, I'm going to look for the longs in front of that 95, get the low 15, and then scalp it to the 15.20. And then if it breaks higher, fantastic. We did end up getting the fill on Coinbase. Just had to step up a little bit in front of the 60 level. So we got 62s. And it never rounded and gave over fills past the quarter mark into this previous high. So this is still going to be valid. If we pop back in here to 62.25, I'd still look for a reload on Coinbase in front of 62.5. And I don't know where it could go, but $60 has been a pretty big support level as long as we've been trading this name. I did take another reload on Intel there. I don't want to look at gift horse in the mouth. It is not flushing off 30.50 the way that it fell off of 31. Much slower move, and the market is trading higher. Even if this name has been down, straight down, do not stop, go, all that good stuff, you're still looking at a green market with a NASDAQ trying to hold a higher low here and trending to the upside. So with all that, make sure you pay yourself out in the short, even though it's been straight down. Let's go to Brendan for Sector Watch to see what's going on that isn't tech.
Pretty 50-50 on this board right now. Half and half means, yeah, not doing much here. 0.03 in positive territory for the overall S&P 500. Top left today is going to be tech. EPAM Systems reported in the pre-market this morning, down huge on light volume, it's worth noting, but they missed forecast, a bit of a problem for them as well. Semiconductors under some pressure, but it's Intel really 2.5. The rest not as bad. Micron 1.7, as we've seen some of the clean energy names actually trying to go green right now. ENPH, FSLR back to the upside currently also. That's Apple, tough to see there, but yeah, 1.5 ahead of what's to come at 1 o'clock this afternoon. All-time highs right out of the gate this morning. MSI 1.2 to the upside as well, offsetting the rest, which are, as we said, pretty negative. Industrials downside this morning as well, along with the banks. Some of these regional banks getting hit once again after a bit of a bounce of the last 2 days of last week with those potential new regulations coming through for what they need as far as liquidity is concerned. CME notably strong there, 1.15 to the upside. Consumer discretionary healthcare, utilities, material stocks notably strong on the day. We did see initial strength for energy back to the upside, but we're basically back to session lows for some of these after that move down on that OPEC headline this morning, guys.
Right.
Yeah,
OPEC, right.
Well, Oxy's beneath $60, so maybe Uncle Warren's going to get busy again.
Yes.
But it's still up on the day, oddly enough. Like Oxy, it rejects the 50 period. This is why you wait for You need to see confirmation of a breakout. Like it was at the 50 period, it broke 61, and there was no volume, no sustained volume above it, so the breakout really not valid on there. It was really the only level I was looking at. I suppose it would have been a short at that key price level, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I was looking for the short at any point in that name. Like I said, I got the fill in coin a little bit there, but I just saw in the chat Ames say that NEO is going crazy, so that made me think $8 NEO, and $8. Really? Seriously? Come on, daily chart. Never mind. So breaking out of the high of the day, getting pretty close to that 8. Maybe my 15 will be able to show you. There we go. Yeah, so if you look on Friday, here's the $8 level. I was looking for the break pretty much all morning long. That is now back invalid. So thank you very much, Ames, because this was not on my radar. I should have had an alert set for this one. Just another reason, action across the board. All across the board here, you've got great longs. Apple's been good. Breakouts over in SoFi, breakouts over there in Palantir if you're able to catch it. And then we're moving to the downside on the chip names because they've been weak. So all we ask you to do is hit the like, hit the subscribe, grow this community so we can have more people like Ames showing us ideas that we can all capture right here. So I'm going to put my order in for that 8 break on NEO.
Yeah, thank you to Ames for sure, and thank you to everybody that has subscribed to the Sticky Note. It's completely 100% free. You're looking for some trade ideas, we have the watch list that goes out every single day, and you have the Sticky Note right here with Apple long, Tesla long, AMD short, Palantir as well, all on the Sticky Note, all with some explanations, and much more than that right here. So go definitely check that out. I know I have a lot of notifications. I'll get to all those after we are done this show. And of course, we have a new host coming through today. Parsa is going to be on from 12 to 12:30. So we're really excited to have Parsa come on today and show what he's got and some of his trade ideas for you. So new style of trading. Let's go see how Parsa wants to trade today. And again, has been on the show before and was a fan of the show, watched it, now working here with everybody in the back. So as a prop trader, so get some, oh, the DJ call it is working. Okay, let's see.
Another one. Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Nope.
I can't hear it.
Oh, yes, there it is. Okay, that's okay. I can hear it a little bit. It says another one, another one, another one, and another one. So thank you for that one right there. That's all fixed up. So, yeah, SoFi is giving us the same trade, not another one. It's the same one. 740 right there. Just got a piece out. Keeps on dipping down. We'll see what we can do on that there for SoFi. AMD made a move back upside as well. And here goes Apple. So just for a little bit of a talk on Apple. What, Tesla? Oh, okay, I'm into Tesla short. Okay, wow, everything's blasting right now. Just a little talk on Apple. We got something out at 85 there because the highest it went up was 30 cents. We're long at 12. I thought we would take 15-cent hit there. Sorry, about a 30-cent hit on 20%, excuse me, with the position, that we have the same trade out again if it comes up to 30 again to take a piece out. So we're just trying to go flat on this last break, then hold for that bigger move. So let's see if Apple can get to 30, and then we'll go from there. It didn't touch any levels that we were wanting to. I have a bid at 50. We didn't get that long there on Apple. We bid 55. It goes as low as 65. So that's okay. Here goes Apple right back up to the upside. But let's talk about Tesla now, because this kind of came in there and didn't really realize I still had an offer there. We wanted Tesla around here. That's the VWAP trade back down there near 219. But of course, VWAP has now changed on us a little bit here on Tesla. So it already took that at 219 flat. So let's give Tesla a little bit more room, but it is looking like it wants to take this out. 219.50 break right there. So I don't know. We could go 0 for 2 here on Tesla. I like the short into this. That's too high up, 220.50. Yeah, let's just hold this short right now against 220 for Tesla. It hasn't been over. It's been strong, but it did have a dip down. Apple carrying the day right now, man. I mean, this is going to be another one right there if we can get it. Keeps on bouncing off this 28. I don't really know why it's doing that. So I'm going to put an offer right here at like 27. Not much difference between 27 and 30. So we'll take a fill there just to sort of get out of this, put us back to flat on this punch, and then we'll wait from there. But it did just bounce around that 184.25 level there. I don't know why. So let's see what's happening right there. It was the high last time. Looks like it was the high again, and we missed it. So we're waiting at 30. It bounces around 28. Let's see if this one will turn out to be a winner for us.
There you go. And wait, Apple long?
Apple long, yep.
I wasn't sure if it was the Apple long. I mean, but Apple long's been the good one. It's late to the party on Palantir. If you're tuning in late, There was no chance that any of us were going to be able to get longs off the bottom on Palantir, given the issues that the NYSE had, so we can blame them for their system issues. It's getting back to that high, but it's already rejected 1545 once. If it does so again, I'll look to get out of this trade, re-enter into VWAP, or just take a breakout at 1550. But it has been working. Let's go to Brendan. What do you got, bud?
Day high alert here for NIO on decent volume, guys, trying to get back towards that $8 mark. If you go to a daily chart, it looks like absolutely nothing, but pretty good day so far for NIO. Not seeing any reason.
NIO doesn't need a reason to go up. It's going up because it's not Faraday. That's why, because they don't charge $300,000 for their vehicle. I don't know why it's going, but strong move. I like the $8 level. Last time I didn't take it short on Friday at $8. I feel like that's because it happened so early in the day. If I see a big level there, I'll probably be short 98 or 99 or something like that going into it, give it that 2 cents worth. But I do like the breakout on NIO at that particular price. And let's see if we get there. Coin is now making another press up. So Intel holding the bottom. Palantir said already getting back up to the top. But Coinbase bounced off that 61.5 and is heading right back into this 62 area. So I want the fill to reload, but it's got to be over 62. Give me 62.25, something on that in that area in front of 62.5 where we got to last time. I have not made a reload overall. And by the way, just to finish the thought on Coinbase. If we do fall, $60 is the Alamo. At least I think so. So I'd be getting out of this at $60 no matter what. SoFi just came back in, and I've now got my trailing stop underneath it. This is we're waiting for the breakout level to be tested. It just made the test, so I'm going to give it right underneath there. That's a 720, and look to re-enter the trade here at that quarter mark.
Well, we missed that. Okay. Just an update. I know there's a lot of you trading Tesla. I'm going to go short against that 220 marker. So we're short. We have enough shares now. We tried to wait for 75s. The most it went to was 60s there. So we did have to take a 60 fill. Hopefully this will fall back down for us. I'm bidding, like I was just bidding 21s. I just saw it stop at 23. Sometimes this is why, like now you can understand why traders put orders in the dark, because, you know, like it comes in, sees a lit order and then stops half the time. Right there, we did get a fill at 21, so that's good. Now we're going to wait for 219 lower. The reason why I take it 21, it's only 25 cent hit victory there, because we had some wins here on the long that we didn't take. So let's make sure that we can celebrate Tesla right now, hopefully to that downside. And then right here too, AMD's falling a little bit more. We'll put a bid here at 06. Hopefully we can get that fill right now. Apple doesn't really want to give us anything topside right now. There goes hopefully Tesla to the down. So let's get out some Apple if we can now. It doesn't look like it really wants to work, but Tesla does. So we're going to make back, hopefully, knock on wood, everything here on Tesla. We don't know yet if it can come in. We're bidding 219 flat. It just bounced again off 219 flat. I thought we got the fill. We didn't. But what we did get the fill on is SoFi down here at 25.50 there. So that was a good fill there on SoFi. Only 10 minutes left. Oh, man, that's crazy. What did Tesla go down to? Tesla only went down to, 10s there? Okay, let's put a bid at 10. I'm going to cancel my O2 and just put a bid around 10 because I just want to get a piece out. We do have an oversized, not oversized, but we have 3 fills here for Tesla. So I'm just worried about these wick tops. I'm going to get out at 220, but I feel like I'm going to regret it because, you know, some of these tops up here, I just don't want to hold it that far to be wrong on it. So, yeah, that's Tesla right now, hoping for a downside move as Brendan's ready for Money Talks.
Bit of a reversal underway so far, guys, for the dollar. This morning, we did see a whole bunch of strength. We're seeing the same thing happening with yields right now as well. So DXY on a daily chart here, you can see we got all the way back to 104.5 almost at the highs there and have since gone red on the day. So now down 0.04, 103.9. Initial strength coming on the back of the fact that it looks like these debt ceiling issues are behind us, or it would appear anyways, for the next coming days, weeks at least. We'll focus now on what is to come next Wednesday. The Fed meeting coming up, obviously, next Wednesday. We'll see if we get a pause. We'll see if we get another quarter point. Still pushing about 50-50. If you go out to July, quarter point hike between now and the July meeting. So still more to come, obviously, as far as the dollar is concerned. Euro back to the upside with that reversal in. The USD, Canadian dollar downside 74.3. Pound under a little bit of pressure today as well, 0.3 back to 124. Trying to hold on to, in fact, 124 right now. More green bottom end of this board, as you can see outside of both Bitcoin and Ethereum, still chopping around at session lows, guys.
Session lows for some crypto, but I mean, it's not nearly as bad as coin. It's testing back around that bottom, but I just got into Google. Google just got back up to 127. That's been a hard line for Google today. It is breaking out on multiple time frames, but if you remember last week, when it got above 125, it was 127 in the pre-market that it got to. This is the only reason I like the level. It's a strong stock. You can see it's trending up, higher lows, holding view up. Everything about it has been trending to the upside. But off that 127, I do want to be short first. So I shorted 75 when it started to curl lower highs, and I got some up there 1-to-1. I want to be getting more in front of 127 because I think that's, the even dollar is a level to sort of, I guess not go all in, but like 95 to evens is where you really want that short on any kind of even dollar level. So that continues to work to the downside. I was mentioning there on Palantir at that high of the day, it is trying to go. So if it doesn't break 50 here, if it doesn't fail break at 50, I'm going to trail this back into like that 40 area. But it is making a run at that 1550. Arrows up for Palantir. This stock has been essentially like ringing the register. Like it's gap up, consolidate, breakout, consolidate, breakout, consolidate, breakout until what, 20 bucks? I don't know, but 19 to 20 on the daily is where you would think this move would stop. So every time there's a consolidation to be had or a dip buy, I think it's just worth taking the shot here. So we grabbed the 15 long, probably scalped too much out there, but that 20 level was looking like a strong resistance, and then we'll see if we can hold this 1550 break. Only about 300,000 shares on the offer, which is nothing for Palantir. The day it had a huge bid or offer, I want to say it was like, was it 8 million shares? It was huge. If I see that at 16, different story. Then you're looking for a short at like 98 or 99. Has to get there first.
All right, Tesla took out 220 there. We got stopped out, but I did push back in a little bit because we did talk about this 220.60 area as possibly holding. Again, the futures, Sharif was just mentioning here too, 4,300 as well on the ES coming into play again. So we'll have to watch out for that 4,300 level possibly being something there on the ES right now. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Obviously, it's been a nice positive day for us here. But Tesla's the only red stock. We have a red name today, and we'll hit fail on Tesla because, yep, it is a red stock in my portfolio. We'll give it another go at some point. Just got to get it, let it go up to that 220.50 area and see what happens there. So that's going to be an area of concern for me on Tesla. And then SoFi, we did get a good out there at 25. So far, so good on that one. And then Apple's still having a hard time at these highs. So I want to wait around for it, see if we could do something with Tesla right now. But other than that, with Apple, but I don't even have that offer anymore here at 184.30. Hopefully we can take that out and then just continue to go from there. So that's sort of the play here on Apple, letting it go, seeing if we can take out the high again. We haven't made any mistakes. Well, we did take a small bid through 184 flat. That's now in the money, but as you guys can see, we got some out for flat, then we got some out for a little bit of a hit there when that happened, right there at 85, and then right there again at 08. So hopefully we can get a climb up here for Apple and hold the rest of this into, not the close, but into that announcement, 1 o'clock when we have WWDC starting out again. And I don't necessarily think, people are going to be shorting it or going long based on the price. I don't really think like that's going to matter. So let's just hold on to it. We have our out, especially if we take VWAP down here at 183.50. That's going to be our out for Apple, so I just want to hold it until then. 183.50 is our out for Apple. So until you see that, I'm going to be in it. And then we're really light on AMD as it's coming back up again. Like when the market's rallying like this, we started the day down, and now the NASDAQ is easily up. And really, besides the first maybe half hour there, when the NASDAQ couldn't figure it, or the New York couldn't figure itself out, it definitely has really figured itself out and only going upside right now. So, yeah, man, the longs paying duty today. Good longs on Tesla, good longs on Apple, AMD trying to make its way back up as well. But, of course, we have the earnings board to look at here.
I didn't even think there was. That's Prad's play. There you go. Shout out to Prad because looking at this list, unless you're really into jam, we have Smuckers sitting in our fridge for strawberry jam, which is weird because my in-laws make a bunch of like jams that they give us, and we still have jars of it. And even my wife has every now and then made some with what we have in our garden. It's like, why do we even buy Smuckers? But GitLab, I don't know much about them, but maybe we should get Prad to give us a rundown at some point on GitLab tomorrow morning. I don't see anything that interesting this week unless you do there, Sean.
Yeah, GitLab near 52-week lows, so we'll have to watch out.
Is it really?
Yeah, we'll have to watch out for that as well. Yeah, it should be
Buy the dip?
a relatively boring earnings board, but that's okay because everything else seems to be rocking right now, including Palantir might as well be like earnings every day on that name. And right now we have Apple, AMD, SoFi, and Tesla. So yeah, so far so good. Thank you for watching. Again, you're going to have Parsa come on between 12 and 12:30 to join Sharif. Neil's going to take it over from 11 to 12, and then we'll figure that out after that. But the NASDAQ just keeps on going, man. Now 0.62 and taking out new highs as we go. So just be very, very careful with all of your shorts. We're doing that, man. We're doing that with AMD. We know we have 119 coming into play as well on that play. So we're going to get out if it takes that high one more time right there. But let's try to get it again and then watch out for that high of 119.30 right there right now. Okay. I don't really feel bad, but here comes Tesla back down in. It sucks that we always get stopped out when we have more shares, but we're willing to hold this to 219. So let's put a bid real low here. Not real low, but we'll try to take $1 on this one down to 219. There we are. We're at 219.20 right now. Go, go. Oh, yes, sir. There it is right there, spinning some money with only a minute left as we take 80 cents there on Tesla, bringing that net back to life here with that trade. So good job on that hold. SoFi still back down in now, 10 cents in the money, 11 cents in the money on that one. And good out for us there on Tesla as we took a piece at 20s. We saw it immediately get to the downside, so we're there to take it out. If the market goes to the downside, it seems like Tesla definitely wants to join that party. So far, so good on all that. It's 10:59. Thanks again for watching. How many likes do we have? 1.3K. Good enough. 7,000 watching. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do that.
Yes, sir. Very, very quickly do that. And I'm just going to give a brief update, then I got to get out of here and join Sharif. It is 11 o'clock. I got that last reload on SoFi. It wicked that breakout price of 25, held 21s. I got 26. It just played the resistance there. So the first 7 cents is it's roughly 1-to-1. I got another offer in front of VWAP, so I'm looking to hold on to this. I also got a reload in Coinbase. Going to tighten things up on this trend down. I don't think holding the 62.50 is going to make sense. You're a little bit low here on Coinbase. So I got to reload at 62 even. I do want to cover some if it gets to that 61.50 again, but I'm going to have a much tighter stop this time through, as that one, while working, you're getting a little bottom heavy. And then, Intel's been sliding the whole way. If there's a short that I'm concerned with, it should be the one trending to the upside. And Google, 127 to me is going to be that little bit of an Alamo, but I'm going to not reload while I'm switching from one to the other. So I'm not going to be sitting on the offer in front of 127 until I'm logged in over there. I'm going to head over and join Sharif, so see you on the flip side.
All right, I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls. I want to thank Fabian. I want to thank Alfredo. I want to thank Mark, Rob, everybody that's been doing a great job here today. Thanks to Kat. Thanks to Prad, who's been helping the guys out as well there today. So without any further ado, I think he's ready to rock and roll. He's giving me the thumbs up. You boys ready over there? All right, let's go. Then it's the midday show. Thanks for watching. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. And thank you to everybody on the stream as well. I'll see you back soon. But right now it's going to be Neil and Sharif. Let's go to the midday. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading. Rules with 8% max trading drawdown on all new accounts. Check them out. Use the code TTV for Search Trader. What a morning it has been on these markets. All right, so 2 trades for me. Let's get to them. 1 on Apple, 1 on the future. You gotta love the future. All right, so let's get to the 1 on Apple because that came first temporally. We're already there, bro. Temporally? I just started. All right, guys, no, joking aside, the trade on Apple was obvious. We knew it was strong going into the pre-market as a result of the conference coming up. that we expect a number of new announcements on, the most notable of which is the VR headset. Just a question of exactly what it's going to encompass and how much it's going to cost. And a new MacBook Pro, apparently a bigger one. MacBook Air, excuse me. So this one, I waited for the breakout. It went red to green right before the bell, the opening range there. Took it as it broke through the pre-market top, the local high. Scalped out for a buck and change, 2 outs on Apple. That was the idea. I mean, obviously I could have held this one into the day. It's been strong. It's been up and to the right. You've had multiple opportunities. Maybe here the 50 period on the 1 minute chart presented several opportunities. Now, the trade on the future, much more nuanced. Yes, this one actually took more planning. So let's bring in this chart here. Let's bring in the ES chart, and then we're going to bring in the little label. All right, so this one, here's Friday's close, 42.88. I'm like, all right. We're obviously weaker on the ES, but I like this level for a possible hold. But I wasn't married to the level. I said to myself, look, you got to give it within a range. So I like the low, 42.80, and Friday's close, 42.88 for a range buy. I wasn't going to just have a resting order here. That was not the idea. The idea was to see how it traded first and foremost at 42.88, which was Friday's close. It kept getting bought up. And so on the third 5-minute candle that we closed above that close, I got in at 88s. I rode it through 97s into 97.25. I was looking for 10 points, ended up getting 9, which is fine because it is relatively weak. Relative to what, you ask? Well, the NQ. NQ up 0.55, ES up 0.17. You could have done this entire thing that I just did with 42.88 on the ES. You could have done that same thing at 14.6 on the NQ. Much the same way. Traded much the same way on the NQ at 14.6 as it did at 42.88 on the ES. And that, in hindsight, would have been the better trade because of the relative strength of the NQ. And because I was going long, that should have been the trade. So, I'm still learning how to simultaneously watch these bad boys. And sometimes there are certain levels that, correspond, even though they may not be trading similarly. There seem to be corresponding levels. So, good trade on the futures. Very happy this morning. 2 for 2, green on the day, and looking for more. Now, what is presenting itself? That's the next question here. So, looking at big tech. Let's bring in the big tech boys. I'll bring in the big tech boys chart over here. Let me just bring in the names so that you guys can follow along. We're going to look at big tech and see what's relatively strong, weak, and where the plays could be as Neil sets up, baby. He's here. He's ready. He's in studio, and he's ready to go. Shout out to Neil.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, let's fix that. Last one up there. I should have done this before. Sorry, guys. All right, Google near day's highs already. Oh, now you could say a double top is a brew, possibly here. Yeah, sure. 126.99. Yeah, I'm playing around.
Is a brew?
It's brewing, right? 126.99. Eh?
Is a brew?
It's just a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's not actually meant like for real. Like people know, quirky.
Is a brew.
126.99, the high of day on Google. Let's maximize the chart over here. Now, if you're looking for a double top, I mean, obviously you're against the trend. I'd look for a 126 breakdown before I would secure that short. But
it's short at the top.
Yeah,
live a little.
Live a little. Live on the edge, baby.
No, I mean, you got to take the trade sets up because you had this conversation with Max last week about Apple 180.
Yes, sir.
If you're looking for the scalp trade, the short was Apple 180. If you're looking for the big, you want to hold it, $1, $2 move, then the play was to wait for either a good dip buy or to take a breakout and hope that it goes to 81, 82, 83. You got to stay in your lane. And for anyone scalp trading, it was a good. It was a good scalp trade. I mean, the level break, if you reverse, like I reversed into the long, that sucked. If you only play the short, it was fine.
I gotcha. No, I agree with that. All right, simultaneously, I've had my eye on the West Texas Intermediate Futures, WTI. We saw over the weekend a big announcement come in vis-a-vis OPEC Plus and Saudi Arabia with respect to upcoming cuts, and that's had markets move. Now, oil is down from where it gapped up. When my chart started here at Yesterday, I believe it opened up at 6. 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock, I believe, Chicago time. I believe the opening print was 75.06 or 75. And yeah, now we are trending down. 72.5 is where we're at now with a lower bias, to be honest, dude. Maybe into 72. We saw how oil bounced off very nicely last week off 67, a double bottom. It's a local low on WTI, on the CL contract. I'm using this is the continuous contract, by the way, guys. Let me just show you that 67 bounce here. Yeah, there you go. You don't have a closing print, near that 67. You don't have a closing print actually at all. These ones, you got to go back to March for that 67 holding out again on the CL contract. What's the morning been like? Obviously, I know for those just joining us, they may want to be apprised of what you've been up to.
Oh, just give me 2 seconds.
Sorry. Yeah, I just figured. I don't know why I assumed you were done.
I just had one
just
issue with my chart just now.
Yeah, no worries. Come to my chart here. Let's look at the ES real quick because the NQ is curling back in towards highs. 14,671. That's a high on the NQ. 43.04 and a quarter, the high on the ES. We're not there yet. We haven't gotten a 43 touch since this peak over here. That was around 10 a.m.
Okay. So, now I should be.
You're good to go. I
should be good to go, except for one of my charts. Yeah, one of my charts looks like they kind of went kaput, but I can still show you this. Coinbase was the last thing that we got into. It did make the wick high, rolling back over. It just tagged 61
Go to
even.
his chart, guys.
So we've been, cut my chart for a quick second. There we go. So we're taking that 62 short off Coinbase. It is making that flush. It's down 61. We got some out at that low of the day. We'll try and rinse and repeat that action. I don't know what happened to my daily on coin, but there's my 15. This is the next level. If it breaks 61, I think we look for that $60 even level there. But the next exit makes a heck of a lot of sense here at that 61 if it can hold on. I am still short Alphabet though. So I mean, like 127 is obviously the level. We did grab it a little bit, I want to say a little bit early because it put in this lower high here at 126.75. That worked for about 20 cents or so. And then we're looking for VWAP here, which is really only like 70 pennies risk to reward. So if it gets to 127, I only want to reload this if it's at 127. Let's try and get that perfect price if we can. Palantir, we're still in the long side of said PLTR. That one just continues to churn, man. Like it's frustrating if and only because Palantir it gave you the long at the open. That's the best way to think about it. But we had that quote issue. Like it was breaking from that 1420. That's the level we like. So it was available to go long on a breakout, giving it to 1420. But the quotes were nonsense, and it just made a top wick here. My trail is underneath here as we're looking for a 16 level on Palantir. It continues to be arrows up for them. Congratulations, anybody, if you happen to grab this one at the open. But we had some issues trading, and I'm still in Intel, but I don't really see any re-entry points in that one just yet.
Right now, actually.
I just hit Intel, hit enter, and it was flipping to it. Then it went back to Palantir. That's strange. Yeah, but back at the low of the day on Intel, I would have been reloading here. Kind of 50s, like at 50s into 55. We had the first 31 short. We trailed out of that in front of 50. We got back in the consolidation. But now it's a 25-cent range downside instead of a 50-cent range on the 31 break. So things tightening up a little bit here as Coinbase continues to flush.
Downward we go. Yeah, I got to get those on my board too. I really like those. All right, guys. We're dancing at 42.98. That's kind of been a local top here on the ES as we find a bit of resistance in front of 4,300. Here was my thinking. I'm like, okay, I know that the ES has definitely been relatively weak as compared to the NQ as of late because of tech strength. But I'm like, okay, it's going to be a good day for energy, so we're going to get that little oomph in the ES that we haven't gotten lately. It's been dragged down by like banks and energy and the other factors that are not involved in the NQ. Or not as heavily weighted, I should say. So we haven't really seen that. But I like the fact that we're really holding at nearer highs. We keep testing 42.98, meaning, you're probably accumulating for a 4,300 break. All the while, the NQ, it's back at highs. So some accumulation here to be had. Meta, here comes 275 on Meta.
I know.
275 incoming on our friend. Oh, here it is.
I know you don't like to scalp.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for
What
a
would you-
rejection off here?
What
Quick?
would you have to see? Well, what would make you scalp a level like that? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, look, I have no aversion to setting up a mechanical trade. I enter, say, at 98s or 99s. I give myself to 11s, 75, 11 pennies, 12 pennies, and try to ride it down to $1 or something. I have no problem. It's just not my main thing to look at. But you're right.
I'll say this though, that 75 level does not exactly have a lot on it. It's only
No, I don't see much.
20,000 shares on the offer. It did just hit 75 on a dime, however. So I mean, I don't know. When you look at a risk of 10 cents,
Yeah, 10, 11,
yeah,
12
you're
pennies.
not really risking a heck of a lot
No.
when you think about it. And it's starting to curl. Like I'm already seeing some deceleration up here on Meta. So I'm going to see if I can't get into it.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
curling.
grabbed some. I just grabbed some at 90, and we'll see if we can get some like 95 or something. This is not. It's not looking like Apple 180 or Palantir.
No.
What,
No,
you know what? I can like Palantir's come so far that I don't even. It was 15 on Palantir. That was the level. I was gonna say
Okay.
I was like, didn't even remember. It was $15 on Palantir. That was that big one. But Apple 180, very different. There was
What
a
is
lot of
the-
size, relatively speaking, on the offers. But I'm taking the short now. I'll try to add some if I can get tighter.
There it
to,
is.
to set 275 level over there. Oh yeah, and I did not go over SoFi. Just SoFi double bottomed as I was transitioning over. Well, I mean higher low double bottom. I got the reload the first time, but I didn't reload because I wasn't sitting here, but now I am. So I'll look to see if I can get the bounce off 720. This is giving it up. Sometimes the breakout play is just only a breakout, and since it reversed, you've seen a flat bottom break. It's got one shallow bounce. If it can do it again, great. But if this, third time at this level is going to have to be a charm here, we have to give up the SoFi long. The trend is great on the daily chart. Whoops, that's right, my daily crash. I'll have to reload that. The trend is great on this one, but right now we're retesting that break of last week's high.
Very similar to what's happening on Meta is happening out on Google. Up, it's actually even stronger on the day percentage-wise.
Meta gone.
Here it is. Meta's
That was
in. So I believe it did cross. I saw
It broke.
O2s. Okay, good. It did break.
I got
didn't
it.
look at the tape, but I was looking at the book. Here it comes back again. I saw O's on the ask here. But what's happening on Meta is happening on Google. Google up 1.8%. We have a 126.99 high. Again, we talked about this possible double top on Google, but again, that's a counter trend trade, and that's not my type of trade. I want to go with the trend. Sure, you can scalp. There's going to be volatility off the level, but old man heart can't handle. So I'm going to have to look for the more calm trade here, and that's going to be with the trend. Where we can get in, we'll have to wait and see. So
Old man heart?
Old man heart.
I'm going to go out on a limb and take a wild guess and say that of all the people on the show, like maybe your heart relative to age is better than the rest of us.
It's okay.
You don't think so? By the way, I'm in and out of Meta. That was pretty fast.
Okay.
So I grabbed the short. You saw me get 90s, and then I said I would add to it if it gates to the mid 90s. I did get a fill, a quick fill up there at 95. It then wicked the top. I got out. You can see it start to work. Sometimes that'll happen where if you give it an extra like 10 cents or whatnot, it's going to work out for you. I told you it was going to be an even level, and that was going to be it. Similar thing happened in Google there, but I did not reload Alphabet. There was nothing. Now, the offer at 127 wasn't really much of an offer. So I got out of that one. We got 1-to-1 on the first, and then we held out thinking I might reload this, but I ended up not reloading as we took that Meta. So it breaks out. It'll be flat. And the first loss of the day ends up being on Meta, but we'll be flat on Google because we got some profit. If this can hold above 127, I think a breakout could be incoming, but I need to see volume. I need to see how it participates at this level instead of just an automatic reversal through the high of the day there on Google. But a strong move to the upside. I go because I know some people were sniffing this one out to the long side early. That was a great trade, obviously. I had muted success on the short. I think you had to be short the 127 the first time. The first time it gets to the level is almost always better than trying to catch it the second time through, and that played out here.
While these other big cappers break out, there's another story developing here that also has to be talked about on Apple. There's clearly a seller at these tops. Look how rangy it is, and the range seems to repeat over and over. Oops. Bring that back into focus. There we go. So it's about 184 bottom, 1/4 top. You're encountering a seller basically every time around there. That's going back the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. But yeah, we got to talk about this. Meta going, there it is, through the $0.25. Google going to 12s. Amazon also on the way up, 125.75, a high. So looking to take 126. It was a big 125 break, and then 125.5 break on Amazon. Give you multiple opportunities. 184 holding on Apple. Microsoft, not much to talk about there. Tesla, it's holding at VWAP. This one could get going at any minute, but at the moment, it's not the one that's we're going to focus on. Big break up there for Meta, 275.57, Neil, the high.
And it's not alone because, strength is coming into the market. The NASDAQ's right back at the high of the day. The ES trailing a little bit, but I just got trailed out on Coinbase. That last push up, it did break back above 61, so this has been like an even dollar kind of play with 62s into the half, into 61. And once it held at last week's Thursday's support level, that's where I put the trail in. There might be a bit of a play if we get back into that 62 to jump back into the trade, but I'm not going to sit there forcing it. I was very, very late to the move in Coinbase. I would have loved it up at 65, didn't get it. Then when it came back, that 63 pre-market low, it gave you that entry. I didn't get that either, and so I'm getting it literally $2 later. So I'm going to get out of Dodge there on Coinbase. Like, take the money and run. I did not grab... I didn't reverse in Meta, and it's like, oh my goodness. Didn't reverse this one, buy the high of the day. You're now at 275.50. It's weird because this morning when we were coming in here, let me center myself a little bit better. We were talking about how if there was a big move, I'm not saying there's going to be a move on Apple on the VR, but if Meta had got a dip, like if Meta was dipping too hard at 1 o'clock when they announced the Apple VR headset, I thought there'd be a buying opportunity on Meta. So I was, in the back of my mind, I was hoping Meta would be a little bit weak today so that I could take advantage of that dip buy. Instead, Meta opened weak and reversed instantly.
Exactly.
So that might throw that trade out the window.
What we were
because
talking
if it starts
about.
dipping, if it dips at 1 o'clock on that news, it's going to be dipping from high.
Exactly. And the reason we're making that connection, guys, is because of the VR release, the VR headset, release. We're talking about them being in direct competition with Meta. So, if you were still, of the mindset that Meta's success depended on the metaverse, you'd see an inflection on that. But, lately that hasn't been the thing, obviously. Especially not 2023.
They're happy they're getting away from that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like the market's like, oh, really? You're pivoting from the metaverse into AI and you're cutting costs? And it's been good. That's what the market's been happy with.
The market punished Meta last year, and they sent Zuckerberg a clear message, and he responded this year with, really lots of layoffs. But I was hearing, like, obviously anecdotal. This is all anecdotal, but it comes to you anyway. There were just teams that were so big, the people in the teams didn't really know what their job was to do. And then the team leaders, it seemed to be a competition between team leaders as to who could amass the biggest team, despite the fact that there was really no objective. No, it got out of hand, people were saying. So there was a lot of bloat apparently in the company. And
But there was a lot of bloat in Silicon Valley in general.
I guess you're right, yeah.
Because there was if you think about like the arms race that was quality talent, at some point like the big names were just gobbling everybody up so that their competitors couldn't have it.
Exactly.
And now you're now seeing a little bit of that the other way. Like people are leaving Google and going to other places. And it is what it is. Like, so you'll be able to snatch up talent. So you're going to hear a lot of, oh, so-and-so small firm got this person from there. Like, if you were listening to The Compound, Kathy was talking about how Zoom just got some people from Google. I'm like, okay, that's great.
And that's like the name of that game, right? I mean, that's all about like the headhunting and that industry. Yeah. I want to get something. Yeah, the market. Let me just get to a question here. It's addressed to you and I, and it's been, I think, a new viewer here, put in the chat multiple times. Let me just see if I can find it. There it is. Val Storino, Sharif Neal. What's the difference? What is the difference from trading VWAP or an MA? So essentially, they're both indicators. One's a moving average, and one is essentially the average, the median over a certain time period. So if you have like a 14-day, it's the average price over the 14-day. If it's a 14-minute, it's over the 14-minute, right? So that's what you're doing now. There's the difference between the simple and the exponentially weighted. The exponentially weighted gives precedence to the more recent price action. Right. So if you use the MA, your distinguishing feature between those two is that. And then VWAP is the volume weighted average price. You can get to that one. Michael Noss has been talking a lot about that.
Yeah, so I mean, when you think about like volume-weighted average price, like people tend to think of it as an industry as like a fair price. So that if you look at the price movement on a stock, like let's say, maybe Intel's not the best example. Let's go maybe Apple today. This will maybe demonstrate a little bit better with Apple. I can cancel my dip buy. I don't need that at 181. We're not going to get it. But like, let's say you've been trying to grab the long on Apple pretty much all day long, and it's been trending to the upside the way it has. If you simply look at like the amount of volume that went off at the open or has gone on in some of these dips, it's going to be simply, okay, well, volume times the price it occurred at and follow that curve. So you can see on a trending stock like Apple, like it's been sitting above that average price because there was so much volume at the open event. Now it's going to probably calm down a little bit here. And both of them are showing you a trend. The difference with VWAP, however, is in how it's used, how that trend is used by institutions. Right? So anybody that gets a large buy order at an institution, well, how do you judge how well they did? If someone's job today was to buy Apple in front of their investor event, well, if the majority of the volume has gone off on this curve, and let's just say, VWAP's been sitting here, generally speaking, like 50 cents beneath the average price, and they're getting an average of like 184 or like 183.70, and at the end of the day, VWAP's 184, 183.40, then they've done a bad job relative to the market. Because if you were just essentially like buying the same amount every 5 minutes, in theory, like you should be able to at least get VWAP.
Right.
Right? Like it is what it is. Like if you're buying what's relative to the amount of volume done, which is impossible to do. So as it gets down to VWAP, you'll see some institutions probably buying that are trying to go long this thing, and that sometimes you get gravity towards it. So if it gets beneath, you might see it, kind of go right back up and then hold that level. I like moving averages on higher time frames to show trend. I don't really use them on the short time frames. I love the 50 and the 200 on my daily charts and on the weekly charts as well to show the obvious trends there. Sometimes it's really obvious, like in Apple. Other times
Did you
I find
put
it's
in
a
a
fantastic
teal there?
indicator.
Was that always there?
I don't know.
Teal.
I've used
I see it.
The teal on
Yeah,
my
that one,
daily
yeah.
is my 50 period on the
I
daily,
got it,
and then
okay.
the dark. It looks almost like a purplish.
Trust
That's
the
200.
teal,
That's the
baby.
200. That's just I don't know if it defaulted that way in P Pro 8 or that's what it set up when I first put it
perfect
on. It
segue.
might have defaulted to that, but I like using. I use those on the higher time frame. On my daily chart, like intraday chart,
Yep.
it's VWAP, it's volume, pretty much it. Like if I'm showing my 15-minute, it's completely clean. It's without side of volume.
And we had a great question from Casro saying, Sharif, Neil, can you really even use those indicators in this market? Other than teal, I feel like there are too many constant gaps for those indicators to be reliable. And you're obviously right. I mean, there's a lot of noise, especially intraday,
So much
especially on smaller time frames. So my suggestion to you would be never to rely on any one indicator and always use confirmations. The more confirming indicators you have, the better the trade, and what confirming indicators you're looking for, it really depends on the trade. And that's going to be a lot of screen time and a lot of practice. So get your reps in. That's all I can say. But always look for a number one multi-time frame confirmation and then look for multiple indicators to the right side. And I'm not talking about only technical indicators. I'm talking about price action too. Price action probably
Yes.
being the most important intraday, right? So that's what I would say to you. And yeah, what's up? AI, Neil. It's at day's high. We're
Is
up
that
5.8
35, yeah?
points. 34.19 days high. We're
Almost.
holding above 34 at the moment. Yeah, I love those workout
not
references.
yet. Hey man, get those reps. It's mental reps.
Absolutely,
You want to get
it
your
is.
mental reps
Screen
in.
time, baby.
That's people say, at the end of the day, like there's that whole 10,000 yada yada yada. And I don't
10,000
know.
hours expert. Yeah.
I don't know. Like some of that is. I
was
get
a
it. Like
guide.
gets the math around it, right? But it's not like a literal thing. But you do need screen time watching the markets in general, how individual stocks behave, so that you can get a sense of how your trading wants to go. Like for me on C3AI, I just look back to, okay, well, what are the critical price levels where it's had rejections of that price level, and then it runs away from it to the upside. On the way back when it was going was 36. On the way down, it rejected a 36 break and sort of came back in here. So once it gets above 35, I'm looking for shorts on C3AI. I've been waiting for it to get up there. I don't know why I didn't like the long off 30.50. If you look at support and resistance, there's probably no excuse for that. I didn't have bids out this morning, and if you can see, like, this has been a good accumulation zone. I don't want to anoint this the new 20. It's not the.
I'm not going to hit the word of the day, but it was good.
But when this stock found a level at 20, it was unreal. Like, you don't usually see a level like the previous 20 level on the daily. And if it starts doing this, so like after the last little correction it put in, it's starting to look like it wants to hold the 30 area. So you've had a few days in a row now where the 30's gotten really good. And if 30 becomes the new 20 on Coinbase, then you just want to be taking the 30 long as a day trader. That's what you want to do. Speaking of things that you want to do,
lines, baby.
I don't know about 30.
That was good. Yeah, because it's obviously in reference to something else, and you're using it in this context. It's good. I like it. You're getting a
50's the new 40.
Yeah, it's always like
said by
minus
everybody.
10 years. Yeah.
No, said by anybody who's over 40.
Who's in that position?
That's
exactly.
all anybody does. Like, you just sort of like insert whatever the heck you are, and then make
shout
sure
out
that's okay.
Valis Torino. He's given us a thanks, so just want to shout him out. And thank you for watching. Yeah, you're obviously not active in the chat. I haven't seen your name that much, but we love the fact that you're on there listening to us every day, and we do appreciate you. I know a lot of the viewers who do watch don't interact in the chat. You know, a lot of people take us in different ways. A viewer that came to visit us here, I believe by the name of Sarah, over the Christmas breakout was it Jasmine or Sarah? Yeah, it was before Christmas, in and around Christmas. She told me she had us in her pocket all day, so she runs the YouTube, she wears her headset, her AirPods, and that's how she consumes the data. And not everybody watches on a desktop or a TV. Everybody's different. Do you?
Lots of people on their phones.
For sure.
Which
42.99 incoming again on the ES. ES picking up because the NQ's at highs. 14, yes, 675 and a quarter. Here comes 42.99. That'll be a recent high. And there's the recent high above 42.99. Now coming 4,300 incoming likely. I'm trying to see if there's anything independent curling.
Just a heads up quickly.
Energy's curling, by the way. CL contract coming into 73 at VWAP.
One thing, we probably should talk about top in a second, but then I just gotta mention Intel here got off the bottom, so that quarter is the bottom. The re-entry was at 50 before. It's still off the 50 level now, so I did get a reload here. If this can hold the bottom end of the range, I like this for sure, but it is bouncing pretty decently with the market. So this is the reload spot for me on Intel, and just wanted to shout out a couple of people there in the chat that were loving the show, and some people saying it's...
He's like, we're a certified news agency.
Yeah, at work, listening to you right now, Zach Griffin's just said. And then Aaron Yeager just said, Aaron, but not too busy to smash that like button. Come on,
guys.
people. Come on, son.
This one needs to be a little bit quicker, Neil. I think you need to agree with me that this one's got speed.
I like that one. I do like it. Let's get, 3,000 would be a great number. But this is what it's all about. We're all just trying to learn from each other here at the end of the day, because trading can be a bit lonely. Especially if you're sitting at home. So hopefully you guys enjoy. I am still I'm still in Palantir, as I mentioned in Intel. I am looking at that Coinbase for a possible re-entry, but
7%.
Now here's the thing. You would have heard me say that I was into the short late, and that when it started holding support, okay, it was time to get out of it. The trend never broke, but it was. If I'm playing off of previous support levels, I'm pretty much always playing a trail out to a level like that. It's now at $60, which is, generally speaking, a decent price for the stock to hold up. We'll see if it does do so. This is 60 on the daily. I'm not just, it didn't look like, if I pull it out here, you're like, well, what the hell's going on with 60? That's meaningless when you look at the last time it traded at 60, well, except for the fact that reject, breakout, hold, go. I love that. To me, that's a significant price level. It doesn't matter that it cracked it the first couple of times, but then what happened after that? Then it rejected the price, pulled away. When it broke out from that price later on, away from the opening rush, it then started holding. And then on the daily chart, Coinbase lines up with the 200 period moving average right here, just underneath 60 bucks, so like 59.70, and the 50 period is like 60.5. So that $60 level is right in between those two major moving averages. So if it's going to bounce, I would think it's bouncing somewhere in here on Coinbase. But I got out way too early, way too early.
4,300 incoming, not quite there though. Well, actually, I think we did print at 4,300 We did get a 4,300 print rejecting off it at 98, so we're essentially accumulating up into the level 4304, the high on the day. Let me have a look here quick. Bring in, let's bring in this chart. And we're going to look at the hourly. I want to make sure that we have not actually, okay, so we have 4304, and then we zoom out, and yeah, we have not been above this level, so we'd have to look to the index for a level. Then, there's no point to that at the moment, right? But yeah, point is, if we can hold above, trade at, and hold above 4,300, there might be another trade to be had, but I want to talk about this one. So the one that I had here earlier on was, it looks like it's going to repeat. So I got in here because it held yesterday's close quite well at 88. That was the idea. And then we get the move up, and I get out through the break of 97.5. And then it's consolidating sideways much in the same way that it did, holding that bottom at 94-ish area, much in the same way that it did down here for a possible test or break above 4,300. You got to, whatever it runs to. Point is, I should have been getting in here when it started consolidating sideways again in anticipation of the 4,300 break. Just because I was in this trade initially doesn't mean there wasn't another one to be had. So here we are with 1,400, so I know better for next time, to continue to watch. Yeah, so this ends up being another good trade. You could have got in the lower end of the range here, 95s, 96, and give yourself a bit of a buffer, and then just get out through the low break of the level, risking 1 or 2 points. So that was not a bad little look. All right, simultaneously, the NQ has just made newer highs, 14,687. This one's really going. So the long is all in the NQ, but what's the point in keep repeating that? Lots of strength, 14.7 possible incoming. Meta 257.57, looking making more highs, much the same way with Google and Microsoft.
Yeah, 127 broke. Had the short in front, probably should have reversed. I'm looking for an entry into Alphabet, but at this point, you're going to need a dip to get me into this one above that 127. Let's retest that 127, hopefully even get underneath it and try and catch something there. Meta's a very similar story.
That
275, I would say in Meta's case, it probably, relatively speaking, hasn't gone as far because it's in a more expensive stock. So 50 cents on Google, but obviously more than 50 cents on Meta. But they're both looking like they're trying to carry things to the upside. Is C3AI? No. It's not. Who said C3AI is dumping? Oh, you tricked me, Nick Chauncey.
No.
Nick
That's
Chauncey
not
with
dumping.
the old C3AI is dumping.
I saw that.
And I looked over, I'm like, oh my goodness, that means it probably pulled back in, but didn't even get to 35 first. No, that went like 30 cents. Still trending up as far as I'm concerned. I'm trying to be patient, looking for the short in C3AI, and I'm not really sure what's going to be there. SEC is suing Binance. We know, look, the SEC has been going sort of down the line, right? And the regulators have been coming at pretty much all of the big names sort of in sequence. Unfortunately, it's a good thing. Regulation clarifies things for an emerging industry.
We've talked about this, you and I.
Yeah.
And even Kevin O'Leary, he'll pound the desk and he'll tell you the same thing. He's like, big money, sovereign wealth, big hedge fund, pension fund money. They're not going into crypto until it's regulated, until they have fiduciary responsibilities, those people. So if they take what is perceived by a later court to be unwarranted or a high-end, like more risky trades, they're in trouble from a fiduciary perspective. So that money is not flowing in until there's regulations.
The only issue that comes with that, and again, don't look at me as any kind of a crypto expert. However, is if said regulation attempts to turn the industry into something it was like the dream that most people have been looking for. Decentralization is such a big part of it that if you get too far away from that, then okay.
Then you're ruining the whole entire project.
Are you ruining the project? I think that would be the one concern. It's easy enough to say regulation good, but at the same time, I think there's always a line.
No. We're not saying SEC good. We're saying, practical, business-friendly regulation.
Yes,
not,
I would agree.
Political bureaucry.
I'm going to defend Coinbase for a second because they have said from the beginning that they've been trying to get clarification on things like staking and how assets should be treated. Right. And maybe they should have just made an assumption that everything was eventually going to get treated as securities, and maybe they should have gone that route. At the same time, they did ask for that clarification, didn't get it, and the SEC comes in after.
The SEC was just absolutely.
I'm just saying what happened.
Yeah,
you can judge all you want.
No, you're fair in that respect. I think you're being very fair
But
because they asked for clarification
several
right?
times.
I mean, several times.
Several times.
Obviously, it's a sensitive issue.
I don't want to be getting into the arguments, but the only trade that we got back into, I have a couple of in and outs there, obviously, but I got the reload on Intel. As it works the bottom end of the range, I'm going to respect that bottom end, which means into the 50, and then once we get 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, all that kind of good stuff, I'm going to be getting the bottom end of this range inside, and if we break the low, I look for 30 as an out. Coinbase is still, I mean, this is...
What happened? Oh, it's full boy Huadun.
The gates of a hell, Coinbase.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, see, there's always a silver lining. So if you make a top wing, let's say you get stopped out at the high of the day on a short or something, you get stopped out at the bottom.
Overblown.
Or if you put like a trail like I did here, keep my chart up for a second, even as embarrassing as it looks. Like no, but true, it's true. So like when you get a trail out, or like maybe you get wicked out or wicked out, the silver lining is you were making a decision at a decision-making point in the stock. You just made the wrong decision. Right. So like I was, if you start from that standpoint, it's like, well, there's something right about me making a decision at that point. That was a point to have made a decision. The decision sometimes would have been, oh, you could have been accumulating at that area and giving it to the next level as opposed to getting out. So you don't, like it would be easy to be like, I don't want to look at this chart anymore because it makes me look bad or it makes me feel bad. Or you can say to yourself, well, what can I learn from this experience? And what that usually tells me when I have a trail out like this is instead of getting that trail there, okay, well, ask yourself, was there more room? Was there enough of a catalyst to go down? I don't know that I could have made that call because when it got into here, I wasn't thinking reloads into the 50 and the 200 on the daily. That wasn't my first thought there, but there was still room out that it could have gotten to that price. Because that was here, like the 200 period was down there on the daily and the 50 period's here. Like this is that range that once it got through, it just flushed right through it. I didn't give it a chance to do that. And what I could have done instead, if you're looking at the trail out here, was get really aggressive with it. Say that range at the top, 62 to 61.5, where it was going sideways, I could have simply asked myself, why not reload into it and give it above the 61.5? The previous support could have become my resistance. Instead of trailing it out in front of the last consolidation, I could have been getting another entry and just playing the trend all the way through. Now, part of this is anchoring. We always look at what's your cognitive bias that's causing this mistake, and that bias was anchoring. And I said it to you guys in the chat because I was late to the move, because I was anchored to liking the short off here and liking the short on a flat bottom break setups that I prefer. That suddenly, if you're short at 62 or adding down here, I'm anchored to shorts up at these prices. So I'm not looking at setups with a clear head down around the bottom.
Yeah, I gotta tell you,
which is part of it. Like cognitive biases are real and everybody has them, and you always ask yourself like, why did this is ridiculous? Look at it flush.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking two things here. One, does the specific lawsuit that the SEC is filing against Binance also have parallel implications to coin? Because if it does, then the move is justified, down 9%. But if it's specific to Binance and isolated to Binance, I'm looking like, for tomorrow or later on the day, whenever the chart sets up, for a bounce on this, because 10%.
It cannot be specific. The thing about it is like Binance is the big dog. So anything that could possibly hurt Binance in terms of a ruling is going to affect Coinbase negatively.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's something internal that Binance was doing incorrectly, valuing this way, misallocating this, what I'm trying to say is it specific internally to Binance, or is it a general crypto thing where, if the suit came in to Binance now, it's only a matter of days or weeks until that concurrent one is either filed against Coin, or Coin has to change its regulations because of what, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I definitely know what you're saying. I just feel like at this particular point, as long as it's in the same lines of what was coming down the pipeline for Coinbase when they got their Wells notice, I don't think it's, and again, I could be wrong because I mean maybe you guys have read things that I haven't read. I don't think it's going to be terribly different here. So I just think you're playing an overall trend. Like this isn't. I don't think it's a steal word from you. I don't think it's a secular move. If, you know, when Binance gets hit, I think it's taking everybody down. And as to where I think Coinbase at this point, now you're looking at the Alamo, and the Alamo is $56, and it's at 58. So if I'm thinking a bounce outside of SSR, which is 10%. So if it hits a 10% bounce, I think that could be an interesting one. But otherwise, it's going to be $56 incoming. But if you got this, if you got it, I sit only short Intel. It's getting right back into the low of the day. So we're just kind of rinsing and repeating off the bottom here. That continues to work. I got to watch out for that Palantir, which it made the run at the high of the day. I didn't really do anything with the top. I was looking for it to break this consolidation, give me 16s where I could get out and then look for the 16 area for the short. I actually have a trailing stop just underneath 1540 here. I had a breakout, went for the dip buy a couple of times off 15, wasn't able to play the 1420 like we did last week. And yes, let's look at some Tesla. Tesla was a one and done for me. I haven't come back to it. It's been a short off the 220 level. Yep. I played the long 18 to 20, and that's the only trade I made. That was the breakout trade as well. I didn't get the breakout, so I played the dip buy, the similar trade there a couple of times. Now Tesla back underneath and retesting 217 would be Friday's high. So that was where all the supply has been today at that 217 level. I would tend to think if it can hold that, you could get a little bit of a bounce here with the market trying to take out high. So as long as the market's super, super strong, you might be able to get another bounce play off here off the 217 level. Yep. But I'd let it get down there. See, last time it showed you the bottom and then went. Yeah. And oddly enough, let me zoom in here. So before it went, it made another run at the low. So don't get it on the front end. Consolidation, makes a run through the bottom, wicks it, then you get your reentry because it tested through the low, didn't hit the other low. And then made a higher high, so higher low there, and gives you an entry point off 217. That's what I'd be looking for on the way back in. It's way too weak to be looking to just stand in front of this falling sword, as the NASDAQ looks pretty strong, man.
NASDAQ's a rocket, man, and has been since January. NASDAQ looking really good.
That's the NASDAQ right there. That's the NASDAQ right there.
I like that.
Forget about the memes. It's just the Magnificent Seven. You know, that's a remake that was actually really good.
Yeah, those were popular for so long.
Have you seen that movie?
What?
Magnificent Seven?
No.
Okay. So
is that a superhero thing?
No. So it's actually one of the most remade franchise. It's not a franchise, but so the real story is the Seven Samurai.
Okay.
So that's like a really, anyways, it's just pretty much exactly what it sounds like. So like seven ancient samurai defend like a small like village against some tyrants.
Feudal Japan?
A whole army. I don't know the time. You guys, someone can educate me on the actual timeline of it. And then it got remade as a kick-ass Western.
Western?
The Magnificent Seven. Then they remade that with like Denzel Washington and Chris Pratt and there was a couple of other stars in that one.
Wow, interesting.
The guy from Vincent D'Onofrio, the guy from Full Metal Jacket. Wow. Vincent D'Onofrio or something like that. Anyways, it's a really good. If you like westerns, it's actually pretty good. So
very interesting. Okay, I like how it was. You know,
that's what. Look, man,
it was changed to western. That's interesting from samurai.
Most people don't know how often ideas get recycled.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In
Hollywood,
for sure.
Which I think is cool. You're playing homage. Like if you, I'm a big Star Wars guy. And I'm trying to remember the name of the movie, but like in the first Star Wars when they attacked the Death Star, it is shot for shot an actual old war movie where like they're trying to take out some dam and the squadron's going in to take out a dam.
Oh, wow.
And George Lucas, like he loved it, so he basically just stole the whole thing. You're kidding. Yeah, but it's like, you know what, you're playing homage to it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think anybody who looks at it will say it's, you know, he's respecting. I forget the name of the damn. I'll try to remember it there. They made an anime apparently based on Seven Samurai, someone's saying in the chat, which I would watch. And the Ocean's 11 movies, that's obviously a remake.
Neil, 4,300 again, knocking on that door. We've been doing that for a while. You know, my bias is to resolve in the direction of the trend. The trend is up, so you're thinking, you know, like 43.15. But, you know, there is a real possibility that, you know, the market just does turn around here. 4,300 is a level we could turn around. So you need to be cognizant of both possibilities. But like I say, I tend to want to look at things resolving in the direction of the trend, unless really shown that there's really another reason to look at things. You know what's up quietly today, and we really haven't talked about, and what's been trending up quietly lately? Well, top goes without saying, it's up 36 points. I'm talking about our friend Netflix. Yes, Netflix up again on the day. This is the chart on Netflix. These are the lows last year. Let's put in NFLX so we can all see it. NFLX.NQ. All right. So we are obviously at 52-week highs. It goes without saying. We are at 52-week highs. Let's go here. Last time we were at these levels was, February of 2022. Okay. So a big gap though incoming, right? This is the daily chart on Netflix. This area here that we break from, this 400 area, this is kind of like the bottom area of the gap. This is the earnings drop. This happened subsequent to Papa Powell going on the Hill and saying transitory is not inflation. This was the January earnings report, and you dropped $525. You finished off the week at $350. So there's a gap to be filled here. The gap, I would posit, is from 400 to 500. So it's a $100 gap. We're in the early stages of that gap. So that gap could be incoming as this one continues to rise. And you know, it's funny, it's rising and rising well in a sphere and in an area apparently that's supposed to be seeing contracting margins, less capital expenditures, less projects, yet this one seems to be going up. It's been doing well. 412, essentially the high on the day, 411.91. Netflix looking real good, up 2.5 points. Count how many days has been green over the past 3 weeks. It's the proportion is quite high to the green side. Netflix looking real good today. Obviously, from an intraday perspective, very spready and obviously very expensive stock. So scaling into it tough, especially for people at home. Let's get to Stresla. Stresla's back at that 217 level that Neil earmarked. That's the level we bounced off last time. And by last time, I'm talking about the
10 o'clock.
Yeah,
Ish.
10:15 to 10:30-ish area. We did a little bit of a dance with that level. We're back there now. Is this a buy?
It's got to mean the last time it got to this price level, it took 25 minutes to resolve, made one test underneath the higher low, and then went. So, I mean, the way that I've been sort of having more success was not to just jump in front of these, be willing to miss an easy buy to try and take one that sets up at a higher percentage play.
Yes.
So I'm kind of willing to miss it here to try and grab a long that looks a little bit more like that. Like when I got it over here, it had already bounced. See, I missed that first wick up. It retested, put the higher low in, and I was able to get that 218 to 220. But you don't get it the first time. I didn't get it the first time through. And that's just what has worked and what hasn't worked for me. Too many of these front side get it as it's going down an easy early test have not been playing out, and then overall
217.
It just ends up not working out. So I'm not taking it anymore. And if you look at the actual trend on the stock, it's a downward trending stock. Lower highs all the way through into what's forming into a bit of a wedge. So I don't want to rush into it at any particular point. The market is resting on the top. You mentioned 4,300 guys as being a big level. Well, a lot of stocks are at these sort of dip points, not dip points, but turnaround levels. Meta just made a curl back underneath 275.
Yep.
So this is looking like it's setting up for a bit of a pullback as well. And if you get a VWAP or trace here, again, I was actually in this on the front end at 275, although that's an even dollar play. Now it's in a reversal trend. So if it makes a move back into this high of the day here, suddenly shorting it off the high is a much, I don't want to say better setup, but it's just a cleaner setup, is it's showing you some signs of weakness. Palantir is going again, which is fantastic.
Only
but
Microsoft.
At some point, all things are going to head down. And just to mention top very quickly, it is making a run at $10. But here's $11 up here. There's a lot of overhead resistance on top. There's 10, there's 11, there's $12. Each even dollar above it has been rejected just last week on top.
Yeah, top. Tough trade. All right, your friend Sean is short from 220 on Tesla. That was the level Neil actually talked about. Again, Neil's been on point with his levels. today. This 220 is the top here, give you multiple opportunities to touch off that level, and there you go. You have a move down. You're $3 in the money if you had any sitting. If you took any out, excuse me, at 17, as it broke 17, and now wrestling with it as we get down there again on Tesla, looking to touch 17 again. We'll see how it trades here. Neil talked about this. He wants more of a consolidation area where it touches 17, gets bought up again. Breaks below 17, go to 80s. 216.80s, gets bought up again, and that's what you're looking for. You want to see the buyer there, then you jump in, you ride at $3. You can either do that to the top side or the low side, and this is exactly what it did at 220. What I just described exactly did that at 220. It was clearly a seller at 220. Every time it bounced up there, it was sold into. Let's see if the same thing happens at 17. I'll be in that trade with you, Neil, but I will also be keeping an eye on the future. 4,300 overtaken. Looks like we're almost at 01s. Now, let's keep an eye and see how we trade here at this level. Are we going to reject this level? Is this going to be a double top, or are we going to secure, dominate, and trade above this level? 04s and a quarter, technically the high on the ES Stream contract. No duty booty. The NQ stronger on the day, up 0.69 with a 14,688 and 3/4 high on the NQ being held up by tech. Quietly though, Microsoft has had itself a day. Up 0.9. It's not as sexy as some of these other names, up 2 and 3%. But look at this trading here on Microsoft. Very slowly and quietly getting off that 334 bottom. Initially there at the bell, now 338.5, maybe 340 comes into play. What's the daily? Are we at? Yeah, we're obviously at highs, no question about that. We got to go all the way back to January 2022 to touch these highs. A year and a half, Neil, on Microsoft. 52-week highs by and far. So keep an eye on that one. What else is going on
cap,
here? Everything's up.
It's just, 52-week highs are abundant at this particular moment. But yeah, the market's going to be testing these highs. I do feel like this is going to favor, if things are at the top at this time of day, usually thinking about that short entry. There was no overfills on Meta just now above 275, so I'm not going to end up getting into that one. Palantir might actually come out pretty quickly here. Palantir makes another run at the high of the day. And suddenly, this flag is pretty clean. If there's going to be another play, it might not be. It might be at VWAP, but it also looks like it's going to be right here. 40 into 67 has been about a 25 penny range. If it holds that, I think it's going to end up being a scalpable range, and then we'll try to work off the high of the day. So I'm going to get on the 40s here and see if we can't just rinse and repeat this. I've been waiting for it to get to VWAP. It doesn't seem to want to. If it holds that flag, great. We'll play inside and hold for a break. Otherwise, just allow it to break back into the downside. Rab asked us about top performance for the week ahead, that TOP. I wasn't actually even aware of the story, to be honest with you. I just see everyone sort of talking about the name, and I remember going back into last week what happened to it. I'm not chasing this move, just given where it gets rejected even dollar levels the last week pretty clean here. So I'm kind of looking at those 11s and those 12s. I haven't checked to see how much locates are going to cost us. Probably too much to trade it. But if they're reasonable, I would look for a failed break to be shorting 11 or shorting 12, because you're now so far away from the support levels, $8 and $7, that I just don't see a really good long trade up here that makes any sense to me unless you make a fresh high. So I'm going to stay away from it. Coinbase is yet to make a bid, but it's getting close to $56. It's now it's already SSR. It's not 10% down, but all it has to do is get 10% down, which it already has. So it could make an SSR bounce off this level where we're just cracked. I'm still looking at 56. If I think 56 is the Alamo, then long 58 doesn't make any sense to me on Coinbase. I'm going to let it get down there, and then I'll look for a crazy dip buy. That's going to be about it. You can see this is in free fall mode. There's no need to get too cute about trying to get in early and all that stuff. Get in at the level, or don't get in at all.
It's giving you plenty of move downside for it to give you potential upside. My eyes are fixated here, Neil, at how Tesla is trading. I want to watch it much in the same way that I watch the future at that 42.88 level to see. Now we're getting a lot of 217 buy-ups here. Now we're curling into 18s, exactly, right? You know, we dipped into the 50s. I said, you know, don't jump the gun here, Sharif. You know, obviously there's a potential upside. You have 221.29 high. You're at 17.5, 18. You know, Tesla can move $1 in very like a second. So yeah, I'm watching how it trades here. I definitely want to get a better price and where it's at. If that means missing the trade, it means missing the trade. Fair enough. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sit at the $0.50, right? If it dips into the $0.50 here, now I have to keep in mind.
I like the quarter.
Here's the thing.
I like the quarter.
Like the quarter. It's more aggressive. Fair. Like what you know.
No. That's less aggressive than the $0.50. I'm sitting at 17 quarter.
Sorry, you know, more aggressive in the sense that you want to get a better price. I mean, because when you get you know, you lower the likelihood of getting the fill by wanting to get a better price. You increase the likelihood by giving it. Anyway, I hear exactly what you're saying, but the point I want to bring up, Neil, is that we are at 4,300 on the ES. We haven't really reclaimed that level and shown our propensity to trade above it. Whatever this 14,688 top here on the NQ, we're at that top for a little bit. So I want to keep my eye on the future as I keep my eye on Tesla. You're oohing and ahhing.
Well,
what's
okay,
Google up to?
I mean, if we were looking at Meta just now off the 275 level and sort of like failing above, like this actually, like Google's giving that setup here as well, where you know the 127, this is the previous high, there's a 127 high. You basically, there's a level on the daily chart. You can see resistance inbound at 127. You're getting a lower high here off 127.25. So as it just got back beneath, this is the trade I didn't get in Meta. What I want to do is try to get something in off 27, where the only place I want to be adding would be at that quarter, and then I'm looking for a hold to the high and then a bounce off VWAP or something like that. As the market, you know, we're at this point where, I mean, what are you doing? Like you're going sideways off the top, everything's sort of slowing down in terms of velocity. So you're either looking for like bounces. If you can, I mean, if you're playing a bounce play when the market's at the high of the day, it's tricky. Yeah. But if you're looking for a retracement short, if the market fails the high in any way, something like Google could work out. Now I was talking about this in terms of Meta as well. Meta's now getting back to that 275, so this could set up off the high of the day as well. It's just I wanted this one above 275. Meta, bit tricky. I did have both of these on the front end, I do think, being a little bit more patient and waiting for the back end. But short one, now we'll see if we actually end up getting the other one there. Did you get your Tesla? Because you hit the 50.
Yeah, no, I'm still watching how it trades. I want to see how we trade here at these levels on the futures. Are we going to stay below, or are we going to get bought right back up and then start testing above 4,300 again? Likewise with the NQ to start looking to make high. So I like it. You know, how much do I have to risk here? I have to risk about, from where I'm at, I'd have to give it about 50 to 60 pennies. You know what? I'm going to sit at the $0.25, right in front of the $0.25, Neil. We're gonna sit at 30s here. Okay.
Holy shoot.
We're gonna sit at 30s. Yeah, we may not get filled, which is totally fine. And then essentially, I'm gonna give it to bottom wick through the bottom of the trough.
This might not matter, but Bitcoin just tagged 26,000.
Jeez.
Like 26
well, I think that does matter.
So
that
26 on a dime.
Yeah.
And thank you, Team
06s,
PJCT. That's 2,600 just getting tagged on Bitcoin. This is a 15-minute chart up here on Binance. So yeah, it just hit a fresh low. It's been tanking. This is one of the reasons the Coinbase has been getting its butt kicked with the Binance news. So you're now breaking beneath. As this flushes, it's hard not to like some shorts a little bit more here. Obviously, I'm not sitting here telling you that Tesla has anything to do with Bitcoin one-to-one, but overall, you start to see a sell-off in risk assets, and it can apply.
Oh, for sure.
Start applying across the board. So I want to get that one out of the way because it is the biggest move happening is right now. It's the flush in crypto, the flush in coin, all that good stuff. I just got Google, but I realized it's also past 12 o'clock, so I want to make sure.
Yeah.
We got Parsa coming on.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. Your
first time guy
trading
you guys
with
know
Parsa. He'll be coming on for the next half an hour, and then is it going?
I think Sean comes on for half an hour.
Parsa to then you for half an hour. Okay, yeah, we'll play it by ear from there. again, I'm going to get out of here. Let Parson be able to set up. So I just got into Google, giving it to the high of the day. So we got that one short in addition to Intel. Still on pounds here, but that trails out actually in just a few pennies. But I'm going to get myself, well, first I'm going to make sure I actually have my
so we'll
stop
give
order
you
that I didn't set.
opportunity to get set up. Let's talk a little bit about what's on my chart here, guys, as we curl down on these futures. That. On the NQ and the ES, 4,300 holding for the moment. Same thing with the highs here at 14,688 on the NQ. Keeping my eye on Tesla. I like this 217 level. But look, quite frankly, this 217 level doesn't hold. On my chart, yeah, there's a 216.40 low day, but that's not where I'm looking for a level. I'm looking at that 214 right in the eye. That's where we closed on Friday. So that's my next level of support on Tesla. So there's a bit of a $3 gap. At least that's how I see it. If that 217 level does not hold, I personally see a $3 possibility, depending, again, on what the markets do. Like, for example, if we get a 4,300 rejection and come back down to 42.88, which is Friday's close, you could get that 214 touch on Tesla. So I am very cognizant of that level. And should the market curl, I will be looking to go long at 214. But, you know, that's ways away. We have bigger fish to fry at the moment. Those bigger fish is the 217 level, still dancing with it, getting bought up on retracements, moving into the quarter dollar. It hasn't really tested the level, to be quite frank. So let's see how this one resolves itself. But at the moment, a few red candles here coming in on the ES and the NQ 5-minute charts as we curl down and reject off those levels. So keeping my eye on that. What else is the chat up to? Let's see, Anthony L saying BTC 26 has now come and gone. Bye-bye, BTC. There it go. Wow, this is really crazy. Let's put this up for everybody. BTC, so everyone knows what we're looking at. Bitcoin, 25.5 gone. 25,473. BTC really headed down. Brendo not at his desk. It's the thing, but like it just erupted 10 minutes ago. All right. Sean saying it's the Binance thing. Here we go. I mean, I'm not seeing anything to contradict that on my chart. Let me know when you're ready, brother. Take your time. Oh, so nobody helped you. Okay. Can we, Proudly, can you help? Lucas. So 25.5 bounce at the moment, 25,473 technically the low, but 25.5 coming in right now as a level of support. And that has had an influence, I would posit, on these futures indexes as now 42.95, rejecting decisively that level. 43 on the ES, 42.95, a bit of a double top like we were worried at 4,300. The same thing here on the NQ, 14,650 coming into play. Bitcoin making a big move down. High L saying coin dead. Yeah, coin's at 12% downside as it does 11 million shares on the day. Neil embroiled in that, I believe, still? I don't know, not sure. But yeah, where are we here on Tesla? Because this is the 217 level we keep talking about. We're right back there. It's been holding in the midst of this huge downturn. So that's my go here. Let's see how we do. We're going to get in, and we're going to give this to the break of the whole dollar. Okay, so that's the move. Look, I don't even get filled. That usually tells you that, yeah, okay, so we'll see. Where are we long? We're long 40s. Sean has a stop at 218 on Tesla. I'm long 40, so let's see if we get a continuation here and a defend of 217. My out will be the break of the trough in the 80s. So that will be my play on this small position on Tesla. Let's see how it resolves, whether 217 ends up being a bottom hold. Comp SRX1, coin long. All right, obviously a bit of a counter trend move, but thinking maybe 57 is the bottom for now. 57.50 coming in, I guess, here on coin. We'll see how that one resolves. And yeah, finding a bit of a bounce on these futures markets as we curl up here in Stressla, coming back into 218. Could we get a 218 regrab here as the ES bounces a bit into 97s and the NQ also finding a bit of a bounce? I'm assuming that has something to do with the buyback on BTC as it bounces off 25.5. But without further ado, bring in the man. This is Parsa.
Hi everyone. Yeah, it's my first day here. I'm very excited. I'm just trying to get my chart set up, ready to go.
Sir.
I heard you had a couple of good trades on the futures and the Apple
man.
this morning. How was that?
So tell us a little bit about yourself first and foremost. So you're Parsa, obviously. How long you been trading for? You know, what's your journey been like?
Yeah, it's been about 4 years. I remember when I started university, I went to McMaster. Shout out to whoever knows.
Shout out to Mac.
Yeah. I took a couple of accounting courses and I was like, oh wow, this is something that I've never actually been exposed to. So I really like this. So I continued to take more courses about finance and economics, and I really loved it. And I started learning about the markets, and I fell in love with it, as I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have already as well.
Oh yeah,
so here we are, you know.
Good, man. So tell us a little bit about the trades on the day, and then we'll
So
go to his screen, guys.
Yeah, I have my chart set up here. I was looking at this AMD right here, and as you guys can see, there's clearly a seller here at 119.30 that I was looking at. I know Sean took the short trade here, but as soon as we break this 119.30, if we do, and on volume, then we'll be jumping on the long here with a very tight stop. So we'll see how that plays out. I'll be looking forward to this. And that's pretty much it. Also, the Apple, I didn't take that Apple trade, but the Apple event today at WWDC, that's an interest. Yeah, coming up at 1. The only thing is, like as Sean mentioned before, it might be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing, and because Apple is already like broke all-time highs and marching higher, so we'll see how that goes. Also, it's usually a 2-hour long event, and if it starts at 1, that means it ends at around 3, which is exactly when power hour starts. So so if you see some sell volume coming in and that plays out, then
two things at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how that happens. I'm looking forward to that as well. So I'm not going to touch Apple for now until that clears up.
Yeah, Apple's a rocket right now, though. 184.50 high a day. Somebody tell Tesla that the market's moving up, because it's not moving up. No, I had a bid here to go through the 80s for a piece out. Didn't get filled. Old man hands. Couldn't get the order out quick enough. But we are curling back up here on these markets. 4,300 incoming. 14,675 incoming on the NQ. You were mentioning a good little tidbit there with respect to Apple. I mean, with respect to buy the rumor, sell the news event, because, you know, what are we really expecting here from Apple? We're expecting 2 things. One, which is the new VR headset, which we know is not going to be a mass market type product. It's going to be a very niche product. That's number 1, which means they're not going to sell too many of them. The other big headline is the MacBook Air 15-inch. So unless they really surprise us with a new product that we weren't anticipating, the street was not aware of, I think it's kind of exactly what Parsa was saying, sell the news event. But you know what? We just sold some on Tesla there as we break through 80s, 40 pennies, just a little bit out there. Now we're going to wait for this one to break through the whole dollar. 4,300 incoming. Actually, we're at 4,300. 14,688 possibly incoming on the NQ as some of these NASDAQ, I can't even talk, I'm so excited, NASDAQ names find a bit of a curl up there. Parsa, how's that looking over there?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this if you go to my chart, but this was not actually a trade that I was planning to do. I was just trying to see if this works out well with the with the screen, and it actually ended up being not a bad trade. I guess didn't lose, but it's actually marching up higher now. Apple, but I'm still looking to see if I can find any more setups for you guys as of now.
Yeah, some people saying NAGAT futures, D-Loaf actually saying NAGAS, and I saw that on my values chart. We knew that oil was strong on the day on the back of the OPEC Plus and Saudi news. Here's the nat gas continuous contract. Let's get to it. It's up, yes, 5.89% on the day. Let me put the commentary here. NG continuous July 23 contract. That's all you get, guys, right there. High at day, man. We're at $2.03, almost $2.31. Sorry, not 30 cents. Now 31. Nat gas really going up now 6 1/3%. You could do the continuous contract. You could also do UNG, the ETF, which is a nat gas ETF on the ARCA, on the Amex exchange. That's at high day as well, 635 on UNG. Boyle, your friend Boyle there, up 12 1/4% at high day. Boyle, the triple levered, I believe it is triple levered, twice, excuse me. The twice levered ETF up at 266 on the day. Lots of strength today in nat gas. Look, I personally don't know what the reason is for nat gas move, but I think it's a fair assumption to say it has something to do with the OPEC Plus situation. All right, Jay Lee, I've been long Boyle since last week. It's great. I'm happy for you, brother, but I want you to look at the chart and I want you to look at every single pop has been rejected going in the last year and a bit. So yeah, be careful with that. But Tesla, 218, back in again. I'm holding. I'm looking for a 220, 219 touch. 4,300 come and gone. On the ES, we're now 4302 1/4. Here comes high a day again on the NQ, 14,688 as we curl back up. Hold your longs, people. You know, the market is showing you its propensity to rise. I'm holding Tesla. We're about 80 pennies in the money on our friend Tesla, and we're going to continue to hold D-Loaf. I messaged this 20, 30 minutes ago. Sharif, wanted you to take a 230 long now running. I'm sorry, you know, honestly, I know D-Loaf because you're a good viewer and a friend of the shows. And, you know, I'm sure you obviously have excellent levels. It's just, you know, I can't look at everything. It's tough. So, yeah, we're running here on our friend Tesla. We're at high day on Apple, 184.66 now. That's really going. So some of these big tech names, as well as the future, going here, Parsa.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the same thing. I'm looking at Tesla here. Not in any position as of now, but also if we come back in here, I would be looking for longs as this level is holding since this morning. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I'm just nothing right now is at the levels that I like. So we'll see if the market gives us an opportunity to trade here. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your journey, Parsa. So, I mean, you got in, you know.
Yeah,
so
it's actually,
you got in. Okay, first of all, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask that.
Okay.
That way you don't have to worry about what to think.
I'll be here.
So, what were the first types of stocks that you traded?
So I looked at the big caps for the first little bit that I started to trade. Obviously, it's riskier to trade small caps,
Sure.
and also the brokers that I was using, it wasn't the best kind of information data that I could get. That's the first thing. The other thing, after that, I started looking at futures. I started looking at other things that I could trade, like even nat gas that I traded a little bit.
Got into that. So let me ask you this. So when you initially were you trading off your phone? Did you start using the platform? Did you incorporate level 2 right away?
Yeah.
Like, what was your journey like?
Yeah, I as I'm sure a lot of you guys have the same experience. Level 2 is something that is not really available to retail traders. So that's something I didn't even know how to use at first. It was actually until I got here that they teach us how to use it and the principles that we have to follow. And so now I'm actually still learning, but yeah, it's been a lot better. Level 2 is like, it gives you a more in-depth look at the market.
Really different insight.
Yeah, and it's a different way to trade even.
Yeah.
And the platform was using, obviously this platform is much more professional and much more customization that it allows you to do, which we have here, which is amazing. Yeah, so I'm still learning how to use, I've been learning ever since. The interesting story is how I got here, and that's when I think it was a couple of months, 2.5 months ago when I came here. I just wanted to, I've been tuning in the show every day pretty much for the last year or so. And so I came here, I was like, you know what, I just want to see what you guys do for a day. And I came here and I talked to Neil, I remember, for a good bit of time.
You coming in, I remember you.
Yeah, I remember. And I was lucky that there were some desk available, some positions available here that I came. So I came here, I told them about my experience. And so I got in, and I went through the classes, and I'm still going through it.
Very nice.
They're teaching us everything here.
It's a long-term commitment.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a long game, you know.
Yeah, it's a long game, exactly.
It's nothing. There's no, Lamborghini tomorrow.
I know,
nothing
right?
like that.
It's okay. You never know. You hit a couple of good trades. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know if you. Yeah. Anyway. All right, guys. Back. I just want to update you quickly before we get back to Parsa and his story. 43.04 1/4. Now, new high of day on the ES. It's up 1/3 of a percentage point. 14,692.75. The HOD on the NQ June contract. It's knocking on the door. 14.7. This thing is a rocket, man. We were at 14.55 this morning. This very strong on the day, and it's been continuously strong on the year. The NQ is a rocket. Stand in front of it at your own risk. But if you're going to do it off smart levels, okay? And make sure you're obviously keeping your risk low. I am all at a Tesla. That is $1. I take at 218.40. Pumped about that one. Nice predictable trade. Recyclable levels 217. I didn't want to take any high risk trades after the 2 trades that I had this morning, which were on Apple and on the futures. So if it was going to be a trade I took on the show, it had to be a goodie. This was a goodie. The 17 level was predictable. I only lament not having gotten in at a better price, let's say 20s, quarters, whatever, rather than 40s on the dot. But this one looking to curl up at least in a VWAP 19s. Take your money and run. That's what I'd say at least. But yeah, if you're holding off that level, 217, you could at least see 220, maybe 220, 220, 20. Yeah, like this level here, 220, 20, which is a top, which is where Sean got short. So that's the look there. What's the chat up to? BTC, little pump off the bottom. Let's have a look. We know that BTC was absolutely huadunking off the news that Binance was going to be aggressively pursued by the SEC. We saw coin down over 12%. Now it's about 10%. Yeah. So we had a 25.5 break. We got to 25.466. And then we're now bouncing back into 26 area. We're at 25.9 and change. So about $1,500 off that bottom. We'll see how that resolves. Let's see Netflix again, because this one was strong on the morning. It is still strong. It's off the highs right now at 412.04. It's at 410.40, but it's been strong. Still 2.5%. It's the leading gapper on my big 7. My big 8, I should say. Sorry, I have to include NVIDIA into this, right? So it's up 2.5%. The leading one after that is Apple up 2, and then Tesla up 2 as well. So Netflix, super strong, but obviously a lot harder to trade. You're good? Yeah. Okay, yeah, continue. Take us through. So now you're with the floor now, and now you know how to use level 2, and you're in the process. So what do you find yourself trading more now? Do you still focusing on the NASDAQ names? Or?
Yeah, mostly. And I mean, whatever market gives me, I check every day to see if, for example, every day there's a catalyst, every day there's something, the opportunity to take. So yeah, we'll look at that. Also, one thing I was going to say was that there was a position for me on the board here, but I was not in anything. So I don't know. I know some people asked in the chat. It looked like I was in a long position on the NASDAQ, but I wasn't. So that's cleared up. I'm glad.
No problem.
But yeah, what are the questions?
Yeah, no. So I mean, you know how they teach you here to trade buyouts on the floor, right?
Yeah, different strategies.
Trading,
breakout trades, buyouts.
They show you all the different strategies, and there's ones we can't even talk about live because they're proprietary. But yeah, so I guess you're feeling your way out with those, right? Because they take time to really develop to see if you like them or not.
It is. It's definitely a skill that takes a long time. But but it's I love it every second of it, and
That's
we'll
good,
see
man.
where it takes us.
Very long game. Do you follow like the finance market in general too, or are you just like strictly looking at the trading side of things, like the technicals and stuff?
No, I do look at the market
look at the market,
in the general spectrum. I was actually, I mean, I've been ever since June started, I've been waiting for June 13th and 14th because those are the biggest
CPI,
trading days of June for now, as
meeting.
the FOMC and the CPI right back to back. So we'll see how that goes with the with the talks of pausing maybe and then hiking later on, which is something that the Fed communicated that they didn't at first. They said they didn't want to do that because that takes away some credibility.
Right.
But we'll see how that goes. Obviously, we're just reacting to what we see on the market. We can't predict anything, so we have to be reactive, not deterministic.
Hey, I like that. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to hit word of the day.
Word of the day.
Reactive, not deterministic, baby. You heard it here first. No, but you're absolutely right. And well, we'll continue to watch and see what they do. You've been seeing the interest rates continue to fluctuate. The FOMC rate tool, which shows the probability of rate hikes or holding steady or cuts, obviously. Which is interesting here because the Toronto market is such a big factor in the Canadian economy, the Toronto and the Vancouver market, more Toronto because there's more people here, that the Bank of Canada has to actually factor in these local real estate markets in their interest rate decisions. And I don't know if you follow interest rate, if you follow real estate, you probably do because I know your background and I know your people are excellent with real estate.
Shout out to all the Persians.
Essentially, the idea there is they're going to have to cool it down some more because the Toronto market's getting out of hand again. So the Bank of Canada, while they did pause, now we're feeling possibly new rate hikes incoming. And as someone who watches personally, I watch the real estate market quite frankly, very daily for condos and stuff, and the 2 bedrooms are already, they're on the way up, my friend.
Yeah, some of that, one of the reasons for that, I think is, I don't know how it is where you guys are, but in Toronto, there's a lot of immigrants, and some of them even come here buy real estate cash, and they don't even, so the interest rates don't even,
matter to them.
It doesn't even matter to them, but they keep buying houses, and then it drives the price higher.
Exactly.
So it kind of comes in a way of what the central bank wants to do, so they have to account for that as well, which is hard. So you have to see what happens there.
Yeah, we'll continue to watch. All right. Dancing sideways, guys. Now, as we stair step up, constantly making higher lows here on the NQ and most of these large tech, big tech names as well. And, we've played a bunch of these ones to the long side. Most recently here, Tesla. As Tesla continues to hold above that 217 level, and now it's at 218.5 almost. Maybe looking to take that 218.60, that's the trough over here. So if it can break through there, it'll be a higher low and a higher high and a breakthrough resistance level. So 219, maybe 220 incoming. Tesla finally waking up. VWAP on my side chart here is right below 219 at 218.80 or so. So we'll see what we get in that regard. Not much else at the moment to talk about here. PayPal will go straight up like Meta in the past few months, says R. the Bruce. PayPal has been beaten down quite bad. A lot of the fintech names have been. $65 here. I see it was a lot lower lately. Let's have a look at PayPal. Let's have a look at PayPal, 59.25. That's what I see there. That's what I see there at 59.25 Parsa.
Yeah, so we are actually getting slowly close to the level I was watching. If you can come back to my screen. Yeah, we'll see that AMD is slowly coming back up here to the level that I was watching beforehand. So I'm going to go ahead and put my order out at 1931. There we go. All right, what else are we looking at?
Yeah, no, just you can tell us. Look, have a look through the market. So typically, what you do, you're gonna have a look at the chat, see what the chat is up to. Usually they're making comments about you, so you can interact with them directly. Also, you know, I don't know, you're not using a scanner there, I see, eh? So you don't really like, you don't have a watch list, you have a scanner. We're gonna set you up.
I'm still, well, yeah.
I'm gonna set you up with a free account too. We can probably get you in this account.
Probably.
Get you some good scanners and stuff like that. So we'll set you up.
I'm still setting it up because the setup I have back here. I sit back here, by the way. I don't know if you guys see the back of my head usually in the midday show, but I have two. I have two screens set up, but here I have 3, so I have to like constantly adjust that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still looking at that.
Yeah, I know, because in case you guys, you haven't been able to tell, some of the computers are 4 screens, some of them are 2, depending on what you get. So if you've set up your layout in a certain way, like Parsa has on a 2-screen, you gotta like augment that a little bit once you move to the big boy, the 4-screen setup. So we'll give him an opportunity. But yeah, what we typically do, Parsa, is what I was trying to tell you, is we go through the top movers. Usually I have a scanner here like this top stock, TOP. Up 35%. You know, usually that's not a big deal with these small cappers. Usually they're up a lot more, 100, 125%. But top looking good today. Started the day near $7, and we knocked on the door of almost 10.5, 1033, the highest. Top in NASDAQ stock, yeah, it is. So look at that, TOP.NQ. There we go. Yeah, 1033 the high. I like this stock long only because it's still above VWAP. You know my bias here, right? If we're above VWAP on the small cap capper, I'm looking long. If we're below, I'm looking short. Just a matter of whether it's setting up the right way. This one's been absolutely dynamite on dip trades. It's provided, usually 30 pennies plus. Most of them have been off. Lately they have been. I want to take that back. I was going to say most of them have been off VWAP, but this one is quite off VWAP. So yeah, holding up, at least for the moment. If you're able to find some sort of trend here, maybe 930 is a bit of a bottom. You can weasel your way in there and look for a 980 break, maybe a 10 test. That's a nice little move. Bit of a double bottom possibly brewing here with a maybe with a top break here at 80. But this is all micro stuff. I probably won't be trading this. It's not needed on a day today, right? We've had the big moves come via the futures, via the big tech names. So why risk why risk with top? So let's have a look at here quickly at top, because it is breaking. There we go, 980, the neckline there breaking. So maybe a test of 10, 985 here on our front top as it gets going, but quite volatile. What's the spread on this thing? 4 pennies on a $9 name. That's bupkis. Yeah, so top coming into 10. How do you feel about these small cappers, man? Dangerous bunch, eh?
It is, yeah. It is.
Dangerous bunch.
Yeah, I'm still looking. Also, the chat, some people are asking my ethnicity. I'm Persian. Someone's asking who has a better beard between you and me.
Oh, well, I
don't know.
You haven't even started growing yours is just waking
by
up.
the time I get to his age, which is like, what, 20 years from now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll
well, how old are you?
I'll get there. I'm 22.
You're 22, so
22,
exactly
yeah.
20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what else is there? But I mean, yeah, okay.
Why?
I what? I accept.
He knows how old I am.
I accept defeat. Okay, in the beard talk. But if you talk about muscles, then I'm winning. You guys can already tell. I'm kidding.
That was funny.
All right.
$10 incoming here on top, guys. If anybody's looking short on this one, yeah, you got 12 pennies real quick. But I'm not going to stand in front of a freight train. But 10 holding up here. So let's see how this one trades. 1033 the high. Like I was saying, possibly a little bit of a double bottom right in front of VWAP. If you weaseled your way in at 930, if you wanted more of a secure break, you're looking for that 980 break. You got 20 points, 20 pennies before I would definitely start taking some profit. So if you went long 980, get some in front of 10, and then hold a piece for that 1033. That's what I would do. So, Parsa throwing shade day one. This guy with the cojones must have a lot of conviction with his trades. Yeah, I like that. LOL word. Pradamesh. Is that Prad? That's a fake guy. Arm wrestling competition. Yeah, that's definitely Pradamesh. That's definitely your boy Prad there in the chat, starting the beef. You guys always seeing a put on Tesla at 219. I'm a new trader wanting to learn. All right, well, you're not wrong with the 219 level on Tesla. Like, let me tell you why, because that's where VWAP is right on my chart. Let's bring in Tesla. Here's VWAP. VWAP's a black line. It's, you know, not quite at 219, 218.84, in and around that area. So if you're looking for a VWAP rejection on Tesla, it's not a bad level. Now, here's the thing though. Yes, it's below VWAP and, you know, maybe more likely to be shorted, but is also up to, you know, 2.15%, was up a lot more. So you are technically taking a counter trend trade, so be careful, but good level if you're looking short, 219-ish area on Tesla. Kushan Patel, you look younger than me and I'm 30. Thank you. I'm sure I don't, but thank you. Rue Happy, Sharif is 55. Ian Chen, Sharif is not 40. Come on. Cootie Love, hit him with an egg, because I guess I'm associated with eggs. Now, everybody always, what? I eat a lot of eggs. So.
They're good for you guys.
Yeah, man. What you got over there?
Pretty much still looking at this level. I'm waiting patiently for this to come in as at the same time as I'm looking at Tesla here. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, no trades on as of yet. We'll see.
Okay, you can keep going. We're gonna have a look at something else. Maybe have a look at AMD.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
But would you maybe a sympathy on NVIDIA? Does NVIDIA show you any connection to AMD today? Anything like that?
Thing is, all these chip names, with the talks of AI, they've all been performing okay. I mean, NVIDIA has been performing amazingly well recently, but you guys got to be careful because, you know, it's still talks as of now. So
yeah.
We have to see how that reflects in the earnings later on, and you have to look out for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they had fantastic earnings. May 24th, they reported. It was Wednesday, May 24th, and shout out to Jensen Huang and his crew and his black leather jacket for an amazing earnings report. Obviously, they're guiding 50% over what the street was expecting. Street was expecting about $7.5 billion in Q2 revenue. They guided 11 change, so it was a monster print. You know, they're aided by so many new developments in AI. The way they're monetizing it, I'm sure you guys have heard, you know, they're basically renting out their GPUs to corporations, you know, conglomerates, what have you. These companies are basically renting out their equipment to train, you know, LLMs and other AIs on their specific data they're using through API and other connections on the data. So that's been the look there, so that they can kind of harvest their data and train the AI specific to their data, and NVIDIA is giving them that ability to do it. Now, I was hanging out with my buddies on the weekend. They're all business stock guys, and they do you know, more fundamental analysis than I do. And I ran this idea by them, and I want to hear what the chat has to say. Now, here's the thing. Who's making these GPUs for NVIDIA? You guessed it. If you guessed Taiwan Semiconductor, they're making most of them. So that means most of these GPUs, they're coming in from Asia. And Taiwan, as you know, we don't get into politics here, but it is claimed by China. And there is a fear that the access for the West to these CPUs and GPUs would be in jeopardy if anything was to happen. So there is what we've been talking about a lot, reshoring, onshoring, friendshoring, whatever type of shoring you want to talk about, that's the move. So who's making chips in the States or North America? Let's say include Canada and Mexico included, okay? Who's going to be making these chips and able to make them en masse to kind of supplement any shortage or any termination in use from Taiwan Semiconductor? I was pitching the idea that it's going to be Intel. Now look, Intel, they make GPUs, but their market share is bupkis, absolute bupkis, okay? It doesn't mean anything. Sure, they make it. But are they going to be able to make it and be profitable as a foundry rather than, you know, as a frontline chip maker? You know, leave that to NVIDIA, leave that to AMD. You just be the foundry. So is there a play to be had through Intel based on that? Now we're talking like 8, 10 years more because these foundries are going to take 6, 7, 8 years to build. And there's a couple of them being built. Sure, Samsung's building as well in the United States. I know about that. There's a couple of others that are also building. But, you know, I like this play. I want to know what the chat has to think about this. I'm sure you guys have been putting your own little comments in there. But that's my look. I'm looking for a domestic maker of GPUs. I fear the politics in this situation. And that's my play. And it's just who you play in that scenario.
So do you think that the AI stuff is going to lift all these chip makers, or you think it's going to be winner takes all? I'm assuming you think it's going to lift everyone, right?
So I think, you know, usually we have like a few winners. Like, you know, usually there's a few people that make CPUs. We had AMD, we had Intel. I'm not really sure who else was involved in like the PC world, but there's other chip makers. Micron makes DRAM and stuff like that. I think there's going to be multiple winners, I think.
Okay.
I think that, you know, the safe bet, the one that I'm looking at here is the hardware version, the hardware bet, rather than the software bet. I feel like the AI software bet is going to be like any other product. People may like it, people may not like it. But to be able to use the AI, you need to have the hardware, and that's kind of what I want to get into. That's my look. Let's see. Tim Hortons can make a double-double. I'm sure they can easily make GPU chips.
Interesting.
Right. All right. NVIDIA waking up here, 392, retook 392, 393.25. That's yesterday's close. That's my look for a move back up here on NVIDIA. I don't know why I got into NVIDIA all of a sudden. I found it on my chart here. So NVIDIA moving back up. We were talking about chips, maybe that's why. And that's it. Yeah, Tesla moving above 219. I'm sad I got out of this one. That was a bad exit. I should have been, silly me. Should have held this one. 217.40. Now at 219.40. This one flying to the high side. Possibly a 220 entry coming in here on Tesla. That 217 bottom was absolute money at 217. 43.02 is where we're at on the ES. So we're still very much at highs here, 43.04 and 14.677 on the NQ, 14.692, the high of day on that. What else is there to do? Let's continue to talk. Been doing that for the last 38 minutes. But top continuing to go here. As it knocks on the door of $10, that rejection, that's, you know, we were talking about that possible rejection at $10 on top with a double bottom here at 930, 1033 the high on top. So that one's still continuing to go, but the volume definitely slowing down here. We had volume 250,000 shares per 1 minute chart here earlier on, now getting below 25,000 per 1 minute candle. On top. Below that, I see Getty. This one a bit sparsely traded, not much else here. CXAI showing up again. This one's been showing up a lot, up 21%. Looks like it started the day at exactly $10. In fact, that's the low of the day. It got up to about $12.60. You know, dancing with VWAP sideways with $12.20, a bit of a top now on. Gary Houston saying FRZA broke some HOD. Let's have a look at Forza. Brendo put that on the watch list this morning. It was up triple digits, and there it goes, finally waking up, breaking through $3. Here comes $3.35, the high of, yeah, it is actually the high of day at the moment. Let's go to the daily chart. Get to the 4-hour chart here. That's not going to show us absolutely nothing. Let's have a look at the daily. Where do we get to on the daily? There's nothing here. Yes, 350. I mean, we got to go all the way back to July 2022 to get to this level. I think that the level above that, the $4, and then maybe the $4.30 level on FRZA, now up 168%. We have a triple-digit runner today. All right, so bring in the two-shot here. We got our friend Parsa back. Quick washroom break, and he is just gonna say bye. And I think we're, yeah, there we go. We're good to go with Parsa. guys.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I just have my class to go learn more about trading, as you all should do.
Yeah,
Cool.
absolutely.
So yeah, thanks for this opportunity. I hopefully will be back as well. I don't know which day, but you guys will see me soon.
Thanks, Parsa. Thanks for being on, my friend.
See you later.
And great trade there, and good look at the futures. Yeah, so FRZA, let's go back to that one now. It's continuing to go here now, up 170%. Where are we going to do with that one? 340 the high. We're at high a day. A lot of action, though, has to be said, around $3, right? Initially, you had so many false breakouts. 320 highs a bunch of times here, all rejected. You could have done VWAP tips. You could have tried. But then you eventually had the breakdown here, and it held kind of a random level, 240, 239. And then you had the VWAP retake. So a bit of bamboozlement here. We've been seeing this a lot with these small cappers, where the best move is in the pre-market, and then what you end up having is, you know, periods above VWAP, periods below, and a lot of bamboozlement. So despite the fact that it's up triple digits on the day.
Yo. What's
Bang!
up? What's up? We're in the building.
Hey, guys.
We are in the building.
Mr. Katina's back in the house. What's been the look?
I gotta go some makeup on. The thing is, the lights are so much different in this seat. I know
Well,
they keep
remember
trying
Mark
to fix
changed
it.
something
I know
over
Mark's
here
been
the
going
other day?
crazy doing that. But a shout out to everyone. Glad to be back here. What a big afternoon
Shine in
it's
the
been there.
house.
Yeah, man. We had 220 short Tesla. We covered some Yeah, let's go, man. Let's get those bangs going on here. Let's bring some registers as well. As soon as I log in, Max is gonna come over here at 1 o'clock. So
Yeah, you got it.
I'm only here
18
temporarily. I'm just
minutes.
gonna stone cold chill out, answer some questions. Do that kind of stuff. But no, it's been a good
did
day.
you hear my little spiel there?
I did.
About
What was it
Intel?
about?
About
Oh,
Intel
about
and
the
the
foundries. Well, me
GPUs.
and you talked about this already
Yeah,
last
like,
week.
are you-
I don't have an answer for you. I don't.
Who are we betting on here? Who are we going to put our money on? We
NVIDIA.
can't think.
I mean, I'm
yes,
betting on
NVIDIA is
NVIDIA.
the horse. But who's going to make the chip, Sean?
Hola, T-Daddy.
Hola. Where is it? Where is
Who's
it?
going to
Hold
make
on,
the chips?
hold on,
I don't know. You
hold
tell
on,
me. I
hold
don't know.
on.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm not trying to. There we go. Yeah, what's up? What's up to Kat? Kat's in the building, working really hard. I'm really actually proud of everybody here. We've done a great job with the show. We're introducing more people like that, like Parsa, coming through. We
Oh,
have
there's
Yanni
more
Rami.
other people,
Yanni
too.
Rami's coming on. Not today. Hopefully tomorrow. I'll give him Parsa's
Oh,
spot.
cool.
Yannick, behind you.
Yeah, awesome.
The guy that wears the sunglasses,
Yeah,
literally
yeah, yeah.
24/7.
He's the one that calculated the size on Apple at 180, like super quick. What is he, like a math genius?
What do you mean?
We
Did
got
he
to
just
find
add-
out
add some numbers, add a zero? What do you mean
And
he
his
calculated?
crazy math skills
Tell
over
me
there.
that story.
Sean.
What do you mean he calculated the size?
Well, he yelled it out. He's like, there's like 1.2 billion on 180 or something
Oh,
like that.
oh,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
calculated the
Yeah,
nominal
the
value.
the notional. Yeah, the nominal.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a huge level, man. That was
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous. But no, I mean, that's all part of it, right? We do have a big trading floor here on the Toronto side of things. And, just like all of our Day Trade the World offices, everyone's well.
180?
Pardon me?
180 offices.
Oh, I don't even.
Yeah, it's
I mean, when
crazy,
I was
right?
doing it, yeah, we had north of about 200. I don't know what we have right now, but there's offices all over the world, including like India, all through South America. Yeah, Egypt. I'm not sure where exactly in Africa
interesting,
some of our offices are, but when I was there, we had a few throughout Africa, a lot in Europe as well.
It's called MENA now. Middle East and North Africa. MENA. MENA. Yeah. That's
Really?
like the area, the Middle
Why
East.
have I never heard of that?
No. It's an up and coming term.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
MENA? So
MENA. Yeah.
so that's Middle East and Northern Africa.
Yeah. Because
I
they're all
like.
culturally similar.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of offices there, and a bunch of offices in China, unfortunately, none in Toronto. I'm rubbing my eye here because it's funny. It's almost like it's a habit. Like, I'm fine, but my wife was at a baseball thing all Friday, and it was a Blue Jays baseball camp for my daughter, and apparently there's so much dust there, she kept rubbing her eye, my wife, and her eye completely puffed up, and it's horrible right now. So she's got like
Oh, boy.
something. It's not. It's kind of.
Did you
kind
hear?
of like infected.
We
It's-
had the highest pollen like in a long time.
That's
in
probably
Toronto.
maybe what
That's people were
something
saying,
what it
yeah.
was. Yeah, because she was rubbing her eye, and then she got she got polysporin wasn't working, and one of our friends on our street recommended some homeopathic
Okay.
solution there, and that's been.
Is she about that life?
She's about that life. She's about all the
yeah.
life right now. Meta equals MENA.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Yeah,
I'm like,
someone said
okay.
that.
Well, I'm good with that because I have a good association with our
You know what, I can try to log
friend
in here.
Meta.
What time is it?
What's
Oh,
up?
All right. I wasn't going to log in, but honestly, I can't sit here and not look at I was just going to take
I didn't even notice your charts weren't up. I was
just
focusing
gonna
on what
take
you were
some-
saying, to be honest
I was
with
just
you.
going to take some questions and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
no, I
but-
think people do have questions actually
Do
in the
they?
chat. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
well, let me open up my chart. and
Sean's
then-
keyboard says
up?
walking encyclopedia. Right, there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
So Sean's keyboard coming in with the dub. You know that there's Max's dad as well in the chat.
Yeah.
In addition, obviously, to the much maligned Sharif's mom.
I took a phone call from my mother live on the show, of course, last week, as you remember. Oh, shit.
No positions equals no likes, says Robert Smith. Well, my
Oh,
friend,
Robert
I gotta
Smith,
tell
how dare you.
I gotta tell you, I'm sad to hear you say that, but I'm not gonna get into positions for the sake of being in position. I've been in 3, and they've all been positive. I'm happy
Hey, you
on
want to
the
see some
day.
damn positions?
Give
Where's
them the
my-
positions, man.
Where's my? I'm in 5 positions. So you want to talk about some positions? Okay, let's talk about some. Let's talk about some positions. Let me just get out of this AMD 50-cent winner right now. So I'm just getting my layout all set up here. I'm going to get it in a minute, but look at this. You want some? There we go. Here comes my positions. Okay. Hit the like button, by the way, whoever said that. And look, we're not going to be sitting here pandering for likes or anything like that. We do ask for them because that's, quite frankly, the only way. There it is. The only way that we can get YouTube, to get up there, right? This is a completely free show.
Yes, sir.
And, you watch a couple of videos for 5 seconds, you push skip ad, and then the rest is history on that. But here's AMD. Look at this. So the only time we got stopped out of AMD, and I'm just, like, it's a good thing I got it. I mean, I came in here, sat down, we just got a 70. Yeah, no problem, Sharif, I got this. But there it is. So short. We got stopped out right there. Like, what was up with this? This was the highest volume of the day. Like, you never see this kind of a candle. When the open volume is close to some random intraday candle, when we were like, Brendan, what's the news? And blah, 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 and there was none. And it was like, oh my God, this is an absolute insane move. So that's our first losing trade of the day right there to get stopped out of AMD. And then I was like, nah, there's no continuation. Brendan sort of confirmed it with no news. And then downside, we re-engage the short, we re-engage. Like every time it comes up here, engage on that short. And then you're saying, well, what happened to Sean's Tesla? Because, while we started the show, we were getting a little roasted on Tesla, weren't we? Haha, not roasted anymore. Here's Tesla right there. We tried to go long, we got dumped out. But then look at this, short. We did take some out there and then got stopped out, but got right back in. So look at this stop out. 220, right? 219.80. We got stopped out at 220.10 right there. It's about a 30-cent hit. Go back short again. Look at this. That's 40 cents. That's about 80 cents. That's another 40, another 40. That is 218.79. So that's about $1.20. Uh-oh. And then did he hold for all the way down here? Oh, yes, he did. This is when I was going back and forth. I think Parsa was Neil was still on right now. 217 fill, 217 flat fill. We told you we're going to get out of some if it comes up through 218. There's the last fill. So right now we're still on Tesla. That's $1 in the money. Oh, well, maybe Sean only trades big cap tech names, right? No.
Oh my God.
Here we go. Here's SoFi. SoFi from Friday, another one, right? Where's my DJ Khaled button? Where is it? Where did I change it to? This is DJ Khaled? No, this is DJ Khaled. No. Okay, so my board's not working over here, but that's fine. We have another one right here, SoFi, from a great day, and I'm going to pull over some more of my charts in a second. But here's SoFi, what it's been doing on the daily. Look at that. It's touched out at 750 a couple times. I apologize. My throat is like not the greatest right now, so I might have to do some of that. Sorry, I didn't hit the mute button there. But there it is, breaking back down below VWAP, coming back in. Look at this out at 710. So right now we have about 10% or so left, waiting for SoFi to come up to VWAP so we can short a little bit more. That was a good trade there today. And then really, I'm at the highest spot we've been at all day. Part of that is because AMD reload's working out well for us. But look at this. What did we put on our sticky note? It's all over the place. You can find it right now on Trader TV Sean. You can find it on Twitter. Join us at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV, at Trader TV Neil, Brendan. All of our Twitters are right there. I thought that's Proud right there. I thought that was Sharif. I'm like, what's the guy doing over there? But there it is right now. So Apple, we had the long today. We're waiting, man. It's 1 o'clock in 10 minutes when they release yet another money-making machine for Apple. I mean, it's like we saw what happened with the watch. Get them into the ecosystem, right? Today I'm wearing this, trying to bring a little luck to the market. But normally we're wearing our Apple Watch. And ever since switching over to Apple, I wanted the Pixel Watch. But the thing is that you guys know, once you're in the ecosystem for Apple, then you're in the ecosystem for Apple, and it kind of just stays around there. And I just feel like this Oculus is just one more sort of piece of the pie for Apple as we go. So, you know, that should be something to be considered. So we're going to stay long Apple into this presser. You know, you can see right now we're only long at 184.12, so it hasn't been great. That's that last piece right there. But realistically, we bought it at 182.50. We bought it again at 182.90. Buy, all the way there to the upside. So, and that's about it, man. That ends my little talk about my positions. So please hit the like button if you can. Hit it for me. Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. All right, let's go. We're going to try to put some more bangs on for you. We have one. No, we don't have any negative names today. Apple, AMD, SoFi, and Tesla, all positive. GameStop reporting later on, June 7th, post-market. So you can see here GameStop. Let's take a quick look at GME. And I apologize. I was only on for a couple seconds, so I don't have all my charts over here, but I'm going to start to move them over as we continue right now. So here's the daily on GameStop. I'm going to move this away as Coinbase. What I have is I have all those trade ideas charts, those scanners all set up to hit together. So as one hits, everything else will change. So here's GameStop on the daily chart. Look at this run for GameStop lately. I don't know if you've been watching this, Sharif, but like $19 to 25.
You know who?
That's
who
GameStop almost in a straight line. Don't tell me it's Alfred.
No, Michel Hebert in the
Right,
chat.
yeah,
He
what's up with
always, is letting us know what GameStonk is up to. I believe he does trade AMC and GameStop.
Okay.
Shout out to Michel if you're in the chat. I know that. I think he does it through options too. I'm pretty sure.
That's probably the bet. Well,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Depends
it
if
through
they're not
options.
expensive anymore. Like I don't know what options premiums
Right,
are
the
on some of
premium
these
is
names.
wild on.
I just know they were wild, and I think
Yeah.
coming into earnings, Sharif, I could see the same
sir.
kind of thing being nuts again.
Well, yeah. I
on
mean,
that.
the name is there. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be there for around like a decade, or we're going to remember that.
GameStop. The
Yeah.
funny thing is like, didn't they get into NFTs and stuff?
They did.
I thought they built like an NFT sort of marketplace.
That fad came by.
But that must have been bad.
It was a fad. Look, I think NFTs are going to be the future some way, somehow, or
Right,
some
but
form
not
of
the way
them.
they are now.
But not the, like, look,
Right.
you know, remember like the telecom?
You don't want to buy a Donald Trump picture of him like with an AK?
To
or
me,
anything?
that's not the play. The play is proving ownership and
Right.
getting perks with ownership.
I like it. You know where I think it could work out? Season tickets.
Yeah, there you go.
Concerts.
Yes.
Airline
all stuff like-
tickets.
and concerts, like you get backstage passes,
Right.
or you get like food with
Yep.
like you're entitled to this. I think NFTs are. I like the digital contract. I like that whole idea.
Me too. Me too.
So
I just think we're pieces away. We're pieces away.
Yeah, and look, okay, so the analogy I was trying to draw, like right quick here. Remember the telecom bubble with Nortel, Juniper, and everybody and their
Some
mother?
people still own to BlackBerry.
No, but even before that, that was more like late 2000s. I'm talking about early 2000s, late 90s,
Yep.
when the technology and what could come with fiber optics started becoming known. Whether or not, number one, the consumer was ready for that, and whether or not you could implement it en masse, completely different issue. 20 years later, we're doing everything they dreamed of back then, but it was 20 years ago. So is the NFT and all these type of technologies that are coming now the kind of tech bubble that we had? You know what I'm saying?
No, I know
exactly
what you're
what I'm
saying.
saying.
I mean, me and you have been sitting here talking about this AI bubble for quite a few days right now. And it doesn't seem to be a bubble. I mean, AI is up today. Let's have a look quickly at C3 AI right now just to make sure and see what kind of levels we're at. We talked about AI this morning. You remember like last week we went long down here when it was at 30 bucks. And I mean, that same trade happened again today. Like, it's just, I don't, whether or not your opinion is of AI or not.
Yeah.
But like this $30 level for C3 AI just keeps on holding.
It's there.
And this is what I was saying to Neil, and what he and I were discussing on the morning show as well, is it's like, no matter what you really think about the market, the moves are happening, man, and they're here, and they're right in front of you. Like, whether or not you think, oh my God, Apple's revenue streams are going to take a hit, like the Pixel's a hot phone, everything's going well, all this kind of news. But you know what? The king is still in the building right now, and the king is Apple. And I mean, these guys continue all-time highs. Like, if
We're 5 minutes away, by the way.
Yeah, that should be exciting. I'm going to flip it over to Max in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It's first new hardware device in years.
10 years, Sean.
So I remember this because I was like, no one's going to put little stupid Pixel buds in their ear.
Yeah,
You know, like sure, it's great not to
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
you know, not to have the cords, everything like that. But what are those stupid white things that come down at the side of your face?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, now all of a sudden, within what, 6 months, you got, you know, competitors with a very, very similar thing, and they basically justified that space. Now, people are going to add me, oh, those existed before, fine.
Yeah.
But nothing really exists until Apple brings it out.
No, not in
You know?
not
like, what
in
about
the,
what you're wearing on your? I already talked about the Apple
There
Watch.
was, sure, there were smartwatches
Right.
before that. There were the Fitbits and
Yeah.
all the
But
variation.
then Apple comes out.
And they perfect it, as they typically do.
It's yeah, perfected. I mean, that's a very nice word of you to use, and I think that you're right. But at the same time, it's just about bringing legitimacy to that space.
Exactly. When Apple gets into it, a lot more eyes take notice. No
It's like my
question
kids
about it.
love the Oculus. We've had an Oculus now for 2 years, and that's the same kind of headset that Apple's probably going to be throwing down.
Yes, or
but
more
you know what's
premium
happen
version.
is, right? So you know what's going to happen though. First of all, I'm going to cover some more right now.
Okay.
Oh my God.
AMD is just at a good level. We'll see if we can get some 67s. We're approaching the 200 period moving average right now. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. We'll spin it again. No, what I'm getting at with all this too is, and I got to go because Max, as we keep saying, Max is going to be in here in a minute.
Where is the
but
madman? He's right over there. He's coming.
what I think it does is justify the space, and what I mean by that
Agree with
is
that.
it gives developers more reasons to get developing for that content, right?
question about it.
Right. So they're going to say, okay, now we're in the Apple ecosystem. Sure, Apple takes 20%, 30%. I don't know what they take. What
It's
does App Store
30% at
take?
the App Store. 30%.
Right. So they'll probably do the same thing with this. Maybe they'll give a little bit of a
question about it.
holiday to develop.
I don't
some
know how
games
long
or-
this lasts. I think that they're going to be forced into a parallel app store, but we'll see about that.
We'll see.
The
They're still
thing, though,
questioning
Sean, that I want to see
Yes, you tell me.
is
my
what
man.
this bad boy is going to have included. Some people are talking about zooming capabilities, ocular zooming. Some people are talking about, well, for sure there's going to be overlays where it can become opaque, where you're completely
Right.
immersed, and then it become translucent, where you can see a little bit and then see through it a little bit. It's going to be like all the different levels. I just want to see what it's going to be. Do they bring anything novel?
Yeah.
Or is it just a better execution of what Meta has already done?
So I think it's going to be a little bit of both, because the thing is, you know what I'm interested in seeing. I was gonna say size doesn't matter and stuff like that. It's the size of the actual headset itself. Because my only negativity, and you guys let me know if you're in the chat here as well, this augmented reality and everything with the Oculus, the headset for me is it's a little bit too big and too heavy, and my kids use it, right?
Very interesting.
So it's just the weight of it. So I think if Apple can sort of perfect, and it's going to come with a price, you know.
Do you see this technology, and this is the pitch, getting down to the size where a human can accept it, where it's normal like glasses? Where essentially what
Yeah,
I'm saying,
that's what
it's
I'm
going to
waiting
have to
for.
be that size,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But then that comes with
And that's
time.
a technical challenge.
Right. Yeah. And it just
Right?
comes with
Yeah.
time, and it comes with like being able to build that technology and that price tag. Because if you're gonna, like, the Oculus is still thick and pretty heavy,
Yeah.
right? So it's like
Yeah, yeah,
uses
yeah.
hard plastics and things like that. If you're gonna start using fiberglass or like less weighted materials, what does that do to the price?
Yeah, it makes it go down.
Right. No, it makes it go up.
Less weighted material. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because
Yeah,
it's like when you
sure.
buy those racing
yeah,
bikes.
Yeah, what am I
the lighter
saying?
the
Of
bike,
course. Yeah.
if you're using, it's like those hockey
Unless it's
sticks.
cheaper material,
Yeah, you
yeah.
can go to Canadian Tire and buy like a $10 wood hockey stick, or
Sure.
you could buy like a $500 fiberglass hockey stick. Hopefully my kids aren't listening to this as we go. But all right, Apple, so I'm still long. We're still well in the money on this one. We've got AMD, we've got SoFi, and we've got Tesla, $1 in the money. And we've also got the madman himself.
The madman is here. He is
It's
ready.
Max, pass me one of those hot
He's
sauce bottles.
dressed in his shirt, and he's ready to go. Yeah, you want to give the people a little bit of a tidbit about this
is
morning?
good.
You
This is
come
good.
in
I
and
don't
you
think you
found
see
one
it.
on your desk, didn't you?
Yeah, so this is from Alfredo. It's Valentina. It's a Mexican hot sauce straight from Guadalajara, Mexico. So we'll. It's a very, very interesting sauce.
It's supposed to be the Mexican Tabasco, or
That is-
as Alfredo said to me.
That's what I was gonna.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna. It's a little bit acidic, a little bit vinegary.
Okay.
I find a little bit.
Cool. You tried it already. I'm
Oh
assuming.
yeah. Well, what a surprise! Ingredients: water, chili peppers, vinegar, salt, and spices.
Well, there you go. You booked the vinegar.
That's it. So
part.
there it is.
Yeah.
Somewhat natural product.
Nick
We are-
says
we are-
that stuff is great.
Yeah, we are no way associated with these
No.
guys, but
But I
thank
will
you
be
so
trying
much.
this.
Oh, it's really tasty.
Shout out to
I
Alfredo,
think
man.
if you throw like scrambled eggs or
Alfredo clutch.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, anything you'd put hot sauce on. There's some rice, throw it down on that. Chicken, especially. I mean, anything that you're doing.
Look at that. The opinions coming in fast and furious. It's tame, says Rekka 12. Not spicy.
We're
says
dripping this
Golden
all on
Anchor.
the Bears. We're dripping this on the Bears. Calm them down a little bit here today. As the Bears were barking early and not late. Right now, AMD, get down. Tesla, get down. AMD, get down. SoFi, down. Apple, up.
35 incoming on AI. All right, Sean,
love
you're
AI.
overtime. We're going to let you go.
Yeah, well, I'm not really overtime, but I'm here because the thing is the people want max.
Well, the people want, I think that the people like everybody.
That's why we love the people.
Yeah.
And the people have spoken, and so has AMD as its downside as well. And if I just keep sitting here, then I'll keep talking about everything. So unfortunately, for me, that's a wrap. So
All right.
I'm going to pass it over to Max.
All right.
And
Thank you for being on.
best wishes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good
I
luck.
know you
How
had a
come no
good day.
futures trading today?
I did. I had
Oh,
a
you did?
sick futures
Don't talk to
trade,
me. I gotta
man.
go.
9 points on the
Why
ES.
did I bring
yeah.
that up? Okay.
Yeah, very happy
all right.
with my
I got to
futures
go
trade.
soon. Hey, there's Alfredo.
Fredo.
What's up, Alfredo? I was just talking about your sauce again, man. Thank you so much for that. Very, very nice. He has a plate of food there. I don't. We had sausage. See what I mean? I can't leave.
I know. Well, it's okay.
You know,
Because
someone
you've
needs
always
like
got
that
something
Kermit
to say. That's the thing. You know, you usually do have an opinion of
Yeah,
sorts, and
yeah.
that when you do have one, you've just got stuff to say.
Yeah, I was
it
going to
works
say it
around
was
here, baby.
actually. You didn't see lunch yet, but it's
Not
sausage.
yet, no.
So that's.
Oh, but we get the salad. I already put my salad in the fridge.
No, I'm just saying. But if
Oh,
there
it makes it.
If there was not with the salad, but if there was a sausage,
With the sausage,
left,
that's what I'm saying.
dip
yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit. Yeah. Okay, peace. I'll see everybody in an hour.
Thanks, Sean.
All right.
Thanks for being on. All right, here, let's have a look at Netflix, man. Here is 3% coming in on Netflix, testing 414. This is NFLX. Let's put that ticker there, NFLX.NQ. For the viewers, 414, technically on the day 413.86, coming back down into 412, holding 412, now curling back up. The rocket that has been Netflix as of late continues up 3 points on the day. Not seeing, a catalyst for it today, but I am seeing this headline about unusual options activity. A lot of people trade in this way. In case you're, new to trading, a lot of traders, I don't mean a lot of traders, some traders, what they will do is they'll try to identify unusual buy or sell options orders at specific prices, at specific dates, as indicators of possible price action on the actual equity, and take positions around that, obviously using hedges and it depends. If you're looking to learn more about that strategy, I don't know too much about it. Obviously, I don't have an options background, but the Nigerian brothers, I think, they do stuff like that. So if you're interested in that. But NFLX been strong on the day, so it looks like some unusual call options activity here to the high side on Netflix. So we'll continue to see about that. Where are we here? 43.0575, the top on the future. On the ES June contract, 43.03. Where we're at now, what a day it's been here on the ES. We've reclaimed, I would say, if you're looking for a 4,300 hold, it might be interesting here as we continue to trend sideways around 4,300, up 1/3 of a percentage point on the ES June contract, 3/4 of a percentage point on the NQ as it dances below that 14.7 level with a 14.694 and 3/4 high on the day. NQ akin to a rocket ship, Max, as he gets set up and ready. We'll give him a couple minutes. We talked about Top being a small cap capper.
Top is going again?
Top's moving. It was holding that 10 level, and you obviously know about FRZA. FRZA was strong as well.
Yes. I saw FRZA in the morning. Oh, we're back above 3. You know, Sharif, I'm not going to lie, my day was basically over at 9:45.
Okay.
I hit 2 trades, and we're basically done. Yeah, it was a good day. Could have been a lot better. Should have been a little more convicted on one of those Tesla positions, but is what it is.
Yeah,
and
same with me. Did you take 217 on Tesla?
I took the 218 break off the open. I added on 220, and then I was
There's a 217 double bottom. I'm sure that you're already cognizant of on
This
Tesla.
chart doesn't wanna
I
load,
took the
eh?
second one around, and it was a payer. A payor, like P-A-Y-O-R.
pair. Yeah, I was actually short into that.
Yeah?
Wait, Give me a second. This chart crashed.
All good. We'll have a look over here.
I
Yeah.
don't know what's going on with this computer.
This
right
is
now.
the stress la. This is the, okay. Well, why don't I
right,
just
here
pull
we
the
go.
actual trade? Go for it, Max. You good?
Yeah. If you guys come to mine, I can show you what I did. And yeah, I can see that double bottom right now on Tesla. That looks pretty nice. So yeah, I'm long into 218.
Nice.
Get most of it out above 220, and then we get out on the fail break. And I actually had a little short back down, yeah. As you were saying, into that 217 level, and yeah, this double bottom looks pretty nice on that Tesla. So yeah, back up into 219. I mean, my idea on Tesla is that we're taking out these recent highs on Tesla. If we go back on the daily, 217, come on, 217.95, so 218 basically was this recent high. So my idea is that we get to the next ones, which is like up into like 230 kind of area in the near future. So yeah, I think like being long off a double bottom on Tesla, great idea there. I think today is kind of, this could start that kind of extension kind of area on Tesla.
I like
think.
it, man.
Based on all of this action and the fact that we didn't fail back down is pretty impressive. Because I was like, when I was short into this, it looked like the sky was falling.
Do you know what Brother Ma is up to over there?
Brother Ma?
Brother Ma is what they're calling Elon Musk in China. He is now Brother Ma. Okay, and they like him. They thought he should run for president. He was there, and he was talking to the Chinese government there, all these different ministries, and getting tax credits for his cars, spurring demand. China, obviously the biggest EV market in the world. You know, Tesla sells half their cars to China.
And they just had good delivery numbers today for China.
Chinese strong EV numbers. You have Lee, Xpeng, and Neil all moving up on the news. I know Renata and some other people in the chat were all trading Neil this morning. Some were happy, some were sad, depending on when and where you got in.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at those Chinese EVs, Max, since we're yapping about them here. Let's start first and foremost with my baby, and I'm going to talk about this one. I'm going to talk about it passionately because I like Li Auto. I met with Alfred this weekend, and I made my case for Li Auto. He's not persuaded, but he also wasn't persuaded on interest rate hikes. He also wasn't persuaded on the market shifting in January. So Alfred and I have been diverging in our views as of late. But no, here's Li Auto. I like this one for a possible swing trade, and I'll get to that one in a second. But intraday, we started the day off at 29.75. That was where the pre-market action started the day off. We got up to 30.60, bit of a double top there, and now it's been a dance with VWAP trying to hold 30 at 30.15 for the moment. Li Auto up 2.33% on the day. Likewise with XPEV, XPEV also up 0.83% on the day, but actually red since the bell. It's down 1/3 of a point since the bell. NIO, though, up 2.65%, 1.7% since the bell on our friend NIO. Let's go ahead and put that watermark in there on NIO. This is the 1-minute chart on NIO with a 790 high below 760. We're right at VWAP at 7 3/4, trading at 776 on NIO. Look, let me get now to Lee. Let me make my case about Lee. The pitch with Lee is as follows. They can produce and the other ones are not producing. That's really what it comes down to. If what they're saying is accurate and they're actually going to back it up next quarter, I'm going to get I'm going to wet my beak in terms of a position very soon on a good entry. And then I'm going to be looking to add at the next earnings if they meet and beat. Now, what are they forecasting, you ask? They're talking about 50 to 80,000 EVs, not hybrids, per quarter delivered. So that to me is good, especially at a time where a lot of these EV makers can't produce. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Li Auto. That's my look, and I would definitely want to see if they can beat or guide above next quarter. Let me tell you real quick when their next earnings date is. Let's go ahead here and get to the calendar. Where is my calendar thing over here? Where is it here, Max? Oh, there we go. Got it. Events. So let's pop up that bad boy. And then we move down here. June, end of month, last day options. No. I'm
I'm gonna have to look for this. Earnings, don't see earnings coming up. Maybe they haven't reported the date. Sometimes they don't report the date. I'll have to look to see when the next earnings date for Lee is, but that will definitely be in my calendar if and when that comes up, Max.
Yeah, did you check trade ideas?
I did not
May
yet.
10 pre-market. According to trade ideas, shout out trade ideas, Bears versus Bulls,
again?
blah, blah, blah in the chat.
No, I already know about that.
Oh,
That's
which
where I
one?
got all those numbers. The next one around.
Which one? Oh, after that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
yeah,
Sometimes
okay.
they don't announce it, right?
Well, isn't it quarterly?
It is. So when's the
just
next
like,
one? Is like it's going to be
3 months after
August
that.
ish.
May,
Yeah. Right. June, July, August.
July. Yeah, August 10?
Well, yeah.
Ish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll be looking for that. That's my look on that one. I was telling Sean this morning. Sean's like, yeah, I know. You know, I've heard you say you like it before. I guess it's time to put your money where your mouth is.
True. I don't know that I'm making a good call here, but
What's up? What are we doing?
Apple's
We're
at
shorting.
185.
Okay.
I have an order to take the breakout. We did this. We did this last week on 180, and we sat here for the entire.
We're all-time highs, baby. We're
for the
blue sky
entire
setup
hour.
right now on Apple.
Exactly.
It's a blue sky setup.
So there's about 5,000 lots on the offer. I feel like I'm Groundhog Day right now, sitting waiting for an Apple breakout. Hopefully this one doesn't doesn't take the full hour here to break out. But yeah, I mean, like we're just printing green on Apple here. We're going into this level. We had the 183 break today, which was good. The 184 break gave you about 30 cents, or if you want to like risk it back down, I think. I mean, I don't think the R to R is really that great on the 184 break, nor was the time of day. So, you know, probably not the break to take. But 183 gave you almost $1. 184 gave you 30 cents. 185 is a pretty huge size on the offer. This is, you know, all-time highs on Apple. We have the conference going on right now, so I think this is good. And I think if this is good, and I could set a stop here at 184.99,
Yeah, I'm seeing that
I think we can trend to 186.50 today.
All right, this coming in, guys. Apple says 15-inch MacBook Air starts at 12 hundos. I'm assuming this is USD. 11.99. 11.99 USD likely at WWDC 23. I'm keeping my eye here on the blotter. We're probably going to find out. Oh, apparently a new M2 Ultra chip. Don't know anything about it. Sounds good. M2 Ultra chip being announced, as well as Mac Studio. They're updating the Mac Studio. That's that super expensive computer, I think. That costs like a whole ton of money, you know, expletive not included there. Yeah. Anyway, keeping my eye here on the blotter, guys, as things come in. Also at me if I miss it here in the chat, if you guys see a news item coming in, because you know my blotter has been suspect. AI, fantastic move
people are
on
going
AI
crazy
today.
about AI.
Yeah, we're going to have to pull that one up, Max. We're going to have to talk about AI because it's an absolute rocket, but I got to keep Apple up because Apple is the one that we have to keep our eye on right now, as it is the one with the catalyst potential as new products get developed. Finally, possibly a new thing, a new item from Apple, 10 years since they've introduced anything, so yeah.
I mean, I don't love the idea of this Apple VR thing that costs $3,000, but the market obviously likes it since we're at all-time high right now, so I will trust what the market says.
Yeah.
I'm not a VR customer at the moment,
Neither
but
am I.
you know, it takes me a while to adopt things, I guess.
Same with me.
But, although, like the iPhone, when that came out, I was like, this is a banger. I need this.
I didn't really like it.
No?
I stuck with BlackBerry for a while. I loved my BlackBerry Bold. I was addicted to that thing.
BlackBerry Bold? Which was
yeah,
that
that's
one?
the one with the hard keyboard. Like the was the high-end BlackBerry. There were like the Bold 8800 or 8200
Oh, the wide
or
one.
whatever. I don't know if you guys remember that. The black one.
The kind of wide one?
Yeah, the wide
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
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 it was
with the full
awesome.
keyboard.
It
Yeah.
actually had the white ball.
Yeah,
Before
yeah,
it actually
the
had the
little ball.
electrostatic thing. No, that came later. This one had the ball. The ball would be the first thing to go. You'd always have to have the ball replaced. But that was my favorite. Anyway, Apple with a better deal. Go for it.
So Apple coming into this high, I'm watching it. It's looking very similar to 180, so I'm kind of getting nervous here. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to take this break anytime. Apple at all-time highs. We got news on the day. Volumes at 50 million. So, you know, this is definitely a setup trade. I think whether I win or lose on this, I'm going to be, this is a trade that I'm going to be happy that I took. So, yeah, waiting on this one. Neil says Palantir breaks high of day.
PLTR breaking high of day, yeah.
70. Wow. Palantir looked like it was going to reject that 15 for good, I thought. And, yeah. Now at 1570.
Sean is short AMD, by the way. AMD. We're also at a critical market level, 4,300 back into that level here.
The market's definitely pulling back right now. So.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how we trade around 4,300.
Yeah.
Do we get bought up here, or is this going to be, just we broke it by 5 points and we're going to retrace? Let's see what the market gives us. Apple finding a bit of a top, 185. I don't know if you got into that. 95s there. 184.95 was the high.
Nope.
It was a bit of a top there. I want to see how it trades here on the book because it looks like there was a seller right at that level every time on Apple. This is what I'm talking about over here.
Yeah, I feel like, people, they're not, they don't have a short memory on Apple. I mean, and I don't think you need a particularly long one to remember the 180 setup where it was just bouncing off there all day, all afternoon. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like a banger trade to be short right in front of 185 key level. Almost the exact same setup happening right now. So I understand. I think if we trend or trade around this level all afternoon again, I might cancel this order because, like doing that twice in a week, the exact same trade and losing twice would be kind of dumb, but we'll see what happens here. I want to see the tape like flying into 185. So maybe this pullback is a good thing in the end. We'll see what happens there. AI I am watching because 35 was a very key level what day is that? Thursday? Last Thursday, that 35 level on AI was something serious. It traded
right there.
I think it got to 37. Yeah, 37.25. Oh no, what have I done? All right, 37.25 off of that 35 level break. The break was a fail break initially, and then it kind of dipped like 20 cents and then ripped all the way to 37 in less than 15 minutes here. So that was a pretty crazy trade that I had last week at 35. Now that we've broken 35 and we're pulling back into it, I may take a look at this one. And it is still SSR. So that gives you a bit of an advantage going long on an SSR stock and gives a little bit more explosiveness when it does blast off. So if we hold 35 here, I may just get long on AI.
I'm watching the Apple event. Tim Cook is at the part here. Come to my screen where Tim Cook is talking. He's talking about the Apple silicone computer. So this is what he's talking about. Apparently there's going to be a new MacBook Pro with silicone starting at the very thrifty price of $7,000. Okay. I'm keeping my eye here because I want to see, when they release the VR headset, what we're going to see. They're talking about iOS 17 right now, so we're getting some info on that. I think it was last year that it was 16, was in October or something like that, September, October. Anyway, Apple rejecting that 185 level, still above 184 though. The trough is here at that 184.25. If we make a new low, I mean, it's a new local low. Make of that what you will. We're still at 4,300 here on the ES. What are you giggling about?
Eddie Lung says still no AI keyword yet from Apple. So that could be the problem. It's dumping because they haven't said AI yet.
And another piece of the puzzle falls.
They need to say AI at least 85 times in the next 3 hours for the stock to go up.
Yeah, I mean,
think that's the key here.
The thing is, though, do you really need affirmation that Apple is working on AI, or do you just not know that in your heart?
Well, I mean, if the bots are playing this, then the bots just need to hear what they need to hear. It's binary here. The bots don't assume anything; they just wait to hear AI.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what they're talking about right here. They're talking about some new features on iOS 17. Posters, lock screens, nothing really market moving. As soon as the VR thing comes in, I will let you know because I have it on my side screen here. Austin says the bots aren't happy about not being talked about. Yes. Tin hat conversation, please. Yes. All right, that's coming in there. What else we got here, Max? We got...
I'm long AI now.
Okay.
We held that 35. So I could have been long a little bit lower, and I think I might add a little bit lower if we get back down to like 95. But this is looking pretty good on AI. Getting that bid below 35. Kind of like held for a couple minutes, this 34.95 wicks down, and then we go right back above 35. So that's enough of a hold for me on this stock. The short interest is coming into play for sure. So I think we can get back up into like 36, 37 on AI. So I'll be looking for spots to add on this if we can get over this high of 35.45.
Good trade.
Hopefully we get a little explosive here. Looking for the volume to come in, the shorts to get a little squeezed out, and I won't let this break back below 34.80.
Interesting new feature on iOS 17, live voicemail. Max, is this something you're going to use when you get a call?
You have to pay in Canada to use Apple's voicemail.
I don't know if you're going to have to pay for this, but they're calling it live voicemail. The idea behind this is you get a call from a number you don't know if you want to pick up. You get live text as they're leaving a voicemail, and then you can actually pick up the call.
You can pick up.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
cool.
that.
I like
I'm
that.
not gonna lie, I like that.
Well, that's like
call screener
that's like home phones
extraordinaire.
back in the day.
Yeah, where you could let the machine
Yeah,
pick
you
up,
let it
and
pick
then you
up.
pick
Yeah,
up the
yeah,
phone.
yeah.
Yeah, it's basically bringing that back. So
Wow, how creative. Someone was watching like Friends or something. They're like, wait a second, we could do this on the iPhone?
yeah, exactly. Bring that back. Thank God, says Austin. I guess he's a screener as well, probably.
Must be.
Yeah,
I just
must
don't
be a
answer
screener.
any calls anymore.
Yeah, neither do
Unless
I.
it's like a
if
known
you're not in my
number.
phone book,
Yeah,
I'm likely not picking up
answering.
your calls.
I'm not answering.
Yeah.
I don't have time to.
Nicole Harris.
listen to that.
Shout out to Hotlana. $5 super chat. Thanks very much, Nicole. Apple has been using AI for 10 plus years. From your purchases, airline tickets, SMS texts, Apple, Uber, Google, are AI. It's funny because AI is not new. No, you're right. Of course, there's degrees of AI, right? And now we're talking about generative AI that uses large language models. I mean, I've been hearing AI from friends that have been in the corporate field, like 2018, 2017, right? Didn't really understand much about it at the time. Get a little bit more now that I've got my beak wet with the market.
Fair.
What are you giggling about? What's the comment
If you
now?
guys come to this chain,
Go.
to this screen, Max, don't worry. There's a promo rap video to wrap up that is just Tim Cook saying AI for 4 minutes straight. So waiting on that one. Thank you, Kazro OW, for that. That's what I was concerned about.
Oh,
so,
look at this, Max.
Yes, we'll wait to see that.
Feature parents will love. iOS 17 is going to have a new check-in feature. So if your mom and dad want you home, I don't know, after school, 5:30, you go in and you obviously use location and you send it and it checks in. Like your parents get like the check-in thing.
That's nice.
So all sorts of new little tidbits. I
feel like they haven't done anything fun on the iOS for a long time.
little
so
bit, right?
It's good to
Yeah.
see them doing some interesting things. I feel like, maybe Apple's sweating a little bit on the. Honestly, no. They're just
think so?
delivering record iPhones every year. Like
250 million iPhones they sell a year.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
And here's the pitch. And so this is what I want to bring to you. I mean, like the whole VR thing, we talked about this last week of them bringing in a premium product and then phasing it down, making it like more
making it
affordable,
cheaper.
making it
Yeah.
cheap. And like, that's what they did with the iPhone. You had the Pro, you have the Pro Max,
Yeah, now
you
you
have
have
the
these-
regular iPhone,
yeah.
you have the SE, right? So you got all the different variants, and you can get that market and that market and that market.
I always get
Bob
scammed
Curran
into
says,
buying the most expensive one.
"Max."
What's going on?
know.
What's going on? Feels like a Friday today. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got such a good sleep last night.
I did.
and
I had
I
excellent
came in
sleep,
late.
likewise.
I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna snooze the alarm, sleep all morning, and it was amazing. Maybe
Max
I'll just
makes
start doing that
20K
again.
a day, Bob Curran says. So, yeah, you're in his good books. Put it that way.
I don't know, Bob. That's a little light.
James D says, dang, I've never used location on my kids. Be home at time and say, I better not get a phone because you'll be in trouble. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I know that there's going to be some parents definitely will be using that. What else is moving here, Max? I'm not seeing a whole bunch. Let's check on the small cap cappers. Top's not doing much. Let's see what Forza is up to. That was the other small cap where we had our eye on FRZA. It had been kind of getting going there. Let's move it off the daily and look at the 1 minute on Forza sideways now after making that top test at 354. It was a good move on FRZA after kind of going dormant for the majority of the day. It's been that VWAP dance. you know, these small cappers, I looked at Neil this morning. I said, Neil, this is the time to trade this stock. It was like 7:30, 7:20 at the time. Look at the side is over here. That's where it was making the big moves. And then you get the bell and you get the bamboozlement. Then you get the midday pop. When we'll see that coming in. Let's see if it holds 3. I see that that is a good support level here. You had a couple touches at 3. We'll see. We'll see. I have nothing on this one. Keeping my eye on the WWDC live stream coming in on YouTube. They're still talking about iOS features. Nothing yet on the VR headset Max.
Yeah, I'm looking at this AI. I might just stop out of this unless we get above that 34.80 price pretty quickly. Yeah, that's gone. So shouldn't have lost 40 cents there. That was kind of dumb, actually. But is what it is. We'll see if we can get back above that 35 price. Looks like AI is going to pull back. I'll look for a lower level if I want to play the short squeeze today on the AI. And obviously that Apple is going to be my main focus this afternoon. If we do get up to that 185 price, I want to see it breaking that price. And, you know, getting maybe into like 186 by the afternoon. I've seen Apple breakouts, you know, trend for an hour, up $1, up $1.50. So that's kind of the idea that I'm going to be focusing on. Palantir pulling back. What else is making moves today? Amazon at. Amazon's below 125. So, yeah, everything I think just kind of taking a breather right now as we wait for Apple to coil up. Probably the one that's pulling the market right now. Tesla pulling back into that 217 again. So maybe there's a trade there on Tesla. If we get like a triple bottom here off 217, maybe you can try to find a long there. I mean, I don't even think that you have to risk down to this bottom wick here. You probably, if you see size on 217 on the bid, you could probably get in front of that and then just risk into like this 79, 75 probably would be the price to risk into. Yeah, I'll see what happens on that one. I don't know. What else? What are you guys looking at in the chat? Intel bounced off 30. Intel's boring for me. Marvell. I feel like the chips have been too muted today to really play for myself. DKNG trying to break high of day. I'm interested. Always good for a short on Donkey Kong. So that 25 level breaks again. Where are we on the daily? I haven't actually looked at DKNG today. So let me take a look at the daily chart here. We have pulled back, so interesting. Okay, anytime we get above this 25, it looks like you know, we can't really close above 25.30 on or 25.25 on DraftKings. So the question is, do you think that the trend remains on DraftKings and we pull back below 25 by the end of the day, or is this like the double bottom for the blast off up to that like 26, 27 plus kind of area? I mean, these prior wicks at above 25 have been pretty nasty, I think.
See the SPY?
I have seen that. Yeah, we are now making a move down.
Market quadrunking?
I don't know.
42.88 max. I've got my eye on that level. That's the Friday close on the ES June contract. That's where, yeah, that's where we got in initially. It was the trading around this level right here. The accumulation around 42.88. This is the line. So if we make it down there, I'll be looking for a bounce, but not quite there yet. Nice move down on the market. Not sure what it's all about. Continue to watch the Apple WWDC 2023. They're still talking about iOS. They're talking about things to autocorrect, their keyboard. They updated AirDrops. I already told you about check-in. They made updates to the messaging app. There's FaceTime messages. What the hell is FaceTime messages? Oh, where you can send like video messages?
Like a video message? I feel like they already have that, no?
I don't
Maybe
even
just
know.
like
Do
a
they?
more structured version of that or whatever.
Maybe. I think that's pretty cool.
Because you are covering this event extraordinarily well.
Thank you.
What is this, a tech channel?
I don't know, but
It's a trading
Apple
channel.
is like a big boy name.
I know.
Apple's like
I know, but
king-ish.
you're crushing this.
I'm sorry, man.
You're somehow
You know what?
hosting a show
I made
and
my
watching
trades today.
a
My
conference at
trades
the
are
same
done,
time.
right? Like I'm
Fair
done for
enough,
the
fair
day, so I'm not punching in. So I gotta entertain people some way, somehow. Unless I get a super excellent trade like that 42.88 level we're talking about. We're down to 42.92, so that might be incoming and spicy.
The question is, like, does Apple bounce really hard at some point? Like, if the market does seem disappointed with this news, like, where's that bounce spot on Apple? If like we do start to really accelerate down, and I'm not talking about this dollar down that we're talking about. I'm talking about like we start to move a couple dollars. Like, where does Apple bounce from?
All right, so right away there's that 183 level that we have a bit of a top on. How do you see that?
I'm honestly starting to think like for that banger like bounce trade, I'm thinking like low of day, like 182 fail break, and then you get long off of that and move it back into 183 kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm starting to think because we're not like accelerating on this conference that maybe we do get that kind of capitulation move at some point this afternoon, and then you can get that awesome bounce trade back up. Wherever that is.
I feel like we're advertising for this company. It's like Valentina is like gonna make a killing it off the midday show over here, as we've had it in the middle there the entire day.
Shout out Valentina if you want to sponsor the show.
I can't wait to see what it tastes like, or to taste what it tastes like. See what it tastes like. I'm not gonna see how it tastes.
It's like Mexican Franks basically.
Yeah, well, he was saying it's kind of like the Mexican Tabasco.
Okay.
I don't know. It tastes more like Franks.
Well, it's a little like Tabasco is just like kind of straight vinegar sauce.
Yeah, it
this
is.
has a little more body to it, I would say.
Got it. Oh, you've already tried it. Look at you.
I've had, I like Valentina.
Going for that acid reflux disease over there. Midday acid reflux, baby. Kidding. 7K for a laptop. Who's gonna buy it? You'd be surprised
you'd be
that
very
Teal
surprised.
Law. I mean, look, that's what we talked about when we were talking about the $3,000-$4,000 headset. The VR headset, we were talking about them having maybe a market, a TAM, a total addressable market of 350,000, maybe 500,000. It really is going to depend on how many they make. Apple will always want that excessive demand to be there for their products. They're not going to overmake. That's what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the market is like for that. And then, obviously a $7,000 laptop, that shrinks even further. Or does it? Are there more participants in the market for a $7,000 computer than there are for a $4,000 headset? I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't know, because I feel like for $3,000 you can basically build as good of a computer as you want on Windows, and then to pay $7,000 for an Apple computer. I don't know. It seems crazy, but people love to do it. I mean, I have an Apple laptop at home.
Do you? Yeah, I got the MacBook Air.
Yeah, I think I have like a MacBook Pro, but it's from 10 years ago or something. Yeah. And then I have like my old trading computer, which is like a Razer something or other.
Yeah.
That was like $1,500, and that's basically the top specs that you could get out of any Apple laptop.
And it was good.
So I don't understand paying the $7K for it, but to each their own.
I know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Whatever.
Yeah. If you buy a 7K laptop, your trade be better. Your better be better, says Yossi. So Yossi coming in hot with some advice there. 42.92. We're continuing to trend down on the ES. I'm keeping my eye on that 42.88 level. If that level comes back into play, that is most likely long for me. I will, caveat that by saying that I want to see how it trades in and around there, much in the same way that I did initially, where there was obvious buying in and around there, and that's why you're confident taking that long. All right, keeping an eye. What is this, Apple clock? What the hell is this thing, bro? Is this an Apple clock, people? No. What is this, Sean? It looked like it was its own stand or something. Yeah. I'm like, there's no way they're dropping an Apple clock.
We were talking about this last week. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, okay. All right, guys. It's a feature in iOS 17, Max. No, there's no Apple clock, guys. And they're taking out the hey from hey, you know the word, because I don't want to trigger everybody's phones. But all you're going to have to say is Siri now, Max. So that's the look there.
All right.
Do you ever use Apple Maps? Be truthful.
Apple Maps, hell no.
Nobody uses Apple. Does anybody use Apple Maps?
Hey, Google Maps.
Google Maps is where it's at.
If I lost my Google profile, I don't know what I would do, man. I have like these flags on Google Maps like all over the world for when I travel to like
excellent.
go eat places and go see
Smart,
stuff.
man.
If I lost that,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
need
know.
that. Eh? That's like
if I lost that, I would lose it.
That's your pocketbook.
That's why,
like,
like,
yeah, your
Everything.
smart move.
I have like a favorites map too for all my favorite stuff. Yeah, yeah.
We're in full quadunk mode here. I don't know if you've noticed, but Apple coming into VWAP here, 184 comes and goes. We're below that, 183.80s now. The ES curling down, the NQ curling down, not at lows, but they're moving down. Apple, is this what Parsa said it would be?
What's
Which
that?
is?
Sell the news?
Exactly. Smart man.
I could see that.
You buy the rumor into the event. Everybody and their mother's cousin knew what we had this week, and we saw what Apple stock did last week. You know exactly. You and I traded it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of accumulation buying last week. Not surprising.
Yeah.
So
what was the all-time high? 183.30?
Coming on. Yeah, and that was a pre-market high too.
Yeah, that was pre-market. The during market hours were 182.94,
Yeah,
so basically
exactly.
183. I think if you're short Apple right now into this conference, you're not covering that short until the conference is done. So I would say if we close this conference above 183.30 or whatever that is, 183.50, then the shorts cover and then it goes. If we close below that, maybe they're feeling safe and they don't cover.
Okay.
And they take that sell the news play.
Okay.
But we'll see. That's just a hunch that I have.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, exactly. I gotta agree with that. I'm just gonna let it play out.
Yeah, exactly. And if that's the case, and we do close and we do end this conference below that 183, whatever, then I want to see a big dip into like 181.50 or 182.
Okay.
I'm not
you're
going to be
getting a
buying
big
the
dip
dip
right
at
now.
183.
Here comes 183.50. That's incoming. VWAP's come and gone. On our friend Apple, that's no longer a level. Come to the chart, ladies and gents. By that I mean Proudly and whoever's back there. AAPL.NQ. Proudly's been working overtime there. We got, in case you guys don't know, we have two new people in the production, the broadcast production.
Oh, yeah. And they're killing it.
And Proudly has been training them. So Proudly has been putting in a lot of overtime.
Sacrificing his own trading.
Yeah, no, Proudly's been doing extra work. So shout out to Proudly. We have a lot of love for Proudly. He says, stop lying, bro. You don't love me. Just calling me out like that, you know. It is what it is.
Everybody
but yeah,
Brad.
Proudly putting in a lot of work, and we do definitely appreciate that. And we're gonna putting a sick team. Anyway, Max, 183.40. I think we got to 30s there on
we're
Apple.
Getting there. Things are getting spicy.
We're moving down, baby. That's what it is. We're moving real down, and we're a lot closer to 42.88 than we were. We got to 42.90 on the ES, got bought back up. We're 91.5 now. My eye, though, gonna keep repeating this because I'm annoying. 42.88.
All right. I'm with you. I like that low of day kind of level. Looking at AI around 34, this could be interesting. I could try the same kind of trade on AI. Obviously, if the market is dipping like this, I don't know that I'm comfortable taking something long. I feel like it all just bases on Apple, so it's kind of a wait and see thing. Like if Apple announces something right now that has to do with AI, this market just shoots back to the high, right? So I don't know. It's kind of hard to make decisions right now.
Yeah, I'm watching. Well, Sean's watching too. They're talking about the iPad right now. They're showing you all the new gizmos and features on the iPad because obviously the iOS on the iPhone differs from the one on the iPad. That's been the case for a while. You can do multiple different things on especially the bigger iPads too. They're really cool. You can like multiple.
I'd love one of those, but
yeah,
I have
pricey,
no idea
bro.
what I would actually do with it.
No,
like,
here's
the
the thing.
idea of it is awesome, but like, what am I gonna do with this thing? What am I gonna do with it?
I would have
it's
to
gonna
purposely
sit on my coffee table, and it's not gonna get used.
I would have to put down my phone and substitute it with the iPad.
I don't think you're ever
so
using that.
great. It'd be fantastic to have that big giant screen, but I don't know. I don't want to pay $1,300, $1,400 because I like that bigger, that 12-inch screen or whatever.
I
they
love
have
the idea
there.
of it. It sounds
Is
sick.
it 12.9? Yeah, almost 13
yeah,
inches.
13-inch
12.9 inch.
That'd be awesome.
The iPad, whatever. The big boy. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm watching this AI tape around 34.
iOS health now.
And it's giving me some good vibes, but I don't think I'm gonna.
What
gonna
happened
take
to AI? Because I've been covering it up. Okay, so we got that 35.45
Yeah.
hold on a VWAP on my chart on AI, guys, as 33.50.
Yeah,
A little bit below.
33.40
Yeah,
for us,
exactly.
like-
A little bit below that. So there was an obvious support level last time around. Come to my chart if you're able to, guys.
Yeah, it's the same spot as VWAP basically, right? So maybe that 33.50 is the spot to catch a dip on this. And I'm definitely not risking a 34 trade down to 33.50. So
No, I'm looking. This is very interesting here. The reason I'm talking about this is because I'm looking for an entry, but the entry here wasn't at VWAP last time around. It was at 33.50. It was a random level. Okay, so I'm going to say what Neil would say probably, which is wait for the curl, wait for get on the backside. So let's see if we can get some more momentum here. I'll get some initial sharage in, and then if we can curl and look to test high days, I'll be in that up 6%. What's a short float on this? I can't imagine it's that high anymore because people are probably been beat up.
it still says 29% according to Trade Ideas. It used to be 32-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the thing is, if you look at like the daily, and it's been very choppy, when they report earnings and then this, quadunk happens, I feel like you gain more shorts. I mean, I think they obviously got squeezed out into earnings, but I think you see this kind of wick high and push back down, and you're probably getting short again, and you're probably getting more short. You're probably gaining more shorts. So I feel like this short float is probably pretty much unchanged from pre-earnings. I feel like you're still at 30%, and now we're catching a base a heck of a lot higher than we were catching it before at that 30 level. 30.50 for whatever reason has been holding the last few days. So I don't know. I think this is like primed for a little blast off here. If we take out today's high tomorrow, I think that 35.50 could be an interesting breakout candidate tomorrow. I'm always watching this stock. This morning I wasn't because of that New York issue this morning.
Yeah. All right, guys. You guys know the midday show is brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Check out Surge Trader and use the code TTV, I believe, for 10% off. Check that out. Shout out to Surge Trader. All right, guys, bit of a bounce coming here on our friend Apple. Finding a bit of a bottom at 183.20, curling back now possibly into VWAP. It was a VWAP break at that 183.85 level. We're about 10 pennies below that at the moment. Keeping my eye on the WWDC 2023. They're talking about the calendar now. There's live collaboration on iPads. Yeah, there's a lot of new cloud features included. Stuff that, corporations have been doing with Slack for years and Teams. It looks like they're going to expand that, outside of the kind of the business environment. Keeping my eye on some other stuff. Looks like they're more iPad centric. So we'll see what that develops into. The market kind of cooling off in its descent. At least the ES is for the moment. I believe we've kind of slowed down here into a 42.90 bottom. So we'll see if make a higher low here, Max. Maybe we don't get that 42.88 touch that we were talking about. We're going to watch how it trades. If we start curling, we're going to get on the backside of it. So it's going to be two possible trades here going in on the ES, the curl back up. We're going to watch the market and the AI curl as well. So two possible trades, keeping my eye on AI and this market trade.
You're still watching AI? Yeah, I'm thinking like if we get back down to that 34, there's a little bit of size on the bid, maybe you can step in front of that level. Maybe that shows you that it's holding. I'm not willing to punch up here, so maybe I should have gone in at that 34. That was a level on the chart for me. I haven't done enough kind of digging to see why, but now that I look over, yeah, there's some bottoms around 34. So maybe 34 is a level on AI. I'm willing to get a starter position if we get down to like 05s again, and then we'll see if I can add to it somewhere based on some kind of tape read or a dip or a level break, something like that. Up here, I'm not really willing to pay for it, so we will see if we can catch a dip. That Apple just made a lower high, so Apple just kind of bouncing and then rolling back over again. If we make a higher low here above that 183.20, that could be an interesting spot to maybe try to get long, risking that 183 kind of level. But, you know, I'm waiting and seeing on Apple. I'm not going to try to step into this early.
No, thank you.
I don't think unless we're down in 182, it's even worth a long. So maybe I should just, you know, get that idea out of my head. I don't want to FOMO into anything just because I see, you know, whatever this is, 50 cents of buying on this name. You know, we're kind of looking for that dollar move, bounce back up.
Yeah.
If we get that extension to the downside. But, you know, just trying to catch like a random bottom, although this is a decent kind of spot to do it at, I don't think is the way to go. So we'll see around these bottoms here at 182.80 or 75, whatever that was extremely supportive this morning after that 183 break. So we'll see if we can catch support around there. That might be the only stop that I would be willing to buy at, unless it's below this 182 level at the low of day here. But you know, the question is, when do they mention AI? And when do we get the bounce?
They're talking
because
about
we know it's going to happen. You know they're going to say AI.
So they got a new OS for MacBook.
Okay.
And it's called Sonoma. Sonoma, yeah. That's going to be the name of the new OS. They're talking about it. There's new widgets now that you can put on the desktop. I mean, whatever, bro. This is not what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that big boy announcement with respect to the VR headset. That hasn't been forthcoming, so we'll continue to watch that. It's taking a bit of a dip. Apple stock, that is. 183 incoming. We just broke 183 and a quarter. I posited that 183 would be an interesting level to watch, and that was based on the high range in the pre-market.
Yeah.
So over here, the high range in the pre-market before the opening range on the bell was 182.90 something, essentially 183. I'm going to see how Apple trades at the 183 level. Max likes a different level, and I completely respect that. The 182 level he's looking at, as we have a low of day very much near that 181.97, essentially 182. So that's the level he's looking for there. Continuing to keep an eye on the Apple WWDC 2023. That's a mouthful, bro, to say a whole bunch of times. But anyway, yeah, they're just demonstrating the use of widgets now. Lone, very happy for you today, Lone. Looks like Lone killed it today. In the chat, he's feeling good. He's feeling himself. He's talking to people. LMAO. I'm joking. Happy for you, man. I saw that you did well today, and always wish you the best, and all our viewers the best of luck and happy trading. And discipline, guys. Discipline and repetition. Can't say more than that.
Oh, yeah.
Coin.
Yeah, that,
have you looked at your friend Coin today?
Coin ain't my friend.
Your friend Coin is down 12 and 2/3%.
What happened to Coinbase today?
Well, I mean,
SEC.
Saw what happened to BTC?
Binance. Honestly, Sharif, no, I didn't. And I probably should know what happened to BTC, but yeah, it's the Binance thing. SEC sues Binance. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. That's not the best. Binance is supposed to be a good character. I thought that they were kind of sketchy too. I think Coinbase is the only good one. No? Isn't it? Or Crypto.com as well? They might be okay. I don't know. Nobody knows. That is the truth. That is the truth. But yeah, down 12% today. Interesting bottom there at 56. But yeah, I don't really trade coin. So, you know, it's very spready. It's very fugazi all the time. I kind of like that 56 holding, though, given that it is, again, SSR, just like
oh, here we go.
Just like AI there, so you get that kind of that bounce action. Apple is going down, so let's see if we catch that support around those. Why is that not loading? All right. See if we catch that support around that 182.70, 182.80. There it is. 182.80 kind of explodes right up. So maybe this
183
is the spot.
on Apple. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep an eye. Want to give out shout out again to Lone, $25 super chat. Thank you very much, Lone, for that. Just sharing the love. Thank you very much for your kind words, my brother. I love you all. I hope everyone is having an amazing day. you're going to get this one too. There you go. Because you had a big day, you get the big spin. Shout out to Lone. Thank you for that. I was just keeping an eye here on the Apple conference. They were showing game mode in the new Sonoma OS. So Apple trying to take a page into PC gaming. Is that, I'm sorry, into, yeah, PC gaming, because Apple is a PC. Do you know a lot about PC gaming? I know Pradley is huge into that.
No,
stuff.
I'm not
You're
really
in.
in on the
Is
PC
it mostly
gaming kind of
PCs
stuff.
that are gaming and Macs are not as much into gaming?
Yeah,
Is it
I don't think
mostly
that Macs are
PCs?
big into gaming.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know too much
I think
about
most stuff is on PC. I am actually
right?
long Apple here because it is holding that 182.80.
Okay.
I got like a 74 stop, so I'm going to get stopped out real tight on this one. There it is, and then we bounce. So bots were listening on that one,
Bots.
but yeah, I was just trying to look for that like quick bounce based on the buying that we saw off of there. But yeah, no, now we'll try lower at that 182 level. And yeah, we'll see if we get the bounce. We'll see if they say anything about AI. But yeah, no.
Still short AMD.
If Apple's trying to get into gaming, that sounds like that would be a good thing for them. But I mean, I feel like they've been trying to do that for a while now. So I don't know that that's like necessarily the greatest catalyst on Apple. We need to see some like virtual assistant stuff. I feel like for them to. Although they haven't even said anything about this headset yet, right?
No, man, they're talking about these games. They got a dude swimming in the water here, climbing bridges and stuff. I mean, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's clearly not what we're looking for, what I'm looking for. I want to know about that VR headset, how much it's going to cost. But yeah, Apple going to keep you in suspense. There was talk about that being announced initially. I'm like, what are these people on? There's no way they're going to do that, right? They're going to keep you in suspense. They want to keep you there to the end. If you just give them the good tidbit in the beginning, people are going to tune out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a look there. Zion got his question. He wanted to know if Sean was still short. Sean is still short. AMD 119.20 on our friend Advanced Micro Devices. Shout out to Lisa Sue and her team. They've done a hell of a job with this company lately, basically dethroning Intel in the CPU game, it looks like, at least by market cap and momentum. Anyway, the AMD 190 billion now in market cap, Max.
Not bad,
PE.
not bad.
Oh my goodness, Sean, have you seen the PE on AMD? 90, 500. It's 495. Is this right? Okay, so have a look, guys. I mean, trade ideas. Are you able to look at the PE on trade ideas?
I don't
Because this
have
thing
that
must
on
be
my,
messing up. Okay.
On my
Is that accurate? That can't be accurate. Are you seeing that, Neil? So 430 is the forward PE? 430. 30, just 30. I'm seeing PE. Okay, well, I don't know.
30 is
how
the
that
PE
but-
on AMD?
Sean's saying for next fiscal year, PE is 30.
forward.
What's up? So Derek is saying it's 488 on mine. Okay, so a lot of people are coming in at 427. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's
we were laughing about Nvidia's PE.
just a little.
Well, that's the thing. Like AMD was trading pretty low before Nvidia reported earnings, and then suddenly, you know, AMD is a darling too.
The problem with chips is that why the prices are so high is because
Okay, so Sean's saying why the prices are so high is because what they're forecasting for next year with respect to this earnings cycle. And Nvidia increased the price target. You know that the street was looking for 7.5 Q2 revenue, and they were talking about 11 and change Q2 revenue. So the big difference on that. Wow. Anyway, so yeah,
Apple's really stepping down here.
Here we go with the NQ. The NQ is really coming down, man. 14.6 could be in real soon here, Max, on the NQ. We're at 14.617 at the moment. The ES has to be said, holding up a little bit better at the moment, holding that 42.90 at 91. So the ES descent has been held up, but I think we may be poised for a 600 touch here, possibly on the NQ. Do you go long at 600?
At 14,600?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean that seems reasonable, right? That would be kind of the level. I don't know. Based on like this Apple move, I think I'd be waiting for like the lows at like 14,580 here, or these pre-market highs at 14,575. I think that's what I would like. 14,575. kind of area versus 14.6. But at some point we're going to get a bounce. Apple there, I was watching, it broke 182.50, and then it couldn't bounce more than 6 or 7 cents at a time. Like it would make a new low and then just bounce a little bit. So it's really getting pushed down here. The sellers are stepping in. Lots of reserves on the offer. I think.
Holy cow!
I'm always looking for like that relief trade, right?
Like good thing I didn't take that 183.
Where is that relief trade where it bounces super strongly, really fast? And I'm thinking on that 182 fail break, if that comes in, like that could be the spot where it shoots down to this low of day 181.95 or whatever, or a little bit lower than that, and then smashes right back up. So that's what I'm going to be watching for on
look at
Apple
this
here.
little tidbit here, Max. Apple announces secure password sharing. So, like, have you ever? Obviously, you probably have done this. You've given somebody your account, somebody giving you their account with the username and password, and you can't figure out where you put it. So this one, it's going to be shareable and retrievable, as like like when you have attachments. So say I text you a picture right now on iMessage. You know how you go back to media and it shows like all the pictures that I've sent you?
Yeah.
So it'll have it there like, oh, Sharif sent you a password for whatever. I think that's pretty cool, man. So I can like mooch off all my friends' passwords from everyone, have my own like little database of mooched passwords. No, I'm just joking, of course.
I feel like we just did this move now that I was looking for on.
What could
on
go
Apple.
wrong, says Carswell, sharing passwords with friends. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Yeah, I'm kidding. Kidding, of course.
We're
holding
moving
these
up now.
levels, yeah.
We're moving up.
Holding these
so
levels,
this is the exact kind of move that I was looking for, like a 50-cent bounce off that 182, but it didn't come in the way that I wanted it to. It just couldn't print 182, and everybody covered, I guess. But we'll wait for that. See if that does come in.
Look at this. Someone's saying Zoom stock popping up on the mention of video conferencing at the Apple. Kathy Wood, if you guys listen to the Compound, she was on. She was on the weekend. Neil and I discussed her interview. There he had some choice thoughts. I think Brendan and Neil kind of shared the same opinion. They both were very enlightened with what she had to say. She explained a lot about ARK's positions. To me, I kind of already knew what she felt and how she felt about these kind of things. I was looking more for who's Kathy Wood, the woman, like the human being. Like, tell me about Kathy. I know she's got kids. I know she went through a divorce. I want to know more about her so that I could like go and get in. I don't know. To me, that's important, I guess, right, to connect. You can get anything like that, right? You got a lot about how ARK is structured and what her thinking is, how she does her research, how they augment their research. Anyway, it was a hell of an interview. If you like Kathy Wood and if you like that kind of investing, you might want to check that out. But anyway, Zoom, yes, popping up on the news. 69.37 popped through 69, up 2 3/4%. Did nothing essentially all day until that news item popping off that 67 3/4 there, Max, on Zoom. You trying to date her? Says John. No, bro, I'm not.
Wood?
But it's funny.
It could be a profitable endeavor.
Yeah, I know, right?
AI got that bounce off 34. Are you long right now? No.
I'm not long anything, no.
No. But that 34 level was the level and kind of bamboozles us. Apple also getting the bounce off the level that I like just didn't show it to me the way that I liked it. So that's too bad. It's a bit of a miss there. Apple up 70 cents now off that bottom and continuing. Still hasn't even gotten to the 21 EMA here. So we will see what happens. Maybe we turn around off the teal. Always got to trust the teal. That being, we are now at these
AI
bottoms.
long? I missed that. I was talking about Kathy Woods.
Yeah, we should have taken that one long.
AI, fantastic top through 34.5 there. Accumulation. There's a curl back up through.
Yeah.
Looking at 35. AI up 8%, 35.45 high. This one's been strong all across, and like you said, that 30 level's been absolute money.
Yeah, that 30.50, you got to shout out Josh in the back there talking about 30.50 today, and I think the last 3 days he's talking about 30.50 on AI. I don't know if he had it. I think those New York problems for us today kind of might have screwed some people out of that AI long because, you can't execute when you can't execute.
Exactly.
So, I guess people trade off their phones, so I guess you could theoretically, but
Yeah, I know.
That's
Don't
not how we
recommend
play
that.
around here. We have shutdowns. We don't,
Yes, sir. We're curling back up on these markets, but sadly, it is the end of the midday show.
Wow.
Brendo, he's at the big desk, and he's going to take you into the close. To the big kahunas to my right, they're going to be taking you through the closing show. We'll be on tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. See you tomorrow.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock on Apple Day here as the conference continues, the launch event almost continuing here as we're getting a ton of new products, a ton of new software updates, a ton of new mentions of new products as well. Outside of one important thing that I think everybody might be waiting for,